That's interesting to say the least. How's it going, everyone? Uh, so first we had Plague Doctor in the stream, and then I checked back a few seconds later because I needed the link from the stream just to do the advertising, and the Canuck himself was in there, and I was like, okay. I checked back a few minutes later, and Mike's in there as well. As well as hello, Minecraft World. And Dunkin' Donuts. That's not how you spell it. There's one right by my house, and you spelled it wrong. And then Zilla 1999, the Green Kaiju. Yeah, there's a lot of people that were posting before the stream even started. I was like, why? Why? Just in time. What's up? On break at work, but we'll say hi. It sucks because you live on the other side of the country. I would send you an invite, but obviously you're at work. So yeah, if the stream's still going and you want to stop by, let me know. And obviously the links give me the Discord, so sup. No, I did not. Duncan spells it wrong. Nobody spells Duncan that way. Well, yeah, well, if that's like if your name's actually Duncan, yeah, that is how you spell it. But it's funny that there's a Dunkin' Donuts right by my house, but I barely ever use it. Though I buy a whole bunch of Dunkin' Donuts coffee from the Stop and Shop, also like near my house. But that's neither here nor there. Oh, hello everyone, welcome to the stream. It's a fun bit of like before stream nonsense, I guess. So it's good to see a whole lot of interaction. I appreciate that. And then like anyone else who's watching the stream, like on Facebook or Twitch, is like, what is going on? I'm seeing none of this. Oh, time to dox. I don't really care. But yeah, so that's fun. We got 3 videos today. There was gonna be another one, but I may just save it for another stream. So because as I loaded up 3 videos on the what's it called? On the tabs, another one popped up that I thought might be kind of interesting for the stream, but it is technically relevant, but I think it's just going to distract from the main point. So we'll just stick with the 3 ones, those being from FishMob's movies and TV, the problem with Godzilla problem videos, -1 Oscar plus 2 problems, and can Godzilla be silly in analysis of the franchise and fans. And we're doing them, I think, yeah. So we are doing them in order of their length. So Mob's video is the shortest and Mike's is the longest. So we will just do it in that order just to make it easier for myself. And like clockwork, I answered the question. How can Godzilla be in Fortnite? If Epic pays Toho enough money. Easy money. I think the reason why I had all these 3 videos in the stream together was primarily because of the fact that they all kind of focus on the sentiment that with Godzilla -1 coming out, and a lot of these were made around the time that JXK was coming out or was about to come out, and everyone, like the big discussion around about JXK being far more sillier than -1 was a big contention. So that's kind of where we were at with those things. So yeah, what's it called? Is anyone who has the link allowed to join the stream? Yeah, that's why. So at least since Minecraft World is bringing this up, so anyone's let on. I know Mike and Canuck. I don't know. That's probably rude if I just call him Canuck since I don't know his name. But Mike's name is in the video in his channel name, so at least that one makes sense. if you do have a Discord, I usually put the links in the Discord server for anyone who wants to join. So that's what Minecraft World is referencing. So I'm just going to generate a new link and I will drop it in the chats for everyone. So there we go, guys. Bada bing, bada boom. So yeah, if you want to join, you can join because the link's obviously in the main general chat of the server. And then obviously I always say this for the people who are being talked about. If they want to join, they're welcome to, and I'll always just give them a link directly to bring on. But yeah. I'm surprised, like 13, 14 people watching. Thank you very much. Y'all make me happy. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'll give it about a few more minutes. So we'll run through at least a few questions, and if anyone has any questions they want to give to me before I properly start the stream, guys are welcome to do so. But yeah, so as well as welcome to everyone who's kind of new. I know Plague's new, Duncan's also new, but on a scale of 1 to 10, which number in the alphabet is your favorite color? I would say a 15 purple. There you go. And like clockwork, we got Zablock Aruni. The Rooney, he's black. The black's the Rooney. Hello, good sir.
Hello there.
And newcomer to the stream, the Minecraft World man. How's it going?
Hey, hi. It's going okay. Just chilling. I did. Yeah.
It's good to hear. Good to hear.
Yeah.
I think you may still have the stream in the back, so that's why I'm hearing the echo.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Just, I think, stream just now, so that wouldn't happen.
Yes, no problem.
The actual stream on YouTube.
As well as Duncan gets another question: should vegetarians eat animal crackers? Yes, so they can defy their own beliefs. They're still animals. They're sentient animal people. You can't do that. It's against vegan law. Or no, he said vegetarian. It's a vegetarian law. I'm thinking of the what's his name? Todd from Scott Pilgrim, I think. But how's things been going with you, Black?
Me,
because I think you did post that you had some updates on one of the Longmans that you were working on.
Yeah. So the the Monarch video is going really, really slowly. Like 1/3 of the segment where I talk about Kate Randa is complete. I am working on a video essay in the meantime in the background on Godzilla's versatility. But yeah, no. Other than that, and writing this Godzilla short story, which is on my Patreon currently.
Interesting.
Yeah. I haven't been doing a lot other than that.
All right, that's nice. I mean, hey, at least you put it on work, so can't argue with that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, Black, you said you can't hear him?
Oh, yeah, no, I can. I only hear like fragments and delayed audio. I can't hear Minecraft World.
Oh,
really? Huh.
Is it probably something with the? It's probably something with my internet is pretty okay. I can hear you, both of you, just fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear you now. Okay, I hear you now. Because back before when you joined, I couldn't hear anything. Okay, I hear you now.
Okay. So it's like that was a while ago. I should have looked at the timestamp. My bad.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Sea Monsters in too. Welcome, sir.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hello there.
How's it going?
Pretty good. I'm just got myself something to eat here, so don't worry about. So if I don't talk a whole lot, that's why. At least for now.
Yeah, Ducan's asking. So we can join the call you're currently in. If you're in the Discord and you have the link to the what's it called? You see the link in the general channel in Discord. You can. I just leave it up to first come first serve for the people in the Discord, just as a courtesy, and then the people who are talked about in the videos get priority over that.
Mhm.
Just to keep it fair and all that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Cool.
As well as I also noticed, Sea Monster, you're doing a Tokyo SOS stream or just a KaijuCanuck film stream. It looked like, right?
I'm gonna be talking. There's an echo going on here actually, so I'm noticing it.
Is it? Huh? Is it still coming from Minecraft World?
I don't notice anything on my end.
I think it may still be coming from yours because every time I hear it, it's reflecting off of someone else's mic. Because same thing with Sea Monsters and with Blacks a little bit. Interesting.
Okay. So echo notwithstanding, yeah, I am going to be hosting a stream talking about the Kiryu duology, but I guess the key thing is to kind of focus on Tokyo SOS, but I do want to give Godzilla against Mechagodzilla a bit of a spotlight in there as well. So, but it'll be focused on those two movies for sure.
Nice. Tokyo SOS was one of my first Godzilla movies, so that one I have a bit of a fondness for.
Oh, there you
go.
Yeah. Alongside Godzilla 2000, which, good lord, I love that one.
Also a good movie choice.
Yeah. Since you guys are discussing what you guys have been doing, I have been working on a 5-part podcast that I've been doing for a school project. I just released episode 4, where the podcast is where I go over the history of 5 of my personal favorite kaiju. I've already done Godzilla, Gamera, King Kong, and episode 4 was Nemesis.
Oh, cool. He says for a school project.
Yeah, one that I actually won an award for. Which
what's not to be too doxy, are you in like college? Was it like for like a video?
I am. I am in my senior year of high school.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I graduate later this in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, so, congratulations.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. I was about to reveal that to my channel in general, so
there you go. You get here. You get the scoops with the Zillazillas.
Yeah.
Like still looks bad.
What are you drawing?
I'm just doing what's it called? This a long time ago. I'll just take off all the other stuff that's here. This is like a kaiju I did a long time ago as a sketch on my Instagram, and I did let me back up. I just essentially just sketched over it again and kept most of the things the same, and then I was working on a bipedal version, which I may just scrap entirely because obviously just working on all the other kaiju stuff that I have. So
nice.
But yeah, I just need to probably work on at least the foot anatomy, but just messing around a little bit beforehand. But
nice.
Since obviously we've already gotten through the 10 minutes, I think it is appropriate time to finally start the videos. But before I do that, Duncan says, Tokyo SOS is underrated. Only real complaint I have is that it goes on for a little too long. All the characters kind of collectively learn over just a few, like an against Mechagodzilla. That's fair.
Yeah.
I may hopefully I can get on that stream, Sea Monsters, because I actually do prefer Tokyo SOS now to against Mechagodzilla. But I want to watch both the movies again just to re-cement my points.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I'm going to be doing as well.
Yeah. My problem with Tokyo SOS is that, well, Akane isn't really the main character, and I feel like Tokyo SOS was a great way to like continue where her character was from against Mechagodzilla, having her deal with something like separating the thing that helped her get over her trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will say the. Sorry if I interrupted. Yeah, I kind of think that perhaps when I go into it, that might be one of the things that would kind of stick out to me as potential issues. With the other being, sort of like the question of how come the Shobajin didn't address like the whole Godzilla skeleton be used for Kiryu, back in Godzilla.
Before, yeah.
And why did they wait until now?
Yeah, exactly.
I would say the biggest problem with Tokyo SOS is the fact that its story retcons against Mechagodzilla's in the sense where, besides the Shobijin, Godzilla appeared before they constructed Kiryu and before they had taken the bones out of the sea. So Godzilla was already attacking Japan before they created Kiryu. So Kiryu was a pretty logical defense against Godzilla, whereas in Tokyo SOS it's viewed as like a greater sin because of that, which I think undermines both films, unfortunately.
Yeah, fair. I still enjoy the movie, but yeah, those are some very noticeable flaws.
But let's get into the videos. Housekeeping rules. I should actually just start saying this now for everyone as they join up. So housekeeping rules. If you have a point where you want me to stop, so you can make a point, just let me know. Just say like stop or something, so I will know ahead of time. And then from there, just give her points. And if someone wants to say something, just let them. Blah blah yada yada, just to make things go faster and all that.
All right.
But we'll streamception ourselves a little bit. Schloop. And we're over here. And since I am exceptionally manic, I play everything at 2 times speed, so I apologize. I'll do 1.5 times speed because this is only an 8-minute video.
Yeah. You don't use subtitles?
Because they're auto-generated, so they're probably
fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so they just say something pretty silly.
So let us begin. That's good audio.
Times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
I know. I never learned my lesson, do I? But in any case, I wasn't originally planning to make this, but I felt like I needed to. First, to clarify, I enjoy Godzilla -1, and I recommend it to anyone who is interested. I am happy that it's become as beloved as it has. I am thrilled it earned an Oscar, a first for the franchise. I am thrilled about everything regarding this, until I realized the implications that it might have going forward. If you haven't watched my first video, I was worried -1 would just be another attempt to emulate Shin Godzilla to try and recapture what Shin did. And in that video, my biggest example of this and why I was so concerned was the Polygon trilogy, which clearly would have benefited from a Heisei or light Showa inspiration, but instead went the route of Shin Godzilla, much to the trilogy's detriment. There's a lot more issues to these movies, and I plan on getting to them eventually. But
I'm curious, does anyone else think that the Polygon trilogy really is emulating Shin Godzilla, and if so, in what way?
I think in a way, yes, but not to the largest extent. I think for the other two movies, for the first one, not so much. For the other two, yes, but not as much as Singular Point. Very, very clear attempt to recapture Shin Godzilla. The Polygon trilogy, I think, especially with the Planet Eater, and to a lesser extent in comparison, the City on the Edge of Battle, but it was still there. I think the reason for it was how Godzilla was used. The fact that he didn't really have much to him in terms of characterization, similar to what Shin did, as well as just how he basically did pretty much nothing until attacked.
Yeah.
I would argue that in the Polygon trilogy, Godzilla's more of a conqueror, whereas in Shin, Godzilla's more of a mindless destroyer, just lashing out in pain. So I don't really understand where the comparison to Shin Godzilla could be made. So
yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah, because the thing I'm thinking of is that at least with Singular Point, I could definitely agree to that aspect because you have the multi-evolving forms for Godzilla, plus Ultima's atomic breath scene apes a lot of Shin's imagery, especially the shot of him like surrounded by fire and like walking towards the camera.
You freaking have
definitely.
him emitting smoke throughout the entire thing, coating the city in a substance.
I like the idea of the red smoke, but the execution was it was way too
think
overwhelming.
Like I like the idea, but like I think the problem is they don't really show necessarily the effects of the red dust on people who aren't like prepared to like avoid it, because everyone's wearing gas masks almost all the time. They're in the red dust, and then there's so many people with exposed skin, so the only thing the red dust is really affecting is like how you're breathing, which at that point, like the red dust really only serves as a like way to bring monsters to different locations or to indicate that there are monsters in the area possibly,
or for purely visual
alongside
flair.
providing cool
and visual flair too.
Yeah, like Singular Point just kind of comes off as more like a disaster movie with monsters being used as a skin more so than just about a lot of other Godzilla movies.
Well, okay, that's with a few elements of Lovecraft.
For which
with
one?
a little bit, yeah.
No, I mean the elements of Lovecraft, because I was actually today I was re-listening to the Dagon audiobook, and I don't really see like the comparison. Like the most we can get is just biblical allusion, and just not just biblical allusion, but also allusion to like myth and like myths regarding the end of the world, specifically Japanese myths. That's not really Lovecraft's thing. Lovecraft didn't invent the idea of harkening back to myths regarding the end of the world. That's not inherently Lovecraftian. It has the aspect of it by being otherworldly and being inexplicable, but all Singular Point does is explain things away. That is anti-Lovecraft. The whole thing with Lovecraft is like, oh, here's an indescribable monster. I'm going to try to describe him, and then they do describe him. That's like the opposite of Lovecraft. What Singular Point does.
Yeah, and even Planet Eater, when that movie is like considered to be like having the Lovecraft elements with like Ghidorah, even then you have characters that are like expositing what Ghidorah is doing to Godzilla, like as if they know exactly what's happening.
Yeah, it's like it's completely bizarre.
Yeah.
It's like if you're gonna make Ghidorah mysterious, stick to the bit.
I think the problem is that like anytime you're trying to explain like mysterious elements in a sci-fi story, because you're dealing with a world that oftentimes is more advanced than our own, there hypothetically it would logically make sense that they would be able to pick up on things that we can't with their technology. So then you have to work around the technologies that you've created to therefore keep the mysterious aspects, which is why Lovecraft and his stories work better in the 30s and like in the mid 2000s. And I'd say like the closest you get to Lovecraft with the Planet Eater is like the cultist aspect to it.
Yeah.
And how they treat Ghidorah at the end, where he's just able to come back, and even though he was like quote unquote defeated, like he was always going to be there. But and I guess also technically the suicide at the end is kind of more Lovecraftian because of what happened at the end of Shadow over Innsmouth, maybe. As well as at the end of Dagon. So yeah, like I wouldn't consider the anime trilogy to be close to Shin in that aspect, unless like we want to say that with Godzilla's design being more experimental like they did with Shin, it is therefore trying to be like Shin. But he says he's going to explain in another video, so whenever that video comes out, we'll probably be able to hear more of his thoughts on it.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
But just know, it was a mess, and it really dampened my hope for the future of Godzilla movies coming from Toho. And finally, we get to today, where there's now talks about potential sequels to -1. It has found a new audience. It reminded everyone why Godzilla is the most famous giant movie monster of all time. And at first, I was happy to finally see the G-Man get his due. But then I started to realize the potential implications. At first, it was nothing too bad, just a couple people saying it probably put the nail in the monster versus coffin. And of course, I laughed this off, because what these two things are trying to go for are very different. And the box office for Godzilla Kong: The New Empire basically proves it.
Stop.
Seeing a lot more.
Okay, so this is something that I started noticing. A lot of people that have been talking about -1 and what their expectations for it. This isn't everyone, but I've seen this in a lot of people. apparently when people say they're worried for what this could mean, they immediately go to the monster versus defense, and I have to ask, is this because they're afraid that the bar has been set so high that they're now insecure that the monsterverse might not reach that bar at all, and this is them lashing out? Because I don't want to be disingenuous and assume that everybody who says this thinks this way, but it's just such a pattern that I've noticed that I can't help but think that.
Mm-hmm.
Is it insecurity or what?
I think, speaking as a MonsterVerse fan and as someone who's been researching the general history of the kaiju genre, I think it's a part of me wants to think it's a residual thing from the years between Final Wars and 2014, where Godzilla was in a way a pretty difficult topic to discuss because he was so like niche, if that's the correct word. As well as that, the general reputation that the MonsterVerse has had being these dumb, idiotic movies, which I'm personally of the opinion that they're nowhere near as dumb as people say. I think that's also added to it. Like the fact that we don't want to see something like the MonsterVerse, even if indirectly taken in a negative light, if that makes sense.
Right, so it's insecurity. That kind of sounds like you're in, like someone who's that aspect. And I'm not pointing
Yes.
fingers, by the way. I'm just speaking from as an objective
I
observer. I think
I
it,
would
it's just
I you could probably say it's insecurity. It's also genuine. I also see it in a way as genuine passion. Like we enjoy this stuff, and we want people to know why we enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Like,
okay with I'm personally like I'm okay with people enjoying. I just want to know why. So because whenever I ask a Godzilla fan, why do you enjoy this? Like this is something I've talked about in one of my videos. I've been wondering, okay, why do you like this? And a lot of the answers I get are pretty vague. So for example, this person that responded to me, which I responded to, Zilla 1999. I think that's the name of the user. I tried responding to in one of my streams, but the stream was cut short because of a power outage and other external factors. But anyway, um, one of the things that he said in his response to my video was that like the people love these movies for Godzilla, and then I have to ask, what does that mean? Do you like the destruction? Do you like what Godzilla means? Okay, then if it's what he means, then what does Godzilla mean? And then we go, oh, he means whatever you want him to mean. But okay, then we're back to where we started, because that if he means anything, then what the best comparison to what Godzilla means to people is the best analogy I can think of is that episode of Batman the Animated Series with Clayface. So if you've seen that episode, Clayface has so many identities, so many personalities, so many faces that eventually he doesn't know where his other personalities end and where he himself begins, and eventually his own personality gets drowned out by all these people, and eventually he just becomes nobody. Like he doesn't know who he is anymore. And I feel like when you say that Godzilla is anything, then you're saying the exact same thing as what happened with Clayface. So like that's what. So I think -1 in this case concretized what Godzilla means, because it takes what worked about 1954 and got rid of what didn't work and just made an excellent piece of art out of that, thus raising the bar. But given that the MonsterVerse has done no such thing, I think that out of the passion for the movies that they already like, the fan base already likes, yet cannot justify as to why they like it, which I mean, anybody's allowed to like what they like, but at least have a reason. Um,
Like
but yeah,
that,
given that the MonsterVerse hasn't done that, at least not anymore, they stopped trying. Now we
that's
have people talking about -1 and comparing it to the MonsterVerse and saying that you can't compare -1 to the MonsterVerse when you absolutely can, even if they're
I
trying to do different
yeah,
things.
that was a mentality that I had for a while, and then looking back, I'm looking at the MonsterVerse as a whole, especially with how -1 in a way made the MonsterVerse better for me. Not to say I dislike -1. It's my fourth favorite movie ever made. But it's helped me realize why I like the MonsterVerse, that mainly being, one, it's genuine respect for the source material in more ways than one, and two, the amount of thematic substance that's actually in there that isn't really looked at all that much. Especially with King of the Monsters, my favorite movie of all time, it carries a very heavy carries very heavy themes of redemption and faith, with continuing the overarching themes of the MonsterVerse, that being human relationships to the environment and religion. And it's, a lot of people just point out the environment, but religion is also a factor here. Godzilla is treated as a god-like figure on multiple occasions, even in King of the Monsters, and even the Wingard movies, in a sense, keep that. Granted, they ground him a little bit more in comparison to the previous films, but it's mainly for the sides that aren't really talked about. It's a little difficult for me to talk about it, as I haven't really fleshed out my thoughts on that, like fleshed out what, like trying to put it into words. But yeah, that's mostly why I liked it in comparison to -1.
I would say like I get the sentiment and I agree with the sentiments and the overall theme of that. The problem, I think, is that because of how we see Godzilla portrayed in 2014, then in King of the Monsters, and then how he acts later on in Godzilla versus Kong and Godzilla X Kong, a lot of what is thematically resonant with King of the Monsters is lost in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And that just comes down to the fact that you have so many directors working with the same projects. And unlike, like, I would say that's even a problem with, you could say with the Showa era, because of how long that series went on. And I like, outside of like a few, I would still say I think the Showa era had more directors, actually.
Yeah, the Showa era had
Oda,
a far
Hakuda, and yeah, Honda, Oda.
yeah, the Showa era had probably just as much, if not more, variety here, and yet even some of the campiest movies actually do have stuff to say.
Yeah, I think they have stuff to say, but that is, I think the problem ultimately is that when you have to rationalize that with any continuous series, you lose some of it. Like, it's a lot easier, and why people have a lot better time with Heisei Godzilla's characterization, because of the films like who's in, and since it is explicitly its own like universe, you don't have the baggage of the Showa films. And the same can be said for Godzilla 2000 against Megaguirus, GMK, and then the Kiryu duology, like we discussed at the beginning. Some of the problems with Tokyo SOS come from the fact that it retconned stuff from the film that it was coming before it. And because it is a retcon, that is an error, and that can affect the themes of that movie. So I would say, like, at least for a lot of people who are critical of the MonsterVerse, it is because of the baggage of the other films, and those just not meshing as well with each other.
Yeah.
Also, I would argue. Oh yeah. I also.
No, you go. You go.
I would also argue. I want to say something in regards to what you mentioned regarding seeing Godzilla as a god. See, because I always found that interesting, right? Because I feel like the definition of the word God for many people changes. I was actually having this conversation with one of my friends in my Discord server. I was having this conversation regarding godhood and the idea of gods. Because I was having this conversation with a girl. We were reminiscing about this conversation with a girl that was Wiccan or Wicca, practiced that kind of that religion, that polytheistic religion, because coming from a monotheistic background, Christian and everything, we always understood it that a god was, because there was the lowercase g god and then there was uppercase G god. So I always wondered, like, if you have so many gods that have such hyper specific functions and have little to no ways of being understood, then why call them gods anymore? Like what? Like because if you have like so many gods in a pantheon, the definition of the word god starts to dilute itself, and then one must conclude that the definition of god just means superpowered being. But then that in itself is a dilution of the very definition of the word god, because that only happens that because that can only be formed if other people believed in other gods besides the capital G God, and that happened like after, the very
way
first,
way
capital G
after
God.
way
Uh-huh.
after the concept of religion was even created.
Yeah, exactly. Way after, even because people already believed in a capital G God before like lowercase G gods became a thing.
Yeah.
So and people that believed in the capital G God obviously understood someone who's omnipresent, omnipotent, all-knowing, all-seeing, personal, and etc. It's kind of like the glass slippers theory. Well,
Yeah.
not theory, but paradigm.
Yeah.
But yeah, so seeing that Godzilla is seen as a god, is it an uppercase G or lowercase G? Because an uppercase G would imply that this god is also all good. But clearly Godzilla isn't all good. So
Mhm.
then we have to see, oh, well, he does good things, but clearly these good things are at the expense of other people, because no
Yeah,
matter
I think
what amount of good that Godzilla may create, people still die and they are not accounted for. So what kind of god does that?
um, I think if you're by that logic, I think the best possible context in this case would be lowercase, because for one, multiple titans representing multiple mythological figures. Um, but
Yeah,
in this case,
yeah,
he's not, as you said, he's not all good. He's not an explicit defender of humanity, specifically like, say, Gamera would be. He's a defender of nature, and as such, he has to care for his domain like a lowercase god. Capital G would probably care for pretty much everything else, including humanity.
yeah. And to back up your point there, it would have to be a lowercase g gods, because you've got Mothra and Kong, for example,
Yeah.
that are often even worshipped as
Yeah,
gods or godlike beings.
among other titans, such as, like, I think there's a very possible chance that there are other titans that are very explicitly worshipped in the monsterverse that we have not met yet.
Well,
So
yeah, obviously. But then I have to ask, well, these are gods, these are superpowered beings, but if they can be killed, and even in other mythologies and religions, these gods can also be killed. So if you can be killed, then why call them god?
I don't know.
Even if it's even if it's lowercase.
I don't know.
I would say generally, at least that sentiment is definitely tied to like the idea of like, if there is a finiteness to God, then why call him God? But I would say like, in the case of the MonsterVerse, it is working more off that polytheistic style of gods. But I would say the problem is that the MonsterVerse sometimes really wants to lay into the idea that Godzilla is like a actual like god, lowercase, uppercase. I don't think it's as important, but the problem is then that they also want to have it the same way where he is just an animal and there is nothing like divine or unique about it, and all we really do is like it's up to the character's perceptions for that to be the case. But then the problem is that as objective viewers of the material, and I don't mean objective as in what we are thinking necessarily is going to be objectively correct, but as like we are not
What we
partial.
are seeing.
We have a different way of seeing the universe that the characters don't.
Yeah.
Functionally, the universe does it both ways when it suits the plot and the story, and therefore I don't think there's as much of a cohesive like narrative through line to the MonsterVerse as there was in like the early days when there were less films.
By the way, Zim, I have to ask you, do you know what the god of the gaps is?
The god of the gaps?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so the god of the gaps is this theory in, I think, theology, I could be mistaken, where people ascribe and deify events in nature that they don't understand. So back in the day, if people didn't understand how the weather and storms were created and how they
Oh,
happened,
okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I
they
get
so
you.
assign
like how people saw the eclipses as signs of the end of the world.
yes, kind of, sort of. It's like if they didn't understand how agriculture worked, you got Baal. If you didn't understand how the weather worked, you got Zeus or Thor. I think. Do you think is
Uh,
that's what's happening with the people that worship the Titans? That event,
well, that's the thing is that like
I,
in a lot of ways I think that may be the case, but then um
like gaps in
they
understanding. That's why it's
yeah.
called God of the Gaps.
Now and like I've heard of the theory before. I've never actually heard the actual name attributed to it. That could be very possible, but then if that is the case, then you do lose some of the gravitas that Godzilla has because then ultimately um there is enough mystery there that whatever Godzilla does, whatever the Titans do, it can be seen as quasi divine, but like
I
in universe, the character should just be studying the Titans, and like I don't think that these ideas of spirituality, I think, meshes well with the universe they're trying to create.
Yeah, and I would also argue that if explaining away your God demystifies them, then your God never had any power to begin with. Because a lot of Christians, especially Catholics and Orthodox Christians, will explain away how God works and how, how they should live their lives in accordance to his teachings. And they will look at spiritual fathers and saints and all of that, and they will explain it away, and that still doesn't at least for them anyway, they will not, that kind of stuff will not, explaining it away will not demystify, or at least de-aggrandize their god. So I would argue that if explaining away a god makes them less, interesting, then your god never really had any power to begin with.
I'm looking at the chat. Omniviewer said we haven't gotten to the point of the video yet, so I think we may want to continue.
That's the fun part of these streams is going down the rabbit holes.
Fair enough.
Like that's what I love. That's the reason why I love doing this stuff like this. But
Yeah.
Wait, the Omniview's on here? Or?
Yeah,
he's in the chat.
Yeah, like so many people showed up to at least not even maybe actually stay for the stream, but at least listen.
Yeah. Well, yeah, cool.
But yeah, let's hear what the rest of the video has to say.
Yeah, let's see where this goes.
Essays being made. Some of them were very, very bad. Dr. Skipper's video is probably the most infamous, and the common consensus among these is that the franchise started to suck after moving away from its roots as an allegory, and that it should go back to those original roots. To be fair, I can see where they're coming from, but at the same time, they clearly don't understand the appeal of the franchise. What makes Godzilla enticing to so many people is that it isn't afraid to delve into different genres and styles of storytelling. Some can be incredibly...
That's actually not just solo to Godzilla, but the entire kaiju genre was able to survive because of just how versatile it was. When you look at something like Gamera, for example, yes, the Showa movies are still considered bad, but like they were still somewhat successful for the time, and then Gamera pivoted with the Heisei trilogy, and those movies are still widely considered to be some of the best of the genre. I just wanted to get that off my chest.
I also want to ask, like, in terms of like versatility, what do you mean by that? Because I would point at someone like Batman, where Batman at the very beginning, at his very inception, he was a noir detective with a gun, and then he became more goofy over time with Adam West, and at that point, thanks to like the Comics Association thing, the no kill rule was implemented into his character, and then that got molded into his character to the point where it's become like a universal thing. And Batman's morals, and that has been, stretched and squashed and experimented with throughout multiple stories, no matter the tone. So could you say the same thing has applied to Godzilla? Because when people say Godzilla is versatile, usually what they mean is, oh, he doesn't have to just mean nuclear holocaust, he can mean anything.
I think
doesn't that just goes back to like the Clayface example, like I mentioned earlier. So like what do you mean when you say he's versatile? Exactly.
I think the term versatile, while yes, is probably the most applicable term in this situation, I think what they mean is just how much Godzilla can change throughout his incarnation. You have things like the original Gojira, where he's the physical manifestation of the nuclear weapon incarnate, to GMK, where he's the physical manifestation of the demons of the past, specifically the ghosts killed from World War II. It's been a bit since I've seen that one, but I'm pretty.
No, you're correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Correct.
To Singular Point, where he is the physical manifestation of the end of the world, to Godzilla, where he's just telling people about the alphabet.
Well, I would say in that case is that with, like, for example, Godziban or Godzilla, are those successful because Godzilla is versatile, or because Godzilla is a recognizable character, people like Godzilla, and therefore putting Godzilla in multiple situations will allow viewership because it's Godzilla? Because if I recall correctly, the Adam West Batman series was canceled, and even though people look back on it fondly, the probably greatest greatest examples of Batman's success in the spotlight have been through reimaginings that take him closer to his noir and darker roots, like The Dark Knight Returns,
The
Killing Joke, Under the Red Hood, and then even like the most famous Batman stories, or like the most famous characters that come out of Batman stories recently, are all from fairly more serious and darker stories rather than the more sillier ones. And then like the sillier Batman stories are still the ones that people have a problem with, and it's because of the sillier stories that people usually have a harder time actually taking a character as seriously, because of the attachment they have to their sillier origins. Like, I would say, if we're going back to Batman, and it's interesting because Mike's Monsters brings up Batman in his video, but Firefly, I think started out like as a Silver Age villain, but I know he started out really silly. He ended up getting a reinvention in the animated series that would inform his appearance in the comics as well, and that depiction of Firefly is sort of been what has lasted and what has changed and altered between things like newer Batman titles in the comics, or like the Arkham games, for example.
I've always liked Firefly as a villain.
Yeah,
kind of.
Or maybe for another example, Kite Man, where he was this nobody for the longest time, and then War of Jokes and Riddles happened, and he became genuinely one of the best comic book villains ever made.
Mm-hmm. Or like Bullseye from Marvel, if we're gonna move away from Batman. Like, look at it, how Bullseye looks in the comics. You wouldn't really think he's all that, but then when you see like what they've been able to do with Bullseye when they take the character seriously, you're able to do some pretty interesting things.
Daredevil season 3 is the perfect example. Daredevil season 3 has to be like the single best Marvel adaptation of all time. Like, just out of any single Marvel story, Daredevil is still even season 2, which isn't as well written as season 1 or 3, it still somehow holds up a lot better than. I kind of wish they didn't do what they did with Nobu, though, because like the actor clearly was passionate about Nobu, but out of
I need to
racism.
rewatch the Daredevil series. It's been a long time. I don't even think I finished it.
Oh yeah, funny thing about that show, I was doing my research and for my Monarch video, and I was comparing Kate Randa with Daredevil. In certain aspects, because they are kind of similar, especially in season 3, and I ended up accidentally binging the entirety of season 3 because it was just so good. Like, I got distracted from working, and I ended up binge watching Daredevil season 3.
I think another thing real quick that Omni-Man said was that Adam West Batman was accurate to the comics of the day. Well, the reason why those comics were a thing was because of the regulations of the comics code. So, like, if there was no comics code, would we have Silver Age Batman? If we had Silver Age Batman, would we have had an Adam West type of Batman story without a lot of silly material to graft itself onto?
By the way, I just noticed that you called him Omni-Man.
I did it? Wow. Omni-Man. You got my name wrong. Zim. Look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power.
I will burn this planet down.
before I spend another minute living amongst these animals.
I think I miss my wife.
I miss Snazzy.
I miss my wife, Alan. I miss her a lot. No, yeah. I would also argue by Zim that more to your point that we would have gotten a lot of our best Batman stories a lot earlier if it weren't for the Comics Code Authority. Like we would have gotten Under the Red Hood, The Killing Joke, all of that a lot earlier if it weren't for the Comics Code.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I would say like here's the thing too is that I mean to say that Robin was introduced earlier, that is fair, but like I think that even if you got Robin to lighten up Batman's image, you still got a lot of stories with Robin that were still done pretty seriously. Like the entire, like a lot of these shifts were done before the Comics Code Authority was in place. Like I think that Robin is a good thing to come out of Batman's like mythos, but I think that it could be fair to argue that he is a symptom before the Comics Code Authority took full effect. But because like there's a lot of good Robin stories, again, Under the Red Hood being like one of my favorite examples, or even like any of like the solo titles with like Red Hood, Nightwing, or anything with Tim Drake are
The
still,
Judas Contract.
Judas Contract, specifically the comics, not the movie.
Oh yeah, no, screw the movie.
Oh, Lord.
But let's keep going.
Yeah.
I'm also gonna.
I think Robin actually is a good comparison, especially with Manila. Like you adding Manila to lighten things up.
Oh no, Manila's the worst thing that ever happened to the Showa era.
I'm not saying it worked. I'm saying the intent.
Oh no, I know. I just wanted to let anybody know in case there was ever any doubt.
Robin would be closer to Nightwing.
Yeah.
Oh no, Godzilla Jr. I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Oh no, Godzilla Jr. is fine. You know, he's fine.
Yeah.
He's fantastic.
The franchise. What makes Godzilla enticing to so many people is that it isn't afraid to delve into different genres and styles of storytelling. Some could be
I still can't get over the whole Monster Warrior Godzilla thing. That is one of the funniest things I've ever seen come out of this franchise.
Like out of the silliest things that I've wanted to see in a Godzilla franchise, that has got to be one of them. Because usually I'm not a fan of silly Godzilla.
I genuinely want to see someone make a movie of that.
Or at least like an animated anthology of all the other stuff.
Is this like the one with Jet Jaguar and Godzilla with swords?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's like
Oh my
Godzilla's
god.
Yeah.
It's like Gurren Lagann
Wondering,
style.
like, what is that?
It's Gurren Lagann, but with Godzilla, and I'm in for it. I am here for it.
Godzilla Ninja.
Godzilla. Oh, Batman Ninja was insane.
Like kids and adults equally. Some like the cheese of the Showa films, the story writing of the Heisei era, the anthology nature of the Millennium movies, even the 1998 movie.
Here, pause it for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I like how he pointed out, like, you know, the story writing in the Heisei era, and meanwhile, Godzilla versus King Ghidorah is sitting there like, yeah.
Oh, the writing of the Heisei era it fluctuates.
That one recently.
Well, that's the other thing,
I rewatched that one recently. Outside of like the kaiju fights and the stuff with the Godzillasaurus, I had no idea what the hell was happening.
Oh, dude, the Heisei era was not that well written. Like, I have notes on this movie. Godzilla versus Space Godzilla is probably like one of the worst in the entire like series, especially you know how Space Godzilla is written because he's just kind of there a lot of the time. Actually, you know what? Let me actually fetch my notes because I have them written.
Like, the thing that I think the problem I have with the assessment here is that like essentially his point is that the series, like all the other series, only have that one good point, and that people wouldn't want to just have outside of like the Millennium series in comparison. Because I'll play it again for a sec.
Could be incredibly serious. Some could be goofy. Some could be a mix of both. He can appeal to kids and adults equally. Some like the cheese of the Showa films, the story writing of the Heisei era.
So like there could be argued that there is cheese in the Heisei era, and there is good writing in the Showa series. So I'm not sure why you would try to point to different eras having essentially what are different appeals when both of those are apparent in both franchises. And I think that you could have strong writing across all of those. I definitely wouldn't want strong story writing to be exclusive just to the Heisei era.
I think what he means is that those different aspects are far more apparent depending on the era.
Yeah.
The Showa era, obviously, like that speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Even for as well written as it is, it can still be incredibly cheesy. The Heisei era definitely has its cheesy moments, but overall, it has, in speaking broadly, the good writing that he's referencing here. Even though it falls
Well,
apart.
and like what's it called? My question is then if it's more apparent in the Heisei series and not in the Showa era, is it because of the cheese? Because a lot of the more serious Godzilla films in the Showa series are the ones that have generally better writing.
Yeah.
Not saying that some of the cheesy ones do not. I would say King Kong versus Godzilla still has pretty good writing. Although I will
defend the writing of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster with my life.
I will defend the writing of Terra Mecha Godzilla with my life as well.
Both of them, actually. I defend both of them. They're surprisingly well done.
Yeah. By the way,
and that's also not mutually exclusive either, because I would say that even though it's more serious, Destroy All Monsters does not have as good writing, even though it takes itself more seriously.
Really. Yeah, fair. Hell, he also brought up the anthology nature of the Millennium era. The Showa era, in a way, has an anthology-esque format. While, yes, it is a little bit more linear, it's not as connected as the Heisei or Monsterverse.
Yeah, they're not even remotely connected. Aside from the Kiryu duology, like all the rest, it's like they just pretend like the last one didn't really happen. And Final Wars, as far as that one is concerned, it's like I'm pretty sure that one could be considered a reboot as well. But even then,
that one shares no continuity with anything else.
So
it does take continuity from a lot of the previous kaiju movies, like Space Amoeba, but
I mean, it doesn't share continuity with other Godzilla movies.
Yeah.
Well,
even the events of the movies are different.
Are you saying that it's in continuity with Space Amoeba just because it just uses stock footage? Because stock footage could be taken out of contextually speaking.
I was thinking of the Kiryu Saga. No, but
Kiryu Saga doesn't have stock footage. It just has
but Kamoebas straight up shows up in Tokyo.
Yeah, so that one does share continuity. Final Wars has stock footage, but
I'm pretty freaking sure Final Wars has continuity to the rest of the Showa era. Like not the Godzilla Showa era, but the Kaiju Showa era in general.
I think even Godzilla Against Mechagodzilla has some archive footage of Mothra.
If you think about it, remember it does also Final Wars does have stock footage of Megaguirus, so unless we want to say that it also shares continuity with Godzilla versus Megaguirus.
Even having Zilla in the movie in the first place could arguably have continuity with the '98 movie.
Well, ironically enough, it doesn't have direct continuity like GMK does, but
I completely forgot about that. Yeah. I completely forgot about that line. That was way too good when I saw that for the first time.
That's what the Americans claim, but our boys here have doubts.
Okay, Zim, I found the notes for the Space Godzilla. So you remember that guy that wanted to kill Godzilla because he killed his family or his brother or whatever? I don't remember who exactly. Okay, so there were several opportunities that he could have used to kill Godzilla. For example, when Godzilla was arriving at the beach, if I recall correctly, and he had like a special gun with like a special MacGuffin thing that he could have used to kill Godzilla.
Poison.
But
blood coagulant.
Sure.
It's literally that.
Yeah, I don't get it with like Godzilla movies and coagulating. Like, what's up with that? Why do they keep using that? But anyway,
it's like, don't you guys know?
But anyway, the coagulant thing is not really much of an error. It's just more so the fact that he had several chances to shoot the thing in his mouth, but he kept hesitating. He kept trying to kill God. He kept like saying, "I'm gonna kill him. I need to kill him," and then he just doesn't. He's like, "Drat! I missed my chance." To himself, I can't believe I missed my
chance. You just flubbed it.
Exactly. And
you
this
did,
is actually
you didn't take it.
And this is actually a huge problem, a lot bigger of a problem than people think. Because if Godzilla dies, then none of the movies can happen, and this is something that happens like throughout the entire Heisei era, where there's going to be someone that invents a weapon to kill Godzilla and then they don't use it, and in like the most strategic ways possible,
Like the
and just like normal strategy. Like there have been several times where people have created an anti-Godzilla thing and they don't use it. And the reason why they don't use it is not because it doesn't work, because it clearly does work. It's just that they don't know how to use it. And if Godzilla dies, then none of the movies in the Heisei era can happen because then Godzilla's going to be dead. And on top of that, these things still exist, but they pretend like they don't. So the more Godzilla movies in the Heisei era come out, the worse the problem gets because not only do they not acknowledge that these things exist anymore, which I mean, they clearly still do, but they don't acknowledge it anymore. They keep inventing more and more things to Godzilla to defeat Godzilla to the point where we have stockpiles of things we can use to kill Godzilla with that they don't use, and then when Godzilla wreaks havoc, and they're like, "Oh, there's nothing we can do." Like, bro, you have a whole stockpile garage full of things to kill Godzilla. What do you mean there's nothing you can do? And then there's the psychics. Don't even get me started on the psychics. They they let me see if I can find it. They say, "Oh, no, she's not the psychic. It's someone else.
Well,
Someone
Mickey is a
related to her."
psychic, but are you talking about the psychic school that they had?
Oh yeah. There is a government-funded school for psychics who plan to control Godzilla to try and make him not attack humanity anymore, which is
Oh my
spearheaded,
god.
which is spearheaded by environmentalist people who don't want to kill Godzilla. There's like a non-violent solution. None of like it doesn't lead anywhere at all.
Mhm.
And I have to ask, like, how can they enter the mind of a giant monster without having their brains fried? It's kind of like how in Pacific Rim, where you need like you saw remember like Charlie Day, his brains got fried by just
Mhm.
engaging with the mind of a just a small part of the brain of a of a kaiju. His brain got fried.
Yeah.
Well, I would
Yes.
say, like, at least in the case,
Twice.
well, because remember, they were training a bunch of psychics. So at least the argument could be made that they were getting a bunch of them to do that because the only example they did of a single person doing it was Mickey. And even then, she wasn't really able to stop Godzilla in the one case where she did use her psychic powers on him in that one instance. So
Yeah,
at
didn't
least
she use it on Godzilla Junior instead, not Godzilla, just Junior?
well, no, because she used it in Biollante, and then she used it on
He
Godzilla.
senses Godzilla's presence in King Ghidorah.
Yeah, that too.
She
Also
Yes.
helped with she also had the telekinesis in Space Godzilla,
Oh God.
and there's
that
also
doesn't get
her
anywhere.
helping lead Junior away and destroy it. So she every time she was introduced, she at least used her powers in some way, shape, or form.
yeah, she had
I don't think he used it at all in
Did
Mothra
she?
whatsoever.
I need to rewatch Godzilla Mothra the Battle for Earth. I need to rewatch that one because
Mhm.
that's been a bit I'm
Also,
pretty
isn't-
sure I'm pretty sure
Oh,
she
go
did
ahead.
something in that movie, but I'm not sure.
She was barely even in it to the
real
point
quick.
where
Duquesne or not Duquesne. Sorry, Duncan said that the gun was the Mickey used to control Godzilla. No, because remember, Yuki was trying to kill Godzilla. It was Shindo and his partner who used their gun to implant the Project T device. So there was two different guns in that scenario that someone mentioned.
Yeah.
But let's keep
Yeah.
going.
The anthology nature of the Millennium movies. Even the
So great.
1998 movie in recent years has been re-evaluated and has grown a healthy fan base of its own. Even Yamazaki, the -1 director himself, liked the movie. You get my point. Godzilla is a very flexible character that can be put in just about anything, and it will usually work 80 to 90% of the time, and finding an audience that enjoys it almost every time. This versatility is what gave him a long lifespan, while similar characters have barely even tried to go as far as what Godzilla did. And sure, he's gone many different tones, but the movies have always stuck to those allegorical roots, just with new
No.
revisionist history, science versus nature, religious fanaticism, anti-colonialism. Even Godzilla's Revenge is a commentary on the poverty,
One second, I'm gonna go
fanaticism,
back.
many
Pause.
different, barely
But I
even
just want to go really far back. Sorry.
time.
Yeah, pause with the Gamera thing. I have
Yeah.
an objection.
And finding an audience that enjoys it almost every time. This versatility is what gave him a long lifespan, while similar characters have barely even tried to go as far as what Godzilla did.
Pause.
Yeah.
Counterpoint King Kong, and I do mean that seriously. Compared the original King Kong to something like the King Kong TV shows or even King Kong Escapes, while yes, they may have a slightly similar premise, they go in very wildly different directions in comparison to Godzilla. Hell, Kong Skull Island and King Kong Escapes could barely be any more different.
Mhm.
Yeah, King Kong Liz, apparently in that movie, Kong met with a female Kong and they got freaky at some point before he died.
Yep.
Yeah, like I would argue,
And
like
that's the second
King
time
Kong
he's
movie.
had and that is only the second time he's had a kid.
Yeah, King Kong movies are a lot more consistently well written than Godzilla movies, and Kong has had a lot less movies than Godzilla, and a lot of them, like look at Percy Jackson. No, not Percy Jackson. Peter Jackson. I keep confusing the two.
We're getting everyone's names wrong tonight.
I mean, it's P. Jackson, so close enough.
PJ.
Peter Jackson, the director of The Lord of the Rings, arguably one of the greatest pieces of like fiction and like in movies, like one of the greatest movies in history. Like
May Bernard Hill, rest in peace.
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah. Rest in peace.
Yeah,
Also, by the
Stan.
way, they're re-releasing Lord of the Rings, the entire trilogy, the extended trilogy, this year.
Ooh.
So yeah, I'm gonna take out a girl to see it. Anyway, so the Peter Jackson, the guy that did Lord of the Rings, directed the best King Kong movie of all time. Then
Yes.
Takashi Yamazaki directed the one of like the greatest, like the most. Well, I mean, again, GMK, but one of the greatest Godzilla movies ever made.
Yeah.
How long did it take for someone to create what the greatest movie of its type with King Kong as opposed to Godzilla? Because with King Kong, like that movie came out in 2003, 2005. Yeah, 2005. And Godzilla Minus One released in 2023.
Yeah.
That is, and Godzilla has had more movies, so you would think that he would have a lot more well written movies.
But I think
than
it also
King
comes
Kong.
down to the fact that Kong also, with the rights debacle too, that's why you don't have as much
Yeah.
Kong stuff. But I'd also
Yeah.
say too that even though there's less Kong movies, there's a lot of like other Kong material that people can have access
Right.
to, but
Yeah,
not a lot of people
like
actually engage with it as much, unless
Yeah,
they're
like I
big
brought
King
up
Kong fans.
I brought up the TV shows. Kong has
Oh yeah.
4 different TV shows.
Oh yeah, yesterday I recently found out about this one called Kong the Animated Series. I have never heard of that in my life. I'm going to watch it because I'm interested.
Is it the
There
one
was
where
a-
Kong
Mid-aughts
is
one?
blue?
Yeah. I have
Oh,
never
God.
heard of that one.
Oh god, I started watching that for a bit. I enjoyed it, and then I completely lost track of where I was.
Yeah,
if I could
and
do
then there's
some,
Kong
It
King of
wasn't
the Apes.
terrible. It wasn't terrible. I think the best way. I think in terms of tiers, I'd probably put it on the same tier as Godzilla the series. It's probably the best King Kong TV show to exist. But
There's also Kong King of the Apes on Netflix.
that one I very fondly remember.
Oh yeah, I love that show as a kid.
It's not well written at all, but it is fun as hell.
Oh yeah.
if I could do a little bit, kaiju math, if you will, as far as like how long it took for Peter Jackson's King Kong to come out since 33, and how long it took Minus One to come out since 54. So Minus One came out 69 years after 54, and King Kong, I believe, was King Kong 2005, Peter Jackson. That was 72 years later after the original Kong. So just so anyone wants to know the numbers,
Roughly around their 70th anniversaries.
Yeah, about that. Kong with some change, pretty much, but
King
yeah.
Kong celebrated his 90th anniversary last year, and nobody celebrated.
I guess that means that what's it called when you hit 70s when you make it big.
Bro, I'm looking at the intro to the series right now, and I'm loving it already. Like this reminds me a lot of the Max and Spectacular Spider-Man and Batman and Justice League. It has that vibe.
It's good.
Mhm.
It's good.
I should. Yeah, speaking of the Max, I should watch the Max. I haven't seen it. I should watch it.
Oh, the Omniviewer said, wait until you see the spin-off Kong King of Atlantis. He actually covered it for his Atomic Roast video, and apparently that's a musical.
Oh no, not pass. I hate
God, I
musicals.
completely forgot that was a musical.
I've watched his Atomic Roast video of it, and I'm just like, this is real.
I
Someone
actually
made it.
haven't seen his Atomic Roasts for it, but I've seen the movie itself. Jesus Christ.
Oh, God.
Jesus Christ. What the hell?
Pass. Just by virtue of being a musical, pass. I'm sorry, I just hate musicals. It's just I just
Fair
hate it.
enough. Fair enough. I disagree, but fair enough.
And
Oh my god!
many different tones, but the movies have always stuck to those allegorical roots, just with new subject matter. Revisionist history, science versus
I'm like outside. I would say GVK is the only one where I would argue that the science versus nature angle really is only there because Mechagodzilla is the antagonist, and Walter Simmons' like thing about humanity taking its place in that one scene. I would not consider Godzilla versus Kong's theme to really be science versus nature, and I don't think that having a single line qualifies something to having a theme.
I agree.
Also, I would
agree.
argue
I would
that
actually say Godzilla versus Kong's thematics is more so about companionship,
or like found
together, family coming together as a
Yeah.
group. Granted, GXK has more themes relating to found family, but for Godzilla versus Kong, it's more so about like coming together, making peace with those against you to face a greater threat. And like for it, I think the best comparison thematically would probably be Ghidorah, the three-headed monster,
For
like the themes of GVK gathering forces in order to face a greater threat.
that's a lot. That's like a usual theme in a lot of versus movies because, like, Freddy Krueger versus was it Michael Myers or
Jason.
Jason? Okay, Freddy Krueger and Jason, Batman v Superman, Godzilla versus Kong, like in a lot of versus movies, and Alien versus Predator. You can't ever have a winner. You always gotta like have one beat the other at one point, and then have the other beat the other at another point, and then have them team up to defeat an even bigger bad, because you don't want the fan base of either one to feel bad that their side lost.
So here's a question about that. I definitely understand the that point about GVK and BVS, but where was that in Alien versus Predator or Freddy versus Jason?
Well,
and keep in mind, Captain America and there's also Captain America Civil War, where there was like somewhat of a winner there with Captain America.
Oh no, that
Iron
movie.
Man. But
I wouldn't consider that a versus movie. I would just consider that an Avengers movie. But like as a versus movie, like if it were like, I don't know, I don't think it's a versus movie at all. Because Civil War is not a versus movie at all. Because the story isn't about like this side versus this side. It's mostly about trying to survive the conflict of conflicting ideas and the people caught in the crossfire as well. For example, Spider-Man is caught, at least in the comic anyway, is caught in the crossfire of the fight between Captain America and Iron Man and their teams, in having his identity being revealed to the public when joining Iron Man's team, and having that created led to Kingpin tracking him down and shooting Aunt May, and he went psycho on him in that prison. He pretty much bitch slapped him over and over again in prison. Which,
I would say
deserved.
the other thing too is that definitely that like with Alien vs Predator, because they have Scar and I forget the leading lady, her name, because those two had to team up to stop the xenomorph infestation. But I would say that you don't really get the team up in Freddy versus Jason. That doesn't really happen.
no, not at all. There isn't really like a third, like aside from the people who are caught in the middle of the Freddy and Jason conflict, there isn't really a third party that those two would team up to fight against. Nor
there is a very somewhat clear winner with that.
Oh, okay. I might be misremembering then, but yeah. Other than that, those movies, usually have.
Well, okay. Alien vs Predator technically also has a clear winner, though it's an extremely obvious clear winner.
Was it based on like a vote? Because like some people, a lot of like verses are determined, at least from what I've seen. Well, I have seen. Well, actually, no. Hold on.
What's it called? Real quick. I got a super chat, so I am
Oh,
legally obligated to answer that. Thank you for that, sir. Super chat for $5 from Dunkin' Donuts. Why is Ghidorah 3 Monsters good? I got bored.
I
I would like. Well, that's the other thing is that like the thing about fun is going to be brought up more in the later two videos, but I can never really answer the question as to like how are you not bored by something or how do you have fun with something, because those are so nebulous as concepts where like there is very little
there's
that can be
not
had.
that much room for discussion.
It's like you did not like it because no fun, bored. Okay. Hopefully something else is engaging in that way. I guess you could probably bring it down to the writing, things like that.
I personally why I like it is because of, well, for one, Ghidorah is cool. Ghidorah himself is really cool. Also, the thematic substance that it has, that again isn't really that much that talked about. Also, and just I guess the concepts that it explores. That's personally why I like it. It probably differs from you guys.
I should give the Showa era a proper rewatch. I mean, the last movie I gave a proper analysis to was Raids Again, and that was a slog. Not because it was boring; it was just depressing as a movie. It was just so badly made and badly written. It was miserable. Raids Again.
That's fair.
I will fight you on Raids Again as the
Me
only
too.
person
Me
who
too.
unironically
Me
defends
too.
Raids
Though
Again.
Me too. Though I will say I did enjoy the lost novelization of it over the movie itself. The movie was fine. I didn't hate the movie, but the novelization was a little better to me.
Well, it's
Yeah.
interesting is that like it contextualizes a few more scenes in the movie,
Yeah.
which you could have done in the movie too, but most of the book and the novel are pretty much the same. But
Yeah.
I
would
saw
say,
that
like-
video you made, Zim, on that subject. I should
Oh, thank
probably. You're welcome. I should get that book just to read it.
I literally, if you want, I could just like mail you a copy since I can get like a discount one.
Oh.
Yeah, working in a bookstore has its perks.
Nice.
But
Yeah.
did I get another $5? Oh, or did it just do it again? If you
Yeah.
gave me another $5, Duquesne, I thank you. What's it called? I was gonna answer. You did not have to do the $5, but I appreciate it. I don't have TikTok brain. I was paying attention the whole time. I don't see what makes it such a masterpiece in the writing department. I wouldn't say it's the best written Godzilla movie. I would say at least it does its job well. It would make sense where it is trying to take a lot from spy movies, although I don't think it has the same amount of intrigue that the movies that it was emulating, like the James Bond films, does have. And I think it could have balanced those better. But I do think
remember.
that, like,
I know there was another Godzilla spy movie from the Showa era that was somewhat different to that.
I think, are you talking about Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla? Because that kind of has a little
that
bit
one,
of that
yeah,
there.
that one. I was thinking of Biolante. No, that one. Biolante's not the Showa era, but like.
But I mean, well, because you're dealing with the Interpol agents in versus Mechagodzilla and Terra Mechagodzilla, it does kind of have that more almost spy thrillery kind of vibe to it. But also, I love this from NNN. Bro gave him the Dunkin' gift card.
Oh man,
I'll use it tomorrow to get my coffee.
He's-
Thank you very much.
he's one of my subscribers. I love him.
Nice.
But
No homo.
no homo. Let me go back into let's streamception ourselves back to the video. I know he mentions we'll just go back because he says religious fanaticism here.
Yeah.
With new subjects.
Is
Revisionist
tackled.
history, science versus nature, religious fanaticism.
I just think it's interesting that like Planeair tackles religious fanaticism, but like in the most easiest way possible because it's a literal death cult. But
Yeah.
that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Might I add something that, in regards to the Polygon trilogy, that I don't think it's talked about enough, because I'm one of the people that will actually argue that the plot of the Godzilla Polygon trilogy is not actually that bad. The main problem comes to the character writing, which is just absolutely abysmal and should be criticized as
I
much
was
as
Oh,
it
yeah,
is.
I would
Yeah.
say the
Because
character writing is really bad. Plus, I would say that because of how they designed Godzilla the way they did, he really just blends into all the scenes he's in outside of like the Scarlet form, which has the contrast with colors.
Yeah, that
And then since Godzilla doesn't move too much either, it doesn't help.
yeah, it's
yeah,
not it's also like the lack of not really living up to the premise set up. When you think of Planet of Monsters, you think of something crawling with them, big or
Yeah,
small.
I would say
There's
definitely
barely anything.
Yeah,
there's
the Polygon trilogy definitely was hampered because I remember a lot of like websites saying that it's Planet of the Monsters. There was going to be all these monsters in the movie,
Yeah,
and then there was a lot of fake rumors
yeah.
about this monster being in the movie, this monster being
I
in the movie.
remember, I remember the confirmation of things like Rodan, Hedora, Orga, Dagara, Dogara. All of them are going to be showing up in the movie,
And
it was
they
they
appeared in the
did.
background.
and it was
They
in the
appeared in the
opening
background.
credits. and
Yeah.
good lord.
don't even
like-
remind me of Rodan appearing as a regular pteranodon and that. And as a pile of bones. Jesus Lord.
And then
Oh,
Anguirus was
God.
also there too, but as a pile of bones as well.
Dude,
Yeah.
you know what? I think the reason why that never bothered me at all is because I didn't even know that was going to be a thing. Like, when I first watched the movie, I watched it with zero context. I did not follow up on the news. I did not watch any trailers. I did not, like, consume any media that would indicate me as to what the plot of this movie was going to be, which is why none of those things ever made me mad when they, like, I never wondered why any of the monsters showed up because I wasn't expecting them to, because I didn't really see anything that would tell me otherwise. So I'm guessing that.
To be fair, I didn't follow any of the marketing for the films leading up to that, and I probably didn't even notice that there was like a pteranodon skeleton that's supposed to be Rodan until it was like pointed out by other sources like long after the fact.
Like, I would say, like, do you need to necessarily have a full film explaining how these monsters took over the world? Not really. But
Would we
in
like
a
to?
film called Planet of the Monsters, and you do have the effort of introducing other monsters besides Godzilla, because you do have the Servum, you could have at least done more than just have the Servum. Like, even if you're not showing other Toho monsters and all the Toho monsters are introduced at the beginning, at least having more diversity in the creatures that we encounter outside of Philios and before Earth
Like
could have served to help at least that aspect more.
Yeah.
they straight up
Because-
didn't even have to be
Between-
Toho monsters. They could have just been original ones alongside.
Or, well, original Toho monsters.
Between
Well, the prevailing theory about the reason why there was like so little monster stuff even in that, whether it's like a diverse cast of monsters or what have you. The prevailing theory is that those films were kind of made as like literally as an afterthought, and they didn't even have the money to even do much more than what they actually ended up doing, which isn't a lot, as we can see.
I remember there was I would have to look at the articles again. But I do recall that there was like they had said that this was originally gonna be a TV series because Seshita, I think it was. It was
Seshita,
the guy,
yeah.
he was
It would be
the guy
Seshita.
who did both the Polygon trilogy and he did Rebirth, and apparently the Polygon trilogy was going to be a TV show similar to Rebirth in its episodic format, but instead became the theatrical movies, and there was a whole bunch of hubbub with that. So, like everything that went on behind the scenes for those movies in particular is a thing in and of itself, but I think it's not necessarily just the fault of like the writing on its own.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, and on top of that, between the beginning of the introduction to Planet of the Monsters and the end, there could have been like 3 movies. But that being said, like you said, like I don't think that's an inherent problem of the writing. I think that would just be a case of false marketing. But again, for me, like I didn't actually see any of the marketing, which is why the lack of monsters didn't bother me. Now that being said, the actual plot of the Polygon trilogy is actually fine. Like it's not perfect, but it is fine. There are some contrivances here and there, as any movie has, but they're not abundant. They're not overabundant because what usually makes a movie bad is how much, it's not a set number. It's how many contrivances and plot holes you have and how much they affect the story. It's a combination of both. So in the case of the Polygon trilogy, there wasn't really a lot, and as for like the themes, I would argue that those themes would just be. It's not necessarily that it's derivative of, well, not derivative, but it's not uh, detracting from the original substance of Godzilla, like what he originally meant in the first place, but rather an expansion of what that meant, of what that originally meant. So, for example, okay, Godzilla is the embodiment of, the nuclear holocaust. Okay, well, once you already established that, no, now that he's already on Earth, what does he mean now? Well, he's creating a holocaust of his own, and so he is his own embodiment of his own personal holocaust, and then boom, he took over the planet. So now he is the conqueror of this planet, and you create that to context, and then you build your theme off of that context. Meanwhile, you introduce other factions that are also interested in Godzilla, such as the
The Servo?
Exif.
The
The
Exif and the
Exif, yeah.
Saludo.
Exif.
The Saludo are technocratic, which is where Mechagodzilla falls into play, or at least, it's Mechagodzilla City and the nanometal, which on paper sounds kind of cool, but I wouldn't attach the name Mechagodzilla to it. That's the thing, because then you build up the expectation for
Absolutely
Mechagodzilla to
not.
be.
A
Because
part of
then
me,
you build up the expectation that Mechagodzilla is going to show up at some capacity, but then he doesn't. Now, again, that's not an issue with the writing itself, but again, it is disappointing to see Mechagodzilla being, just an afterthought in this movie.
Well,
Yeah,
the
he's
thing
like
about
he's a Chekhov.
Godzilla is
when Transformers has a better Mechagodzilla city than the actual Mechagodzilla city. That's
Trypticon, yeah, baby.
But the thing with like at least the plant like Godzilla Earth is that he isn't directly spawned from radiation. He's just like a super advanced plant species that becomes Godzilla. But the point, at least at the end of Planet Eater, is that the the machinations of humanity or what cause these monsters to come into being, which is, although not as directly linked to the bomb as we like to say on the streams, although they do have like visuals showing like nuclear explosions and stuff, that is still similar in themes to Godzilla 54 and carries on at least that message very well. And like Black says, it's the character writing that suffers the most, and then I would say it's visuals too.
Yeah, and as for like the Exif in particular, um, this is what you would call a post apocalypse, which I was actually in a stream with King of Candor talking about post apocalypses and post apocalypses. If you want to check that out, I was there. But yeah, no, in that in with that particular scenario and with that particular case, right? We're no longer in, because with Shin Godzilla, that's what I would call from mid to post apocalypse. Because at the very end of Shin Godzilla, if it weren't for like the solution with the coagulant, we would have been in the world would have been in a post apocalypse, because like Godzilla would have brought about the end of the world, and Singular Point is a mid to post. So it's kind of like a during an apocalypse. Whereas with Godzilla Planet Eater, the Planet Eater, because in Planet of the Monsters, you're in a post-apocalypse. In a post-apocalypse, in the Planet Eater, you're in the post-apocalypse. Godzilla already means what it is that he means now, which is that he is a conqueror of the world, because he no longer means what he meant, like he was created because of humanity. He doesn't mean that anymore, like, because we are way past humanity, and humanity hasn't been on the planet for hundreds of thousands of years, so humanity is no longer relevant. But
As
however,
well as with Godzilla already having taken over the planet, the planet's changed so much at this point. It's
to
like
serve
a whole
Godzilla.
new, it's like a whole new kind of thing.
Now
Yeah.
now the whole thing is that you have to live with Godzilla. Meanwhile, the Exif want to harken back to humanity's desire to be at the top of the food chain, which is a normal desire to have. You want humanity to be at the top of the food chain. However, the Exif don't see humans as, you know, don't see the soul of humanity. They see the body of humanity, and the spirit can be molded into whatever it is that they want, and they want to mold it in the shape of Ghidorah's ideology, which I guess you could call it that, which is an ideology of servitude to a higher being, serving destruction. Basically, you
Well,
live to
I would
destroy.
say there's less like the problem. I would say also with the themes of the Planet Eater is that although they're tackling religious fanaticism, ultimately the only thing that the Exif believe in is the fact that the universe is going to end because they saw it, and that because Ghidorah destroyed their civilization, they chose to accept the entropy, and
They're
instead of
accelerationists,
yeah,
basically.
they're accelerationists.
Yeah.
They essentially are like, instead of just letting the entropy happen, for some reason they want to speed it up and have it come sooner for some reason. But there's also no end goal, and there's no incentive for the cult members to actually partake in what Ghidorah is doing, because they the hardest thing that you could say that Ghidorah does that's actually beneficial to humanity is destroy Godzilla.
Mhm.
Which I guess is fair, similar to how cults will lure you in with like the promise of something. But outside of that, there's nothing else that's beneficial to their religion, like an actual religion where you could explore themes of religious fanaticism. Whereas with cults, there is a distinct understanding that the cult is lying to you in some way, and therefore it's bad. Which is like why I take issue with the idea of saying that Godzilla the Planet Eater tackles religious fanaticism, when there's a whole lot you could do that's tied to like deconstructing like religious ideas and stuff. Not to mention like the Exif and the Hotua, they don't really clash ideologically. There's no like discussions between like when religion is good versus when religion is bad. It's more like our religion has the good monster, this religion has the bad monster, and we fight to defeat bad monsters so that we can win.
I have
And
to ask
then
you though.
primitivism. That's what you get at the end. But what's up?
Oh yeah. Would you call the religion of the Exif nihilistic in nature? Because this is for a point that I have to I want to make.
I would say like it's definitely nihilistic. I was gonna say misanthropic, but they don't really hate humans, so that's why I wouldn't call it misanthropic.
Okay, so because it's nihilistic, and because there's not usually a sense to it, I think that's kind of the point. But at the same time, that just all that proves is that nihilism as a philosophy is just self-defeating, and it just doesn't work as a
Yeah, but then
philosophy.
like
Because nihilism is just self-destruction. It just deletes any sort of meaning that anything has. If nothing has meaning, why are you interacting with the world?
yeah, why
Why
are
are
you
you
doing
still?
anything? But like
Yeah,
the other thing too is that with that's also kind of like, and then the director kind of just was thinking about baby's first nihilism, because with nihilism, that's like really passive nihilism in the sense where if life doesn't mean anything, then therefore why do anything? But like especially with Nietzsche, nihilism was the belief that if that is the state of the world, then therefore you have to take charge of your life and implant meaning onto yourself, and therefore believe in a form of active nihilism, which is like why nihilism as an ideology hasn't necessarily gone away as people might think it does, because the perception people have of nihilism is a lot like more surface level than what the actual ideology or not ideology philosophy thinks.
yeah. And my argument to that would be that humans are imperfect, so seeking
Yeah.
meaning through imperfection leads to imperfect results, and
Yeah.
settling for mediocrity is no way to live. So, which is why I would argue that one should strive for something that is perfect. But then that would also just completely refute nihilism as a whole. Like nihilism is a very noxious philosophy. Like me personally, I despise nihilism. I don't think there's anything useful about nihilism, and
I
that's yeah.
I think it's fine to a degree, but I definitely do understand why some struggle to like see it.
The thing about the Planet Eater that's very problematic about like its theme, talking about nihilism and all that, is because like throughout it, it's pretty much painting Metheus's like ideology that falls within the nihilism category as being like the thing that's going to destroy the world and destroy all humanity, and Haruo's art is supposed to like let go of like that nihilism, and pretty much have something to live for. But then the tail end of that movie happens just because the writer Genro Urobuchi, for whatever reason, thought it would be kind of a neat idea to just have Haruo just essentially be like, no, I can't live because, I still have a hatred for Godzilla and I can bring the girl back, so I gotta kill myself. So basically, even if it's not directly like giving into the nihilism, it's still like in like that slant, despite everything that we were told up to that point that is supposed to be the proper viewpoint that the film wants to have.
It completely contradicts its theming.
It completely contradicts the theme of the whole trilogy, essentially. Like, that trilogy is supposed to be about Haruo's self-destructive, tendency, or not tendencies, but like his self-destructive path that he's taken to try to kill Godzilla no matter what. But that trilogy is also about him trying to let go of that and learn to kind of accept, the things in which that he cannot change and try to, live in harmony somewhat, to have something to live for. And then the ending of the Planet Eater just completely, pardon my French, butt fucks that like royally.
Well, I would say that I wouldn't say that that's the case. I think that the trilogy, in a way, could be seen as a tragedy, where although he does try to move away from it, he can escape it given his circumstances. And even if there could have been there may have been some hope with obviously his child, there was no hope for him, and that's why he does what he does. But I think because the character writing is so weak, you can't buy into this tragedy for Haruo, because I would say a good example of this is that a lot of people compared him to Eren Yeager at the time, and I think that that's even funnier now because we got so much more time to spend with Eren, to where he evolved past his I'm gonna kill the Titans phase, and he became such a beloved character because of that. So
hilarious.
And then he just became the very thing that he swore to destroy.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the whole issue of battling, on favor of humanity, the indomitable human spirit, I think that comparison only begins and ends there, because at the very end of the day, to save humanity, Eren needs to become something inhuman, or at least, but then the whole reason why the narrative falls apart in Attack on Titan is because he ends up not doing that because of that, but because reasons. Like at one point he was like, I don't know why I did it, at the very end with that conversation with Armin.
I've read the ending of the manga. I have yet to finish the anime.
It is the ending, it's bad. But
what if the last episode of Game of Thrones ended with Daenerys being asked why she burnt down King's Landing, and she's all like, I honestly have no idea. I don't know.
Or even just having her have such a quick spiral into doing what she did.
Yeah, but in regards to Haruo, I think the divergence comes from the fact that with Eren, he became the very thing he swore to destroy, whereas Haruo refused to become the very thing he swore to destroy in order to save humanity. And then once he realized that he's going to have to live with Godzilla, he wanted to kill himself because he refused to live in a world where he has to share with Godzilla, where his family has to live knowing that the threat of Godzilla was always there. And so it's like, this world is not big enough for the both of us, and clearly you're the winner and I'm the loser. So
by the way, can I probably say something that I'm not sure if you remember what even prompted him to start having that thought. It's after when that doctor starts reactivating the nanometal of that vulture. He's like, hey, we can rebuild Mechagodzilla City or something like that, even though he knew very well what the ultimate end goal was for Mechagodzilla City and the Bill of Saludo back in the second movie. It was like, what the fuck, dude?
He was essentially that the nanometal could rebuild civilization, and then Haruo was like, oh, well, because Metphus's point was that humanity created these monsters, and therefore if they rebuilt civilization back to how it was, it would re-trigger the emergence of more monsters.
And not just that, they would become monsters themselves, and Haruo didn't want that.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to point out that, all that was built on the foundation of, that Dr. Martin character with what little character he had. he was kind of assassinated as a character by the end. as well.
The most amount of character writing that Haru has is the idea that he wants to kill monsters, but in order to do that, he has to become a monster, and he doesn't want to become a monster. So that there's that internal conflict with him, and but that's really it. Like we don't go deeper into that. Like you can see it happening and you can see it manifest in a lot of key moments, but you really don't see it to its fullest extent, which is where the character writing comes into play, and the character writing starts to collapse for that very reason.
Or the fact that like all of the alien factions essentially puts way too much trust in him for some reason and don't have any contingency plans if they misjudged him, even though like both of their goals were to subvert humanity in some way, shape, or form. But let's keep going with the video.
Yeah.
It's been an hour and 40 minutes. We need to pick up the pace.
Oh, trust me, if it's only been an hour. Welcome to the long
I know.
night.
I'm half joking. I know how long these streams.
Are you
can
a
be.
long phobe?
I've been there for a good
You being long phobic, boy.
This is the long. This is the longest analysis for a short video. The longest analysis so far.
The video is 17. The video is 8 minutes and 17 seconds long. This is so funny.
It's like the
Imagine if this guy was like watching this stream.
Granted, I've seen an hour and a half long analysis of the Godzilla versus King Kong epic rap battles of history.
Well, look at it this way. Someone could do like what happened with Jeb Nichols and be like, bro, spent an hour discussing an 8-minute video. What is he doing?
Yeah, I would like, and then my counter argument to that would be like, have we ever talked about a scene for longer than the scene ever played out?
Or a line of dialogue?
Yeah, or the fact that like we may not necessarily be talking specifically about his points and are extrapolating on points that we're making.
We might lose track of the topic for a good amount of time.
Or rabbit holing. That's what's fun.
That just means that the conversation is interesting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anti-colonialism, even Godzilla's Revenge is a commentary on the poverty system in Japan at the time, and that's just a small number of examples, both blatant and subtle. So clearly, these people don't know what they're talking about, because even the directors of both recent movies, as of this video, equally agree this is why Godzilla has remained popular. Except, it's not only these people that feel this way. Many, many others have shared a similar sentiment. Why can't Godzilla go back to being like this? The MonsterVerse sucks. Why can't it be more like this? Etc. And now, I'm concerned that Toho will hear the reception from these people, learn all the wrong lessons from it, and just keep making more movies like -1.
Wait, hold on, pause.
Yeah.
Wait, no, is making more movies like -1 the wrong lesson? Because -1 was well written. This is where like we harken back to the idea that these people are insecure. Like,
well, the other
do you
thing
not
too
want more
is
well written movies?
I think like the thing that I think they believe is that we want another Godzilla movie that explores post-war trauma about Godzilla. When if you think about it,
something else relating to Godzilla, like
they're not going to do that. That's the thing. Like they're not going to do that.
As of recent is Godzilla in the Edo period, which
you
could probably do a hell of a lot with that.
But like,
sorry.
I want to go. I just want to go back all the way to his point here because it kind of ties in. Because I just want to go all the way back to these. So, yeah, right there.
But the movies have always stuck to those allegorical roots, just with new subject matter, revisionist history.
So that directly ties back to the post-war period explicitly. So Godzilla's roots stay essentially the same there.
Science versus nature.
Yeah, but even then, like, this claim is not a necessarily true one. I mean, look at, for example, like, what was the movie that explored bullying? I forgot. It was a Godzilla's Revenge, or I don't remember.
Godzilla's Revenge, aka All Monsters Attack.
Yeah, I always knew it as all. Yeah, I always knew it as all.
Camera Super Monster was worse.
I always knew it as All Monsters Attack, but yeah, no, like that, like what you mentioned in your video, Sea Monster, like that doesn't sound all that well written, to be honest, and that doesn't sound like at all related to post-war Japan and like nuclear holocaust. That doesn't sound like. How does bullying tie to nuclear holocaust?
It's not. It's not just bullying, but it's also the Japanese poverty system and how that's affecting kids.
Like I would just be like the working class in general.
Like, one second, I just want to play through all the points he brings up.
Allegorical roots, just with new subject matter.
No,
revisionist
no, the Heisei era is proof that that's false.
religious fanaticism, anti-colonialism, even Godzilla's revenge is a commentary on the poverty
Okay.
system.
You
What-
could literally, if we kept Godzilla the same as being a product of the atomic bombs or just like a product of war in general, you could have films that keep Godzilla serious and still explore these topics, because all you'd probably be doing is focusing on different characters in a consistent world and exploring different facets of how they deal with the same issue. The films are not going to be the same, but they are tackling a similar idea, but from vastly
they're
Yeah.
tackling unique perspectives. They're
On top of that, there's more to war.
I think that is a genuine criticism, though. The whole tonally it's too similar, because we see with stuff like the MCU nowadays, if it's tonally similar, it's going to get boring really fast.
Well, I wouldn't say the MCU is tonally similar. I would say the MCU is tonally similar in the sense that because they essentially they pulled back on the formula for a hero intro movie being the same, and with them continually making light of their more serious moments, that's what's caused the MCU to decline.
Yeah, and not to mention, like, the writing quality has not only just like been watered down, to put it mildly, but it's just like gotten worse and worse and worse, over time.
That's what I was going to say. The writing of Marvel movies have been consistently bad. It's not the tone, because The Eternals was a serious movie, and that movie was absolute garbage.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, She-Hulk was a comedy, and it was also absolute garbage. So it's not the tone. The tone is not.
Another thing too, I would say, is that if we're gonna talk about, like, if we're gonna keep it specifically focused on -1, if you had a completely different cast of characters dealing with the events of -1, their story is probably going to be very different, and therefore written in a way that, although totally similar, is going to hit different beats and therefore be still successful, I would say.
Yeah.
So the point that
and -1 also had points of levity too. -1 had moments of levity.
-1 had plenty of points of levity.
Yeah, definitely. Just to play devil's advocate a little bit here, I think the point here that he's trying to make, as far as like Toho replicating Godzilla -1, is mainly stems from like the fear of them like doing the whole MCU thing where it becomes more and more watered down over time. And because they're just kind of like, well, we know we have a formula that works. Let's just kind of run with that, and then become complacent with it to the point where they just don't care all that much about the writing anymore, like when they did initially.
I think that's maybe fair, but then, like, if you think about it, Toho's dealt with this 3 times, because like every single franchise for Godzilla, each era started with a serious entry with follow-ups that gradually got more sillier, with the Heisei series being kind of the only exception out of the major 3 eras.
Granted, I would actually argue GMK was the most serious the Millennium era got.
Yeah,
I would say it tackles the most serious topics, but I wouldn't say outside of Final Wars that they try to go totally silly. But even then, I would say Final Wars is just high octane action rather than haha funny silly all the time.
I would also argue that I don't think they're gonna do that. Yeah, like I don't think Toho's really gonna just make a war movie all over again. On top of that, there's more to war than simply just nukes. There's also what -1 did, which was the what's it called, the
kamikaze pilots.
Kamikaze pilots. There's Unit 731, which is, I think, something that GMK would have tackled with like the Souls of Japan.
Unit 731 is tackled in Island 731. That one deals with a lot of what that was about, as well as Project 731, its sequel, part of the Nemesis saga. That tackled a lot of what Unit 731 did, and general experimentation as well. And you could probably argue Biollante tackled a very similar thing, though not directly.
Well, here's the other thing too, is that, like, if we're gonna say that it's going that the tone is gonna get stale at this point right now, we're too people don't really include the anime films. We've gotten 2 major theatrical Godzilla movies, and both times they've done really well. They're two of some of the most successful Godzilla movies, and they both swept the year that they were up for awards in Japan, and one of them just won an Oscar. So right now, you're dealing with two serious Godzilla films that are tonally very different, tackling very different subject matter, and they're both doing well. If we get another serious Godzilla film that's not even related to -1, but is also serious and is able to tackle a different subject matter entirely with the respect and gravitas of Shin and -1, then I'd be really curious to see where the meta of the tone being like seen as boring or played out goes, because at this point you're dealing with two powerhouses so far. Whereas I would say like Raids Against still made a lot of money, at least according looking at stats for it. And of course there's King Kong versus Godzilla, which is the one that had so many reruns that's why it made so much. And then you have
the highest grossing movies of the franchise.
Yeah, well, it is the highest grossing film of the franchise. And then you have
let me check. What is the highest grossing Godzilla movie? Godzilla 2014.
Oh, is it 2014?
Yeah, it is. 2014. Well, okay. Oh wait, no, GXK.
Is it? Did it really? Did it pass?
It's at 456 million. Passing Godzilla 2014's 529 million.
Well, wait a minute.
The only MonsterVerse movie that is above it is Kong Skull Island at 561 million.
Okay.
That's according to Screen Rant. So.
That's a call. 1 sec. Let me pull up what I need to pull up G-Man's tweets. Give me 1 second. Don't tell me I didn't save the tweet. Or is it?
If I may add something here, King Godzilla -1 definitely have a lot of similarities in terms of how they fit into the pop culture sort of thing. But I will say there is one big difference between the two. One of them is good, the other one is not so good.
1 sec. Why can I not find the tweets? Oh, I have so many art references saved up that I need to save.
I actually think the biggest test for this tone situation is if they do something along the lines of a kaiju fight.
I'm not even sure how that would even work in something in the context of -1. I don't know.
There are a fair amount of grounded kaiju in Godzilla's Rogues Gallery, so you could probably do something with that.
True, but they could. But it's also likely that they could.
Even tonally speaking, all you have to do is look at the Heisei trilogy, Heisei Gamera.
True, but you can. But there's also the fact that they could potentially create their own kaiju. Because keep in mind, there was at one point in time where characters like Violent or God never existed until the movie.
I was looking at attendance, not actual gross.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Attendance. Okay, yeah. That makes more sense.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. In terms of money, GXK beat it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely beat it.
Oh yeah.
Genuinely, that is so funny.
That's what. Black Arena is having some internet problems, so just he just put some check.
Okay, he put it down. I was about to ask about that. Anyway. Where were we?
Let's bring it back in. Black's back, and Vic made it back.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, hey.
He picked up a straggler on the way too.
Hello.
Hello.
You're good. Don't worry.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Zim.
Javara asked real quick. When was the last time Toho made a new kaiju? Technically, it's the Servum now.
No, Salunga.
Oh, Salunga. Yeah, Salunga now.
Oh, dude, Zim. There was this point I wanted to make before I left the call by accident. So
yeah, no, you're good.
It was in regards to keeping the tone and the ideas and overall theme of Godzilla consistent throughout multiple movies. I think that if you can't find a way to make them consistently the tone and the themes consistent, if you can't find a way to make them interesting and keep the audience's attention without making it boring, then that just shows a lack of imagination. I think it's completely possible. And if you can't think of anything, then that just shows a lack of imagination on the writer's part. So it is absolutely possible. Just look at Lord of the Rings. Look at any series of books ever made. Like a lot of the time, the tone is going to be consistent. A lot of the time, the tones and ideas, they're going to be consistent. They're not going to be the Harry Potter books, 39 Clues, like a lot of those books, Captain Underpants, like a lot of the time, the tone is exactly the same. A lot of the themes are exactly the same, if there are any. Bone, what's the other one called? Calvin and Hobbes, Twilight, H.P. Lovecraft. Like, I don't think anybody's really bored of H.P. Lovecraft. I mean, you got Dagon, Call of Cthulhu, The King in Yellow, The Color Out of Space.
Well, no, it's called King in Yellow wasn't by Lovecraft. That was Chambers.
Oh, it was? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My
A
bad,
lot
then.
of people think that it's a Lovecraft book because it was August Derleth and a lot of the other people post Lovecraft stuff that associated the King in Yellow so much with the Cthulhu mythos. And then they included like Hastur into the mythos. Yeah.
Okay. Well, another example I can bring up is Daredevil, because Daredevil is like one of the Marvel characters whose comic run has been consistently good since his inception. Like I don't think I can point at a Daredevil comic and say that it was bad.
I think there's some stuff by is it Brian Michael Bendis who did like some of the more titles for Daredevil a while ago? I don't know. However, I will say that they're like all like really good comic writers have at least done something with Daredevil once.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like a lot of book, like if you look at books, for example, it's like people forget that book series is like a book series. They forget what that is.
The Nemesis Saga.
Oh no, not Brian Michael Bendis. Mark Waid. Mark Waid's Daredevil run. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you brought up book series. How, for example, the Nemesis Saga is pretty tonally consistent despite a lot of what stories it's telling. Like, it goes from relatively grounded, yet still having some sci-fi elements, to straight up interdimensional conflict. And but it keeps a consistent tone across the entire story.
Yeah. Oh, the Three Body Problem trilogy, the Dune books.
Dude. I need to read the rest of the Dune books.
Yeah.
My desert, my Arrakis, my Dune.
My Dune.
No, not my Dune, my Dew. My Doritos, my chair, my Dew.
Power over spice is power over all.
The Baron and the Fade, the Baron and the Fade. One is a genius, the other is insane. Predatory vice, we must harvest the spice. The Baron and the Fade.
And Rabin too.
Dune Part 2 was really, really fun. I love that movie.
Oh yeah, no. That actually, I just thought of something. Okay, Dune was extremely serious, and yet people had fun. Why do you think that is? Could it be that the movie was actually well written? What? Yes. What an absolutely new development.
You know why? You know why people had fun with Dune?
Why?
Listen, Gaib.
Oh my god! I should have expected that.
It is written.
As foretold.
As it was written, that meme comes back into
I memorized that entire speech in that specific language.
I'm trying to memorize that speech now that the clip's on YouTube.
I love pretending to be Paul Atreides and just going, Ruiti Meraru, Ashitib, Adoplasia Santa. It's so fun.
May that knife.
Can you imagine that the guy who made this video is like watching this the whole time and they're just like, what the hell are they doing?
What's going on? It's like, this isn't even part of my video.
What the hell is happening? How did they get to this point?
No, it's like that Dante meme. What the hell is this?
Credit to the guy that made the video. That just means that the topic he's talking about is interesting enough for us to talk about it for hours. So that's just a compliment.
As it was written.
True point.
Bonito, eh?
Listen, guy.
Muad'Dib.
Mati,
Having an
Mati.
entire 3-minute long discussion about Dune Part 2.
Oh yeah.
It's not even a
It's not even a
discussion.
discussion, it's just 3 minutes of
It's
memeing it.
Just memeing Lisan al-Gaib. Just going all that.
The Great War begins. No, the Holy War begins.
I will lead the jihad across the stars. I
I
will
see.
come for all who fly the banner of GXK.
Kiss my boot.
I see a
will fly
holy
that
war
banner
spread across the
unironically.
fandom. I see a holy war spread across the fandom like unquenchable fire. A warrior religion that waves Takashi Yamazaki's banner in Godzilla minus one's name. Fanatical religions worshipping at the shrine of Yamazaki's skull. A war in Yamazaki's name. Everyone chanting his name.
No, now I want to do like an edit of just like.
I need to see that. I need to see that edit.
Someone make that edit, please. Whoever's watching it,
God.
do it.
What's it
I
called?
need that.
No, y'all need to in like what's it called? In general on Discord, you need to send me like your profile pictures with no backgrounds, and I'll have to work on doing an edit for the week for that.
Done.
I'll do it.
There you go.
I
I'll
will
do it.
freaking do it.
Get off me. You did this to me. You buried Jesuit, made my movie an Oscar winner.
You did this to me.
No,
You made me
GXK.
like pink.
GXK fans when they're forced to watch minus one. It was the greatest movie of all time.
They sound like I
What's it called? Legendary fans to Toho fans. You have a
Anyway,
wonderful
should we
movie,
continue?
cousin. Yes, we will have to. We will save the spice for later.
He who controls the fandom controls the universe.
In the meantime, who's got their worm popcorn bucket?
I wish I
no.
did, but they ran out. I actually went up to the guy that sold the popcorn. He was like, unfortunately, we ran out. And I just saw his face, and it was just a face of just pure relief, knowing that the popcorn buckets were gone. And I just stared at him like, oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's under the desk?
I don't blame him.
Dude, we had GXK. Like, listen, there were GXK popcorn buckets and GXK drinks, but no Dune Sandwich. And I was just like, I see what you're doing here. You think you'll deprive me of the best of the best? What summer?
Let's continue on.
Oh my god.
Do you smash a knife before the upcoming battle?
A small number of examples, both blatant and subtle. So clearly, these people don't know what they're talking about, because even the directors of both recent movies, as of this video, equally agree this is why Godzilla has remained popular. Except
Zim, can I say something?
these people
Yes, you
that
can.
fielded.
Okay, I'm sorry that we have to pause again, but like, Jesus Christ, I need to make this point. So, firstly, all the videos on screen except for the -1 one are correct. They are correct. The second, the whole thing with Takashi Yamazaki and Adam Wingard in that interview, it's a thing that I've been saying for quite a while now. At least for like the people that know me know that I hold this position. I think what Takashi said about -1 was him being polite, because I actually saw the interview, and a lot of the things that he said were just niceties. You know what I mean? They were just platitudes in favor of Godzilla -1. He says that the monster fights were cool, that the effects were cool, and everything that he was trying to do was cool, and he didn't really go into detail as to why. Now, that being said, Adam Wingard, I don't remember if he actually did go into detail, but I don't think he has the mental capacity to go into detail about anything because Adam Wingard's a hack. But
Wow.
but I will say, like, I will give props to Takashi Yamazaki because I think I have two theories. My first theory is that he is being polite and he doesn't actually think that the GXK and GBK were actually good movies because if he did, like, I mean, if he did, then I think he would have explained in a lot more deeper detail than just this was cool. My second theory is that is that he actually does genuinely like the movies passively, which is why his compliments are so surface level. Those are my two theories. I would like to believe that he actually does like them on a surface level, because not only does it make him a lot more honest, but also it just means that he's just a wholesome character. Now he's
Yeah.
still wholesome either way. It's just that he's less honest with the latter than with the former than the latter. And also, and this is something that I have noticed in the interview, they're trying to pull a Barbenheimer moment, and this is something that I mentioned in my stream last Sunday. Um, the reason why Barbenheimer worked is because, number one, Oppenheimer was attached to a director who usually makes good movies when he wants to, usually, because sometimes he doesn't, but he will acknowledge that the movies that he makes that are bad, he will acknowledge that they're bad, and he will tell you why they're bad. I can guarantee you that if you sat down Christopher Nolan and asked why he thought The Dark Knight was bad, he will explain to you in detail everything wrong with that movie. He will tear that movie to shreds. And it was also attached to a cast of actors that are pretty well known and really well beloved. People love Cillian Murphy for his role in Peaky Blinders as Thomas Shelby, and for working with Christopher Nolan in the past as Scarecrow. He's just an excellent actor overall. People absolutely adore. Yeah, people absolutely adore Emily Blunt for her work in A Quiet Place, which, that movie is, well, not the best. I personally enjoyed it, but
Favorite
it
movie
was.
ever made. I loved it.
But yeah, Emily Blunt's acting skills are just unmatched. Then there's Robert Downey Jr., which, because of his role as Iron Man as well as in other pictures, he's obviously going to have a following, and other characters that people didn't really expect. Other actors people didn't expect, such as Dane DeHaan, known for Supernatural and for playing Harry Osborn in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. I actually, when I saw that movie for the first time and I saw Dane DeHaan, I was like, wait, what? They got Dane DeHaan? Really?
Yeah.
And there's also the guy that played Mr. Robot. I forgot his name.
Rami Malek.
Rami Malek. Yeah, people
Rami
love
Malek.
that guy. Yeah, Rami
Yeah,
Malek.
he's also the Bond villain in No Time to Die, and and he was Freddie Mercury in that Bohemian Rhapsody movie.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. People love him. There was also who else?
The other thing I'll say real quick is that I don't think I've seen Snack's video. I think I covered this video and I don't agree with it. Obviously, this is literally the devil of the community. I haven't seen this one.
The entire Dr. Skipper fiasco was genuinely one of the craziest moments in the entire fandom.
It's kind of
Dr.
hilarious.
Skipper might as well just be the Hitler of the Godzilla community. Everyone I don't like is grifter.
And the thing is that he doesn't go into any detail as to why any of these videos bad. The thing is that because he's saying they're bad, and because he's already given the points prior, it is essentially priming the audience to think that, he's saying, these guys don't get it, therefore the videos are bad, and because this things like stop or failed, worse, the problem, that instead of actually constructing an argument against their specific points, it's essentially appealing to populism, in my opinion.
I think.
Oh, by the way, guys, check the memes server or the channel in the Discord for memes.
I saw it. To finish my point.
Let's go.
Can you share this on screen, please?
To finish my point, Zim. moving on with like from Oppenheimer to Barbie, you know, Barbie was attached to two great actors, Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling. People love Margot Robbie for two reasons. Number one, she's an excellent actress. Number two, she's hot as hell. Then there's Ryan Gosling. Then there's Ryan Gosling, who is an excellent actor, and he's also hot as hell. Also, he's quite literally me. He is literally me. Like the whole cultural zeitgeist of Ryan Gosling. Like people love Ryan Gosling because of his movies and because they resonate with a lot of young men. Like you will see more men watching Barbie than women because of Ryan Gosling. Like I'm Just Ken was the highlight of that movie, and
Well,
that's why.
F-Tran says, or they're poo-pooing those videos. I don't get the point here. If you could rephrase that, would be
Yeah.
nice.
So those two movies are diametrically opposed. That is one reason, but then there's all of the other reasons that coalesce to create the Barbenheimer phenomenon. The reason why Godzilla X Kong and Godzilla Minus One, their Barbenheimer moment, the reason why that doesn't work is because number one, I don't think anybody really was expecting anything. Oh, I just saw the meme. Yeah, I don't think anybody was really expecting Minus One to hit as hard as it did, because people had extremely high expectations for both Barbie and Oppenheimer. People didn't know what to expect from Minus One, whereas with Godzilla X Kong, there was too much discourse that was fighting with each other. There was so much infighting between Godzilla fans that hate the MonsterVerse and love the MonsterVerse that that level of hype could not be felt. Like if you compare the level of hype of Barbie and Oppenheimer to the level of hype between Minus One and Godzilla versus Godzilla X Kong, they're not comparable because a lot of people, at least excluding the fans, of course, because the fans are still technically in the minority. The general audiences didn't know what to expect from Godzilla Minus One. The reason why it ended up blowing up so much is because they received the unexpected. They received an excellent story, whereas with Godzilla X Kong, it was just a hamburger filled with sand. So,
but I think generally, at least going back to the thing with Yamazaki and Adam Wingard, I think purely it was just done due to the fact that the films were releasing so close to each other, so they had the opportunity to do it, and because Minus One was still doing so well, they wanted to coast off of the success of one Godzilla film into the success of another one. I don't want to infer too much intent where it concerns what Yamazaki's thoughts are, but if I were to guess, I think he generally likes the movies. I'm not sure. If we were to ask him more on a technical or a writing level, do you think this or that? Obviously, you don't ask those questions, so we don't know. But when it comes to Minus One, definitely people weren't expecting it to be as good as it was, and the sentiment that I saw over and over again when I brought non-fans to see the movie was that was not what I was expecting. I was kind of just expecting Godzilla to walk around and destroy buildings, and I was not expecting an emotionally gripping story. And I think that's why it was able to last as long as it did in theaters, and why it gained so much public attention. Because if it wasn't as well written as it was, I wonder, and I don't think that it would have made it all the way to the Oscars. And I think that it's very clear that
granted it didn't even win an Oscar for its writing.
Yeah.
No, I mean it showed up. That was the original intention, but a film was already submitted for that category, so they had to choose a completely different category.
Yeah. Well, I think it was. Well, there was another reason why it wasn't picked for Japan foreign film. I know that for sure. I'm not sure.
I think it's because it missed the deadline for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Did it? Yeah. Was that the reason? I thought that was a reason someone thought, but it wasn't actually the case.
I'm pretty sure that was the reason why. Yeah, granted the category it did win was also well deserved. Jesus Christ. So
on behalf of myself and any other MonsterVerse fans out there, not all of us look like Baron Harkonnen here. Just want to put that out there.
Yeah, but yeah, ironically, in hindsight, Barbenheimer kind of fails too, because Oppenheimer is well written and Barbie is not.
I
So
would
yeah,
argue Barbie actually has a lot of
I think it was
well-written
just
aspects.
like the fact that it was able to bank off the fact that two films were coming out around the same time with like such different
diametrically
tones.
opposed tones. Yeah,
Plus, it had a sufficient amount of time to build up. Like it took about half a year for the whole thing to properly escalate, and then when it happened,
there was like a bit of an
the
injury
highest
for,
films of
for
the year.
Barbie, and there was especially a lot of like interest in Oppenheimer, because like the marketing for both the movies, certainly helped sell them, and not to mention like the market in terms of like movies that were coming out around that summer wasn't exactly like a whole lot of promising, so it didn't give people a whole lot of excuses to see much in the theaters. So that's why Barbie and Oppenheimer, did as well as they did.
yeah. Barbenheimer, there was clear expectations. -1, The New Empire had nebulous expectations. Like it wasn't very clear. Like
Minus
I think
one was the
probably-
surprise. New Empire was.
I think New Empire almost had like negative expectations because
Yeah.
of the first trailer.
yeah,
The first trailer releasing basically opening weekend for -1 definitely didn't help.
yeah.
I would still say
I love
New
that.
Empire still defied some expectations too.
Oh yeah, I thought it was gonna be bad and it ended up being worse. So you're absolutely right on that front.
I thought it was
Well,
going to be fun.
there's lots
I
of
thought it was
people
gonna be-
saying it would
I thought it was
bomb.
going to be okay. I thought it
I
was
was
gonna be okay.
hoping.
I've never had this much fun with a movie since Godzilla King of the Monsters.
I wanted it to fail because I didn't want more movies like that to be made and for brain rot to ensue. But I knew for a fact that it was going to be successful. I
I
knew
think
it was.
generally, I'm not surprised that it did well. I'd say what I am surprised about is that it's doing as well as it has been doing.
Straight up
Because-
second highest grossing in the MonsterVerse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and
Dude,
that
it's-
says
I
a
think
lot.
they would have improved on what GVK did well, but I
Yeah.
just don't think that like even though it's making money, don't think that necessarily then means therefore the film is good because there
Yeah,
are
no.
plenty of examples
no.
of films that made
If
money.
the New
I think it's
Empire,
a lot better than people give it credit for, but I do recognize that it does have a hell of a lot of flaws.
Oh,
if the
yes.
New Empire ends up making more money in total than Dune Part 2, I am going to delete my channel and jump off a bridge.
Well, now what's it called? Now you've definitely ensured it to happen because everyone's gonna be like, yes, let's do it out of spite.
Hey, listen, I've been wanting to jump off a bridge for a while. All you're doing is just solidifying it.
Do you have a parachute?
I
No,
will say, as somebody who kind of first saw that very first, like, 30-second teaser for -1, my expectation for it was that, considering that I did not like anything that was coming from Toho in the Reiwa era, not Shin Godzilla, not the Polygon trilogy, not Singular Point, if we were to count all that stuff, not just theatrical release content. So the trailer for -1, at least the very first one, just with what little I saw of it, was at least giving me like a little bit of hope. Because for one thing, Godzilla at least looked like he wasn't just like another like just blank like sort of canvas with just very little like seeming motive that seems very obvious. Because just by his actions of like him actively swiping his tail at people or attacking the train, it's like way more like. How do I put it?
meaningful.
Yeah, meaningful, pretty much. There's a lot more like meaning to like like there's actually like some kind of like what is he thinking? Pretty much, there is actually something going on. He's like actively killing people like that.
I was in a very similar thing. Granted, I didn't really think that much of it at the time, mainly because Gamera Rebirth was happening. But yeah.
Yeah, this is something that Little Platoon said in his video on Godzilla XCon. Like compared to like the MonsterVerse, the action in -1 is better, not necessarily from a technical standpoint, but from a narrative standpoint. You have not only are you concerned for the civilians that are stomping around, you're also trying to understand what Godzilla is doing and why he's doing it. So whereas in Godzilla X Kong, all you know is that Godzilla is mad at Kong because he's territorial of the entire surface world, and he's territorial, and he wants them gone because
The more I think about that fight in Egypt, the more I'm just kind of like, why did this happen?
I would say the
I'm
problem with GXK is that because it has the follow up on the world building of the other movies, there are so many other questions that are raised because of that, and you have to wonder as to like how can you square everything away. And because they wanted to go in a few different directions with Godzilla in the MonsterVerse, that has led to a very mishmash characterization that in a Void, if you look at them, they may not be as bad, but when you look at it fully,
Godzilla's an asshole in this movie. He's just an asshole.
Well, here's the thing: like, what
also a
Godzilla thought
speedrunner.
Kong broke their truce. When you think about it, though, Godzilla already blocked up Scar King down in Hollow Earth. He didn't kill him, so he already knew he was down there. And if Scar King ever was causing trouble in the Hollow Earth, if Godzilla made a truce with Kong that he wouldn't go down to the Hollow Earth, that means Scar King could have enslaved all of Hollow Earth, hypothetically, if he escaped, and then risen up to the surface to fight Godzilla. And like, unless we want to say that Godzilla is worse, because then he would have to break his own truce with Kong that he made. Is he's the one enforcing to fight Scar King down there first before Scar King got to the surface. Like, it really falls apart when you try to actually think about the world building, which is a problem, because if you're making a shared universe with all these movies and all these stories, then why do that in the first place? Just make an anthology series.
Yeah, the defense I would levy at
Sorry. And keep in mind, Godzilla's like actively trying to like get more and more powerful for something coming up. So it's not even like he's doing it just like killing Tiamat and stealing her domain just because he just felt like it. There's a reason. For
that also reminds me of something.
Tiamat was probably one of the bigger gripes that I had with the movie, mainly just because you wasted straight up one of the best MonsterVerse Titans. One that probably could have been an antagonist later down the line.
Yeah. By the way, number one, in regarding Zim's point, I would levy the argument in the defense that maybe Scar King submitted to Godzilla, which is why he didn't kill him. However, number one, that's not in the movie, and number two, there is absolutely no reason why Scar King would submit to someone like Godzilla. He hasn't been established as a character that would do that, so that's purely headcanon. That's not actual canon, and then the problem still remains. It's still present. The next thing I would, with what Sea Monster mentioned, so if Godzilla banished Scar King and supposedly maybe Shimo into wherever he did, why does he need to power up in the first place? Like, if he did that in his base form, then why does he need to evolve now?
They didn't specify that it was specifically in his base form.
But we don't know how.
It stated that he almost lost the fight. He barely managed to win, and that win was trapping them in the subterranean realm.
But was that in base or evolved form?
I would only assume a base form, or perhaps it was a temporary power up.
We can't say it's a temporary power up because it's never stated that he was stronger to prep for the fight, though, or that there's nothing that indicate in the film that he necessarily powered up again to fight them. So we can conclude based on the information that we do have that it was at least in Godzilla's base form. But we'd also have to then point out the fact that Godzilla has continually gotten stronger throughout all the movies. So therefore, he's without a doubt stronger than he was in 2014 and stronger than he was in King of the Monsters. So if he's stronger than how he was back then it's almost overkill at that point.
Yeah, he doesn't need the evolved form at all. The only logical explanation as to why the evolved form exists in the first place is because you can't sell the exact same Godzilla figure over and over again. You need a different figure.
I'd say he's preparing for a battle that he barely won the last time and could only trap them.
I think what it is that he overestimated Scar King because of last time.
Yeah, but then the problem
is
that you could say that's headcanon too. That's the problem. And that even if we say that it was Godzilla overestimating him, then there's still so little tension at that end fight, because if we then know for a fact that that's the case, we don't really fear for Godzilla and Kong or anything worse to happen to them,
Exactly.
because Godzilla's already so over prepared for this fight.
Yeah, if we
Yeah.
know for a fact that Godzilla's going to win, then that eliminates any stakes the story could have had if Godzilla was in danger.
And that was already a problem that people were having with the MonsterVerse to begin with, was that Godzilla wasn't really in too much danger for a lot of his fights, especially post King of the Monsters, where at least they brought him to the brink several times in that movie.
Yeah.
And they did in 2014.
This
The
isn't
only-
like plot
the
armor
only
anymore.
reason
This is just him
Mechagodzilla
being a
was
Gary
going-
Stew.
The only reason Mechagodzilla was going to beat him in GVK was because Kong had already dealt a massive number of damage to him. Less than
To
a few
Godzilla.
hours.
That's like wait.
That's one of
there's
the
only
few
headcanon
things GBK does
and
right, yeah.
canon, no reasonable inferences. There's what's it called? There's reasonable inferences if you have something based on the information there, you can make a reasonable inference. But if there is something else that could also be made as a reasonable inference, then you go with the one that logically requires the least amount of leaps in logic.
Yeah,
that to make.
like an inference can only be properly made if there's evidence within the film itself that can allow you to kind of connect the dots in a way that makes the most amount of sense.
Yeah, it's not that the headcanon stuff is illogical. It's just that there's just no evidence for it.
Like, what's it called? Even if Vingard never said that Godzilla could have beat Mechagodzilla at full power, we know that Godzilla's already tired from his fight with Kong. And based on the fact that we know Godzilla's already taken damage from his fight with Kong, that Godzilla's not fighting at full strength. So therefore, we can already infer that a fight between a non-tired Godzilla and Mechagodzilla would go differently than what we see.
Visually,
absolutely.
Godzilla doesn't actually show any damage. He only starts showing the visible damage during his fight with Mechagodzilla.
Well, no, because
which is
remember,
like-
he already had the damage in his leg from the fight with Kong. And
Yeah,
already-
but like the
he'd
wound
already
itself
been
wasn't visible.
bumped
Like
on
we
the
know
head.
we know that he had he
The
got
wound is
stabbed there.
visible.
Well,
I
here's
don't know if
when
I-
it
Mechagodzilla was
is, yeah, it is, I think.
when
Yeah, you can
Mechagodzilla
see
was
it.
blasting out of when Mechagodzilla was blasting out of that mountain, there's a moment where we cut to Godzilla and he's just kind of prepping himself. Like it looks like he's breathing heavily because he's
Yeah.
tired, but he's he knows that another fight is coming and he has to muster it all, whatever strength he has left after that fight with Kong.
I thought that was just him being pissed because this is
Well,
his
I
goal,
mean, it's
right?
that too, but it could be both. Like you could be angry and but tired at the same time, or at
Yeah,
least
'cause-
That's how he looks at everybody.
Yeah,
Well,
because
let's go-
this is
and
the
real
thing that
quick,
this is the thing that he was prepping for. Like he was the entire plot. He was trying to find this thing. Now this thing, he sensed it as being Ghidorah, or at least the ghost of Ghidorah. Ghidorah's skull and everything. And it turned out to be someone that looked exactly like him. So obviously, I would imagine that he would be pissed. Why? Well, chances are he senses Ghidorah in there, but he's obviously someone else could infer. Oh well, he believes that humanity is replacing him. Well, we don't really have any evidence for that. All we got is just people saying that, but we don't know if Godzilla actually believes that because we don't have enough scenes of Godzilla to actually make that inference for ourselves. Now that being said, now the scene that you're talking about, I actually do see damage there. Now as for the leg stabbing, I don't actually we see it the actual stabbing happened, but I don't remember any scar whatsoever. I do remember the scars that were on his head in that shot that Sea Monster was talking about, though. I do remember that part. I do remember the damage, but the most amount of damage that is visible came from Mechagodzilla as opposed to Kong, which is something that King of the Monster does well.
But
Can I
Yeah.
say it? Because I remember the scene.
No, I remember too. I'm just saying
Kong-
the scar was not visible. The scar there should be a scar because he got stabbed there. Because I do remember that he did get stabbed. It's just that the actual scar itself, the wound injury. One of my CGI expert friends, Braden, which is not in this stream, he's celebrating Cinco de Mayo, I think. I don't know. He's Mexican.
Well, let's go. I made sure to celebrate Cinco de Mayo early because I care about my viewers, unlike my ex, Brayden.
Yeah. Yeah. If I were to ask him, he would, because he actually interviewed one of the VFX artists. At no point did anybody else see the the scar. So and I didn't see it, like
So
and
when you
I'm
see
like an amateur in this CGI analysis. So like if I'm an amateur and I didn't see it, and someone who's actually knows about this stuff and they didn't see it. Now, if one can show me like a frame in which it is visible, then fine. I will concede to that. But I don't remember a single scene where a scar was visible.
by scar, are we talking about GXK or GVK?
GVK, where he
GVK.
got stabbed by the axe.
The wound is still there.
It's in
Let
the
me
leg.
actually see. It would be in the leg, but is it visible? Because I
If
don't
you can
remember
screen
seeing.
grab it,
Yes.
you can. I think it is, but like you don't really get a good shot of his legs. You can't really like see it super visibly. But
You
I do
don't get
remember
you
it.
don't really get that many shots from the legs or top down.
Well, I have to revisit, double check because I don't remember the stab there, but but yeah, no.
I'll send
That's
it right
actually
now.
one thing. That's actually one thing that King of the Monsters does well, is that we actually see, battle damage Godzilla. We actually see all the damage that he takes. That's one thing that King of the Monsters
Not
does well.
only like the fall from orbit, you can see that he was at least heavily disoriented from it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something -1 does too. Like Godzilla actually takes damage, and it actually knocks the wind out of him, and there's an actual struggle. Godzilla struggling with humans, peak fiction. But Godzilla struggling in general, it's also. But like the thing is that with Godzilla in GXK, however, he's just so overpowered that you just know that he's gonna win. And if you know he's gonna win, the stakes are just practically non-existent. That's like a major issue with that movie. Like we know Kong can lose because Kong is like less powerful than Godzilla, but Godzilla, we know that he's more powerful, and yet he's probably the least. Ironically, he's like the least interesting part because he's gonna win. He's kind of like he's a Gary Stu basically.
I would say like at least with the K. Are you talking about Kong or Godzilla?
Godzilla's the Gary Stu.
Yeah, in a way, yeah. Yeah.
Like everything just happens in his favor.
Yeah, fair. Anyway,
He just gets it.
And like I would say the problem too is that because Godzilla's already getting the power up, and we didn't see Godzilla lose beforehand, you know that the power up's gonna want to show how strong he is. And since he really doesn't struggle at all in that fight with Shimo, it's almost assured. And at that point, all you're doing is just waiting for the action.
Yeah. You know what would
I
have been
sent
cool
images
though?
of the wound, by the way.
Oh, okay. I'll see them.
It's
You know
in
what
the
would have been
Kaiji submission.
okay. You know what would have been cool though for the final fight is if I don't remember.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Okay, good. Yeah, it's there.
Let me see.
Check round table and art.
Where?
We see it. Yeah.
I'll tag you.
Kaiju Roundtable. Okay, let me see.
One sec. I need to go for a little bit. I'll be back.
Okay. The thing shouldn't change, so you should be able to just use the same link that was in the Discord to join again. Oh, never mind. He just left by muting himself. Okay. Wait, aren't stakes not just a first time watching thing? Yeah, I mean, what's it called? Stakes can still be maintained after you've watched the movie before. Actually, if anything, a movie should have a better display of stakes if you are able to watch it multiple times. Because even though you know what's going to happen, if you can understand logically how it's built up after watching it, then that's what shows the stakes were built up properly.
Oh yeah, no. Like when I said like what's gonna happen, I don't mean both like watching the movie again. I mean like as you're watching it, like you can predict.
Also,
That's why people say.
But, what's it called? The big kind of orangey bit, like on his leg right there on the first picture. That's the scar right there. Because it's discolored, it's not like red because of the blood. It's more brown now.
Oh yeah, no. It should have been like on a higher like saturation to make it obvious. Like but yeah, no. Like yeah. that's probably like a CGI thing, like a CGI detail that they missed. But anyway,
Hey, I
as I
mean,
was
it
saying,
could be that it already healed, but I don't know. I'll grant it to Vic in this
yeah,
case.
I'll give him that. Yeah, I'll give him that. The scar was there, so yeah, I'll give him that. Um, yeah, as I was saying, I
Real
don't
quick, since we already
We
what's
never
it called?
finished it.
We never finished it.
Oh yeah,
Let's just go through the rest of the video here, and then we'll be
Every
moving on
frame
to
a
Canucks.
tangent is what this should be called.
every frame of tangent. EFAT.
EFAT.
Hey, no, hey, I can't be on EFAT. I'm skinny.
Yeah, what's it called? We can't be that derivative.
Has remained
Nah.
Except it's not only these people that feel this way. Many others.
Godzilla X Kong, an unbridled
Why can't
catastrophe.
being like this? The MonsterVerse sucks. Why can't it be more like this, etc. And now I'm concerned that Toho will hear the reception from these people, learn all the wrong lessons from it, and just keep making more movies like -1 over and over and over and over again, leaving the rest of its legacy to essentially rot. On paper, more movies like -1 sounds awesome, until you realize just how bad of an idea that is. The more you replicate something, the less special it becomes. And I assure you, if Godzilla -1 goes on to be the sole inspiration for Godzilla movies going forward, it will get repetitive and boring very fast. And
Pause.
if this does happen,
Okay, so have any of you ever heard of a concept called was it progression overload or progressive overload? I think it's called. I think it might have been. Okay, because that is a concept in bodybuilding where, okay, let's say that you can do 5 reps when, lifting weights. Once you can lift them easily, you move to 10, then you move to 20, then you move to 30, and then 40, and then 50. Eventually, your body it will start to adjust to be able to lift that amount of weight, and your muscles start to grow accordingly. And until you finally have, a very toned body. Now, this doesn't just apply for like arms and biceps and triceps. This applies for any part of the body, and it doesn't. And it could be any exercise that is used specifically to exercise that part of the body. I think it's progressive overload. Ah, crap. I
No,
could
it
be
is.
misremembering.
You're using the right term. What
But
I'd
yeah.
say is that I doubt they're gonna do the same thing where you're gonna have right at the end of post-war Godzilla appears for the first time and humanity has to deal with it. That's probably not the case. And considering the fact that both Shin and -1 have done extremely well financially and just critically, it's very clear that there are two different films that do two very different things, but are both serious and both successful. So that's what I'd say.
Yeah.
But
The
I
point I'm
think
trying.
that the point that he's making is a slippery slope fallacy.
Yeah. The point I'm trying to make here, though, is that you don't have, like I said, war is not just nuclear power. There is more to war than that. There's more to war than just a nuke. Okay, so you can not only just expand on what is already present, you can also create new things based off of that original idea. I pitched this Last of Us styled apocalypse scenario with the ending of Shin Godzilla, where humanity is attacked by these 7, 10 foot tall giant Godzillanoids, like Godzilla humanoids. That's what I like to call them, Godzillanoids. So it's kind of like The Last of Us, but with Godzilla related creatures. Like that is what I would call expanding on an already expanded subject, because Shin Godzilla is an expansion of what Godzilla already meant, pretty much applying what Godzilla 54 already was and establishing that, applying the story to a more modern context, like the Fukushima disaster, which by compared to World War II is relatively recent. So if you can expand on that, then the stories will not get boring if you write them interestingly. So first of all, we are not going when you ask for more films like -1, we don't ask for a carbon copy, we ask for an expansion of what is already there, because there is plenty to do so. And if you can't find a way to expand it, then that's just a lack. That just shows a lack of imagination. So, like, there is absolutely nothing wrong with asking for more movies like minus one. We're not asking for more movies exactly like minus one, although if we are, we're mainly referring to the writing quality, not the exact same story beats, because that's something that people don't understand. They take that thing way too literally. They don't really read between the lines to find out what it is that we mean. But they assume that we want the exact same plot. That's not what we're saying. Nobody has ever made that argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree with that.
It severely lessens the potential horizons that Godzilla can reasonably go to. He can no longer be used in a variety of different genres or stories because the people clearly want him to be an allegory, and thus ditching a huge part of what makes him so special. And I know what you're thinking. What's the problem with that? We'll get more good movies with them focusing on the same idea, won't we? Do you want to know who else had that same idea going behind their franchise? King Kong. Despite having a 20-year head start over Godzilla, King Kong feels like nothing has ever truly been done with him until the MonsterVerse.
It's probably because of the fact that King Kong's rights issues were such a big hassle that no one really wants to touch King Kong outside of remaking it so far between releases.
Yeah, and ironically, the writing hasn't been the best either. So,
like, the reason why the King Kong remakes do so well is because you're reimagining an icon years past the last remake, and
under a different context.
Yeah, and because of the fact that now there seems to be something good between Warner Brothers, Legendary, they are able to do something more with Kong, which is good. That has nothing to do with the fact that people specifically wanted Kong to say the same. There was a lot of stuff that was going on differently with Kong, but they were few and far between, and they weren't always the most accessible.
Also, imagine this, Zim. Sorry to cut you off, but imagine this story. Blade Runner meets King Kong. Basically, the exact same story of King Kong taking place in the future. Think about that. Imagine the kind of story you could tell with that. It's exactly the same as Shin Godzilla in the sense that you're applying the original context of 1954 to a more modern context. But in this case, you're jumping forward into the future. You're not pulling back from the past to the present. You're pushing from the present to the future. In this case, a lot of King Kong movies have been period pieces. Even Kong Skull Island was technically a period piece. But how about putting King Kong in the future, the story of King Kong in the future? Peter Jackson's King Kong in the year 2049. Imagine that. Imagine the kind of story you could tell.
If you honestly think about it
really
too,
cool.
like, although he's saying that there hasn't been much done with King Kong, when it comes to the major movies, there's the 33, the Dino De Laurentiis film, and then the 05 film. But then you also have King Kong versus Godzilla, King Kong Escapes. You also have King Kong Lives, and then you have Kong Skull Island. And then if we want to, we can include the animated movies and
the animated shows.
The TV stuff. Yeah, there's a lot been done with King Kong, and I think that he doesn't give that enough credit. So I don't think Kong's a good comparison here.
Also, side note, I want to point out King Kong has a very similar message to -1, or like similar perspective to -1, but from a different time period.
Yeah, and I also have to ask which King Kong stories are usually the most well written ones. Just to clarify, which one are the more well written ones? King Kong in Space or Peter Jackson?
Well, the reason why the Peter Jackson one does so well is because it's taken that original story and giving it far more time to breathe. Although I would say that there's actually more problems with the 05 films than I think a lot of people give them credit for. But that's a hot take in and of itself.
Here's the thing.
Not have time for.
So here's a bit of subject that you could potentially cover. So I don't know how familiar you are with someone named Confused Matthew, like those videos from way back in the day. He did a review on Peter Jackson's King Kong, and let's just say it's not very good. It's from way back in the day. I don't even think he even does those videos anymore, or at least not for like a really long.
Who is it?
Confused Matthew.
I have no clue who that is.
No idea.
He's a guy who reviewed movies as like a sort of a personality. His most famous or rather infamous videos was kind of like one a negative review on The Lion King, the original. But he also did the prequels and the Matrix sequels, and but he also did do a review on Peter Jackson's King Kong, and it was like a negative review. The problem though is that a lot of his complaints just stem from the fact that it's like it's the same movie as the original again, but longer. Why did Peter Jackson feel like he needed to make
That's
that?
not true.
That's not a
at
criticism.
all.
That's not
No,
a
it's
criticism.
not. No, it's not. And I think that's why that video could be worth
I will
checking out.
say. Yeah, I would say
Wait, what?
05 is very bloated, but bloated doesn't necessarily mean like it's intentionally longer than the original. It just has more stuff in there, likely because Jackson is such a fan of the source material. But in a way, that extra stuff improves not only the film itself, but on the original 33 movie.
I would say like in some ways it does, but in other ways it doesn't. I would say like probably if I was going to give one example would probably be what they did to Jack's character and how they split him between 3 characters, and ultimately they rob him of a lot of his developments.
That's fair.
And
Also,
Yeah, so basically,
for a really good video about King Kong 05, one that I would recommend is a Natural History Channel's video on the living creatures.
but that's
of
like
Stone
mostly
Island.
just that's mostly the biology of
Yeah,
the
I know.
island rather than the
I know
film.
it's not a video essay, but it's a really, really cool video and shows just how much effort was put into this.
yeah. So basically, Zim, if I could, like potentially, like send you a link to the video that I was referring to, so you could probably check it out, perhaps, and see whether or not it would be worth doing a stream on, perhaps. Just
To loop this back into what we were talking about with this video essay seems to have the exact same problem as all the others, where they don't really take into account, number one, the writing, and number two, what the writing of -1 could mean for the future. It's always just they're stuck defending the monsterverse, just scraping at the very bottom of the barrel, and it's just so vapid.
Granted,
Let's keep going.
I would say there are some noteworthy points to say, but yeah, that's fair.
And by the way, Kazaboo F29, to answer your question about whether or not Confused Matthew was cut from the same cloth as Channel Awesome, he was kind of inspired by, I guess, some of that, but he did not come from that whatsoever.
Nobody should ever be inspired by Channel Awesome.
Oh, hey,
Fair enough.
There you go. Plague's on the channel there too. Welcome, Plague.
cool.
Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep.
We're good.
Loud and clear.
All right, cool. I'm sorry, my phone doesn't sound the greatest. I don't have a PC.
Nah, it's no problem. What's
Shall
it
we continue?
called? Yes, we can continue. Let me just
They
go
gave
back.
him a BET credit card.
Oh, have you seen the animated version of that?
Yes, it's so good.
Are we talking about the? We're talking about just
Channel
Kong a second
Awesome.
ago, right?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about Congress a second ago.
All right.
Yeah. I did bring up actually earlier how King Kong has been very wildly different in a similar way to Godzilla. So that was far earlier in the stream. Just felt like since he brought it up, that needed reiterating.
Godzilla, King Kong feels like nothing has ever truly been done with him until the MonsterVerse. It was just a lot of the same ideas, themes, and even the same story being rehashed over and over and over again, with very few exceptions. Even a lot of the unmade King Kong movies still follow that formula. And because of that, it caused what used to be the most famous giant movie monster of all time to fall to the wayside as others took his place. And though the consensus on this...
Hold on, pause. Okay, the reason why people stopped caring... No, hold on.
No, you go.
Oh, okay. So the reason why the Cloverfield franchise fell to pieces was because number one, it suddenly became an anthology out of nowhere because they knew they wanted to make a franchise out of it, but they ended up turning it into an anthology, and the anthology had very inconsistent writing. For example, you got the first Cloverfield movie was was just a handheld survival monster movie, which was never been done before, at least to that scope. And the
Right.
marketing just made it all the more interesting because the marketing actually made it like a mystery that the fans had to uncover, which generated hype. 10
And it was a good
Cloverfield
movie.
Lane. 10 Cloverfield Lane was a good movie, but it was a terrible sequel because like Cloverfield was not attached to it. That movie is just Cloverfield in name only.
Yeah, you can't
Meanwhile,
even consider it a sequel
Hell,
at all
it
in
was
any
yeah,
way.
originally going to be an independent project, and they just slapped the Cloverfield name on it for marketing's sake.
yeah,
I think they
and
may
then
have even
there's
slapped the aliens onto that, pretty much.
yeah, and then
Even.
Cloverfield Paradox happened. We don't talk about that movie. God
Oh
no.
god, that's a fucking mess.
Outside of
That
the ending, Jesus.
that
Like,
movie ended up
I mean,
killing the franchise.
yeah,
Oh
outside
yes.
of the very last section of the film, good lord.
Yeah, no, that movie was just abhorrent. It was like Alien and I guess
Event
Cloverfield,
Horizon.
Event Horizon, and I think
Don't you
elements of Edge of
dare
Tomorrow.
slander Event Horizon and compare it to Paradox.
Yeah, but
Hey, it's not my fault they made it that way.
It was
I
terrible.
will I will take solace in the fact that Matt Reeves has confirmed that he's going to make a proper sequel to Cloverfield. But yeah, no, that's gonna be a miracle of Christ because oh boy, that franchise is in shambles. Whereas King Kong, nobody has that exact same feeling towards King Kong at all because like a lot of them, like again, like he has had a lot more good, well written movies
And
and
even
just
and even if
shows.
even
But I
if
think
that
also
was
what I will say is that I think the point he's making is that there were other monsters like the Cloverfield monster that took King Kong's place because there was nothing being done with King Kong, but that has less to do with people not knowing what to do with King Kong being stale, and more because his rights were so impenetrable, people didn't know what to really do to get around that.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's
Kong was
really
kind of the
now
Yeah,
people
scapegoat.
working on
King
it
even if
to
Kong,
what
change.
even if
King.
what even if that point was applicable, there are multiple other creatures, multiple other kaiju that you could probably make a better example out of, like Gamera maybe. You could
Yeah,
probably
Gamera.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Yeah.
no, the Cloverfield comparison just falls apart. It just doesn't work.
Wait, I'm confused on the Gamera part. Like, I know like a lot of people say that the Heisei trilogy is like considered like some of the best kaiju movies out there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Heisei trilogy is some of the best kaiju films out there, but the Showa films have their share of quality. I will defend Gamera versus Zigra and Gamera versus Gyaos with my life. The Brave is generally really well liked, and Gamera Rebirth was also great.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
I haven't seen the show Gamera movies. I've only seen the Heisei era. I am in love with the second and third movie in particular. Like
yeah,
when Gamera was actually criticized for the consequences of his actions, I screamed at the screen like, "Yes! Finally! Consequences for
feel like
the monster's actions!
I feel
Finally!"
like I feel like Iris was Destroyer but better. Like Iris as a character was
Ooh, that's
exactly
sick.
what Destroyer was, but better.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Listen, I will say, Godzilla vs. Destoroyah is the best written Godzilla movie in the Heisei era, but that's not really saying much because the writing, it still carries a lot of the problems that the Heisei era accumulated throughout the years. That being said, if the if you look at it individually, if Godzilla vs. Destoroyah existed on its own, it would have been a fine Godzilla movie, just a movie in general. It would have been a fine movie in general. But yeah, no, the writing of it just bleeds over onto that movie and it just damages that movie, which is sad because by virtue of being one of like the best written Heisei era movie, it ended up being my favorite just because of that. And that's why it makes me sad that the quality of that movie is the way it is. But then looking at versus Iris, I was so happy with that movie and how it tackled the writing. I still don't like the mystic aspect because I feel like it detracts from the stakes a little bit
Granted,
because
the Heisei trilogy as a whole had a lot of mystic elements to
yeah,
it.
yeah, I didn't really vibe with the
So
mysticism.
you're not really getting rid of that.
Yeah, I know. I was never really a fan of the mystic aspect. Um, Mainly because a lot of the time it just felt like a needless complication. It just felt like,
Gotcha.
oh, fate,
Um,
destiny. Like, no, just tell me how things, tell me like how things should go, and tell me like as they happen. Just tell me what is going wrong and how you're gonna fix it. Just don't tell me, oh, fate is destiny. Just no,
Are you talking about
no.
specifically at Iris or in general?
Just in general, the mystic aspect of it, but a lot of it
I
is
don't think like
present in
there's really
Iris.
as much of like a thing like it really wasn't a huge thing in Guardian or even in Legion. I would say the problem with the mystic elements in Iris was that they tried to tie it much to the shrine, and it's mostly for the plot point with Ayane's friend and like his whole deal and how he
Like
ends up getting there.
his entire character.
Yeah, and that doesn't really get brought up on more, especially since like how that ties to Atlantis and Iris isn't as like fleshed out as I think it could have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like the death of Iris.
I would make the case that Destroyer is probably more fleshed out than Iris.
Yeah. And then the
True.
death of the girl in Iris and everything, it just felt very anticlimactic. And the ending actually got me hyped because, first of all, we got like one of the greatest pieces of music from the Heisei era trilogy that I've ever heard. Like the soundtrack just took a 180 and just like the soundtrack was fine, but you know, it just became a whole lot better. And I've been trying to find that specific track and I just couldn't find it anywhere. And I'm sad because it was so good. And then you got the visual.
I think that's just Gamera ending theme or Gamera 3 ending theme. I'll just send that to you.
Okay. Then there's Gamera's silhouette engulfed in fire. That shot was awesome, and that design for Gamera, like Gamera's design was at its best in Iris, and then you got the scene of the Gyos. I like saying Gyos. The Gyos just arriving to the island and and Gamera being prepared to fight them. I was so excited, and then the movie ended. I was like, no. No,
I think you mirror pretty much everyone's sentiment after watching that.
Yeah, I wanted to watch the rest of that, just like the final battle. Like I would have been fine if they just made one more movie, just like the final battle. And if Gamera needs to sacrifice his life to save everybody, it would have been like a sad and poignant ending. Yeah, so be it. I would have wanted an extra movie.
I heard that Gamera did kind of have one more Heisei film. It was in like what 2006, but it was kind of like way different.
It was a fan film.
The original.
Well, no, there was the Gamera 4 like Light of Hope thing, which was the
Gamera 4 The Truth. It was
The Truth.
It was a fan film by Shinpei Hayashia, the guy behind the Reigo trilogy. That thing is stuck in copyright limbo. Though to those who've seen it, they said it was pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad for a fan film.
Reading one of oh, go on. Sorry.
Oh no, you're obviously a guest, so you go first, my man.
Reading one of KaijuCanuck. Sorry if I butchered that. My apologies, but he talked about how Kingdom Monsters kind of touched consequences of Godzilla's action G14, and I was going to add to that, saying that Monarch kind of also did the same thing. Monarch. I haven't watched all Monarch. I think I've seen up to like episode 6, like 5.5. And they did touch on it pretty well. Like there's like PTSD and such, you know.
Yeah,
San Francisco is really just a land of ruin, and then like there's full on drills for Godzilla.
That was like the only That was like one of the few good things about Monarch. They actually acknowledge that these things exist, but
I still need to watch Monarch.
Don't bother. Don't bother.
I have not yet missed a MonsterVerse installment, and I don't plan to stop now.
I wouldn't
really
recommend
like Monarch.
it. I wouldn't recommend it. The writing is just abysmal.
I would.
Because like I have a whole video prepping, you know, as a character analysis of Kate Randa, but yeah, no, the writing is just oh boy. Would I call Kate Randa a Mary Sue? I don't think so. But what about Lee Shaw? Lee Shaw is probably the best written character, but not by much. And then there's Keiko, Randa. The Keiko and Kate are like, and what's his other guy's name? Kentaro, as well as May, are probably the worst written characters.
I would say
by-
Kentaro out of like the main three kids is the best character. Lee
The,
is
the, the,
best
guy,
character.
right?
They're all badly written, but Kentaro is probably the best one out of all of them. He just gets character assassinated
And
because
he just is literally a whipping boy for that entire series.
yeah, like he's like probably the most reasonable person, and then he gets punished for it by the plot, and then he has to like give up his agency, and that's where like when he starts acting like Kate, that's the moment where he got character assassinated. Like there's nothing that would have prompted that to happen. Like, okay, yeah, you found your father in the desert and then he waved, but you couldn't just assume that he was just trying to keep you safe. Like all this time you've been defending him, so like there is absolutely nothing that would trigger any sort of change whatsoever. It's not even a gradual thing too. It's just a complete 180. So yeah, that's the moment that he got character assassinated.
Yeah. One thing I was gonna say is my kind of big. I think some of my really quick critiques of the series is the constant time jumping is kind of hard to stay on track. I wish it just been like season 1 would have been like in the 40s, like when Monarch's first getting started, and like it would have shown the scene of like like what happened when they went to the Axis, the Axis Mundi.
I have seen multiple clips of it. I've seen the Castle Bravo scene in full. I loved it.
That was
Castle
great.
Bravo.
That's like one of the greatest scenes from that.
Oh,
show.
You mean the bobbing scene from Monarch?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that scene was broken as hell because, okay, listen, as a lot of people have been telling me that, oh, it's not really that big of a deal, but it is a really big deal because we're dealing with a nuke, all right? The positioning of everything matters in this scenario because the people that are experiencing the nuke, the full power of the nuke, they are much closer to the nuke than they were in that clip of 2014 at the very beginning. They are dead. And Keiko Randa is blind. She should be blind by that blast. Other guy, they should be blind.
Look at it though.
No, she should be though. She should be. That's the issue. Like she should be with that blast. Like as close as they were, they should be blind and deaf. All right, because we're talking about megatons here. This is as close as they are. They feel the full front of the blow of the nuke. They should not be feeling it. Safety precautions with nukes require that you feel as little of the nuke as possible.
Castle Bravo was 15 megatons of TNT.
And as close as they were, they would have just been blown away. They would have been blown away, but they only survived because of plot armor. If they would have died, nothing about the plot would have happened. That's what makes it such a big plot hole because they all should have died.
One thing I will say though about the whole precautions thing, they kind of were still like not very aware of the nuclear power yet. I'm not like the biggest historian. Like they were still kind of worrying about it as the years went on.
Castle Bravo in real life was much stronger than what they anticipated. That's why the whole incident happened.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that the whole safe precautions thing is kind of because they're still not fully understanding of the power of the nuclear bomb.
All the more reason why they should be dead.
True.
Well, I think the other thing too is that because they kept diverging further and further away from the actual Castle Bravo to a point that like
it's questionable whether or not Monarch itself is actually canon.
It's because they make it so that it goes movies, TV, and then the comics. The comics contradict Monarch even though they came first, but let's just say Monarch's canon. But then what we see in 2014 contradicts what happens in Monarch. So unless we want to say that what we see in Monarch takes over what they did in 2014, at that point it's sort of like we're gonna get new scenes to recontextualize something that happened earlier on in the franchise. That why should I even care about any of the details you're presenting me with? Because I'm just gonna be introduced to new scenes anyway, probably to cover for the issues already.
That plot hole
because
with Monarch,
you don't need to have Keiko and Randa be present for the bomb, because you could have a total story that doesn't involve that at all and not contradict 2014 and not contradict Awakening. Even though both of those still contradict each other, you don't need to do it yourself. You don't need to add to it if you're adding to the universe.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like that scene only exists to set up the character dynamics between Bill, Randa, and Keiko. They want to establish Bill as someone who cares about Keiko's interests, and they want to build up Keiko as an environmentalist type character, like Miki from the Heisei era.
Isn't that a good thing, though? You should probably establish how your characters are going to be interacting.
Well, yes, that is a good thing. However, the way they did it is they did it badly, because at the very you're creating a character moment at the expense of the plot. So you shouldn't have to damage the plot just to create a character moment. That's the same problem that happened with Kate when she was first introduced with the Golden Gate Bridge thing. I actually have a video about that. It's a clip of my
also what's
Kate
it called?
Randa
It's not
analysis.
what's it called? It's not Randa stopping Keiko, it's Lee.
Oh, it was Lee?
And,
Oh, okay.
Lee that does it, because I remember they kind of have that whole thing set up between Lee and with the kind of essentially love triangle there.
Oh,
One
I thought it was
thing
Bill Randa. Okay.
I was gonna quickly say is that the problem with the MonsterVerse, I still love it, but one thing I will say though is that, and it's very noticeable with the comics and the films, is that if you look at the MCU, right, they have a whole planning phase for what they want to do for the next couple of movies and what they want to set up in that. The Monsters haven't really done that thing. It's kind of just been that's why you can notice there's a lot of retcons and also some stuff he's done.
I think probably one of the best comparisons is probably to, I don't know how apt this would be, but to SCP.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's where I'm going.
But with SCP, since it's all fan made, there was always sort of the sentiment that you could write your own SCPs and that you could sort of ignore what you want to ignore, and that was fine. There was always multiple timelines with the SCP universe, but what's it called? Monster fans are adopting something like the Holocron database canon tiers before Disney trashed the Star Wars EU. The problem with even the Holocron database stuff was that there were multiple things that either Lucas did not want to tell the authors about, or there had to just naturally be things explained that the authors explained and Lucas just decided to ignore that. To a degree, it's fair because it was his universe, but there was still a lot of oversight done to ensure that there was continuity kept between a lot of the comics, even and movies and TV shows, video games, etc.
Yeah, Trapper said it himself in GXK. They're just throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. They pretty much confirmed. And this is a problem. This is an error. This should not be.
One thing I did notice.
Trapper's the best character in that movie.
Fuck off.
One thing I do want to say that is good about the whole if you don't have a planning phase thing. There is one pro coming from that. It's that it's a little more wheelie for stylization, and they can kind of do their own things a little bit more. Because if you look at the MC, all the movies kind of feel a little bit the same. There's not that much stylization going on. They have to follow a very strict directing or not writing thing in that.
I think that's more of a problem with the fact that because the MCU got so big, they homogenized, whereas Iron Man, I wouldn't say is the same as Captain America, which wasn't the same as Hulk, which wasn't the same as Thor. They were all watered down from their comic versions, but they all felt unique. But as the films went on, the solo hero films took on a specific convention to them, which is why a lot of people started having more issues with the MCU. And in the Avengers films, although they had a very similar premise of having this ensemble cast, I would still say that Avengers is different from Age of Ultron, which was different from Civil War, which was also different from Endgame.
Okay, I kind of get what you're saying.
I find it funny that people say that Joss Whedon ruined the MCU because he introduced humor, and people were trying to copy him when in reality the humor in the movies that he's made is actually really well done. It's just that people were trying to do it and just failed at it because they don't know what made the jokes work in
Yeah,
the
I think
first
also,
Avengers movie. So
yeah, I
like
think
anything that's comedy related in the MCU is somehow Joss Whedon's fault, which is not
true.
the
I
case
think
at
it's
all.
just the problem is in comedy because like Marvel has kind of, I mean, Godzilla's obviously had well not okay, well they've all like everything's kind of had a little bit of a comedy to it in some way or form. If you get what I'm trying to say, but like like Deadpool obviously is like a prime example of the MCU's like Marvel's always had some kind of level of comedy to it. Deadpool,
Right.
Spider-Man all have like a level of comedy to it.
I mean,
It's just
Spider-Man is like situational comedy, whereas Deadpool is supposed to be super edgy. Although with the movies, it's just kind of safe edgy.
But the other thing too is that I think that like every character has been reduced to a quippy character because
Yeah.
like
that is it.
being quippy was Spider-Man's thing, being kind of quippy in like a meta sense was Deadpool's thing when they changed him from being a Deathstroke ripoff.
True.
And like Thor wasn't really like a quippy character, but then he became one in the later films. And
Yeah.
like that's very off from his comic counterpart. Same thing with Captain America to a degree. Although I would say like he definitely isn't the worst when it came to like him becoming just a quip character. Iron Man is a little bit more better in that aspect because he was generally always a pretty snarky character to begin with. But yeah.
There are
I
ways
was
to
gonna
make light out
say,
of these situations, but they
Would you
just
want
don't
to say
do it
that?
well.
Because I know you haven't talked in a
Right.
bit.
yeah, I was just gonna say with the whole Marvel thing, like I feel like the Marvel heroes these days, they act more the same than they do like their own different personalities. They're all quippy. They all have like these snarky remarks that they say from time to time,
Mhm.
Okay,
rather
actually
than
not
their
gonna wrong
individual
there.
personalities.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's what I was gonna say. Like, there is humor to be found in different premises. Like, if you look at Daredevil, a lot of the humor in Daredevil, and there are entire compilations on YouTube that you can find on Daredevil, despite being the single darkest piece of Marvel media besides Blade and maybe Ghost Rider to an extent.
You mean
It
like the
has,
MCU, right? Just the MCU.
yeah, but like in the MCU specifically, Daredevil's probably like the darkest piece of media there, and yet
Okay.
there are entire compilations dedicated to the humor of the show. The reason why the jokes in there work, it's because number one, they're situational, and number two, they're completely natural, and number three, they're as a lot of it is funny to us and it's completely serious to them, which is like the best way to go about it. But a lot of the times there's jokes between themselves and they're actually funny because they come from a place both of love and understanding of what the situation is and the absurdity behind the concept. For example, the joke where, well, I mean, it was not, it was played completely serious because, it was a serious moment. But when Foggy said, "How many fingers are you holding up?" and he sticks the middle finger up to Matt, and Matt just kind of just vaguely just looks at the ceiling and just goes, "One." Like that scene was funny, but they played it serious because it was a serious moment. The reason why it's
Yeah.
funny to us is because of the absurdity of the whole situation. Like that Matt can sense when someone is holding up a finger. There was this other joke in the same season, season one, where where I think her name is no, her name's not Colleen. It's the nurse. I forgot the name of the nurse. Anyway, so
Claire Temple.
Claire Temple, yes, thank you. Where Matt noticed that Matt noticed that she opened up a bruise, and she asked, "How did you know that?" And he says, "Oh, I can smell the copper in the air." She's like, "Ah, copper in the air." Yeah, that scene is funny because it's natural. It would happen normally in this kind of scenario, in this grounded world where things like this just happen to happen in this specific location and happen to happen to these kinds of people. They just, oh yes, you sure, fine.
Yeah.
There's humor to be found there, and there are ways to do it well. It's just that lately, the MCU has just lost its ability to be funny.
I think one of the more modern character, well, not like obviously it's not modern, but like one of the more modern characters to come into the MCU, or like the more recent characters to join the MCU. I mean, is well, it's debatable if you want to say it's MCU. Venom, I think he's like one of the better recent characters to have been comedy. Obviously, I feel like because like in the comics, like he does say some kind of like in his older comics, like he does say some really goofy stuff. and it's not even intentionally goofy. It's just like the way he says it, it comes off really funny and goofy, and so it kind
Yeah.
of makes them like kind of act the same exact way, or he'll be like saying something really nice to someone, like like something about like comment in a way, an old lady, and the way it comes off and the way he kind of says it is what makes it funny. So he's
Yeah,
not
because
intentionally
like he's
trying to be funny.
menacing. Yeah, he's menacing looking, and he's saying something extremely nice. It comes off as creepy. Yeah, that's the humor of it, the absurdity and the juxtaposition between being kind and being and looking horrifying. And this is kind of like the problem I had with Let There Be Carnage, where in the first Venom movie, that movie was hilarious, but they weren't trying to be hilarious. They were just trying. They were just trying to be so badass, it came off as humorous. Whereas in Venom, Let There Be Carnage, they were intentionally trying to be funny. So it's kind of like Schrodinger's humor, where the humor is present when you're not noticing it, and then when you're acknowledging that you're trying to be funny, you just stop trying to be funny. That's why I didn't like Let There Be Carnage all that much, because they were trying to be funny as opposed to just being naturally funny by just how they act.
True. I will say though, I do like how they kind of we know we're not like super serious and like have the best writing. We're just going into what we're good at, which I do like to play it into, even if it wasn't the best. But you know what I'm saying. But
Should we continue?
yeah.
The general agreement is that the Monsterverse was the best thing to happen for the big guy, as he's finally free from that one movie shadow. So to bring it back around, I feel Godzilla is at real risk of becoming trapped under a similar shadow like how King Kong was. I love Godzilla, and always will, but I am worried we may enter an era that forgets what made Godzilla popular in the first place. Yes, allegory was always part of the character's roots, but that is a plural word, and that was just one of many, many roots.
Okay, but which root came first?
Okay, the verse. Oh wait, what do you mean by that? Like, you mean like the first tone or what?
Like
Yeah,
I think,
no.
like he's trying to, like his essential endpoint is that Godzilla has many tones, and that's what
Godzilla. The thing is, his tone, his final point is Godzilla came from many places, not just the single one.
That is not.
Well, I mean, Godzilla came
necessarily
from a single tone.
I think
but,
when he's
Yeah, no, that's not
the
true at all.
like Godzilla
Okay,
came
let
from
me
a single tone,
rephrase.
but
Let me
it's the other
rephrase.
tones
He's
that let it-
established himself in many places, not just the one.
I guess, but then it's sort of like we didn't like those other places didn't necessarily last. That's another problem too. And then there's also a consistent history that it is serious Godzilla movies that go right back to his roots that are needed to revitalize the franchise.
okay.
Because like you get that with 84, to a lesser degree with 2000, but still it's far more serious than like the show stuff.
Yeah, if you need like a 1954 repeat to revitalize Godzilla, all that tells me is that formula works a lot better than all the other types of Godzilla movies.
But it's also like there is a general sense, there seems to be a sentiment that there probably has been a loss of like Godzilla's way, if there's a need to keep like bringing him back there.
Yeah, and it's always a serious, allegorical type film.
As well as like a
not-
lot of like the pushes from the 70s into the 80s to get Godzilla off the ground was to like they wanted to see Godzilla brought back to his roots.
I think one thing.
It wasn't just
the
one
original
stuff.
concept.
Yeah.
The original concept for the American '98 for what became Godzilla 1998, while yes had featured the monster fights, was a lot more akin to Godzilla 2014 than it was to something like the Showa movies.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I think
And even though
one
like
thing-
the 2014 isn't like a reboot of 54, it's still a far more grounded and serious film than what we have now with GVK and JXK.
I think one thing
Even as someone who liked,
What's it called? Wait,
even as
because
someone who liked
84 was an
Swing-
inferior film to 54. That was a return to seriousness. Well, what's it called? Even though it's inferior to 54, it's still probably a lot better, more constructed than a lot of the later Showa films, and it's also the reason why.
even as someone who like even as someone who enjoyed GVK and especially GXK, I can definitely understand that yes, the serious grounded aspects, that's what made Godzilla get off the ground in the first place.
As well as it's almost always like you have to like a serious entry for something is almost always going to be how something starts out with, because you have to make the viewer buy into the premise itself, because if the premise is already silly and it doesn't take itself serious, unless like it is a full-blown comedy, then most people aren't going to vibe with it.
Yeah, it's. I think
I don't know about that.
Since I've been bringing him up recently, I think it's similar to how, while yes, Gamera has had his serious moments, he's been rooted in the far more campy and far more action-packed style in comparison to Godzilla. So if you're bringing the character back, something like that may be the formula that works for him.
Well, what's interesting is that, like, technically, Gamera being more serious is, although what the character was known for in the Showa series, tonally, Gamera Invincible is also a far more serious film than that of its later films. Like, I wonder if, like, you got a Gamera versus Virus as the first film of a franchise, would it continue on as it did?
That's fair.
I would
say is nowhere near as silly as the films where it pulls its monsters from.
I want to pull in like one real quick thing before we get into the Canuck video. Actually, just a real quick thing. I think one of the issues with the Monsterverse when it comes to its stakes, like I know this is kind of random, but is obviously with Godzilla is that let's use GXK for example. It felt like when like Kong's on the screen, like, oh yeah, there's definitely a chance he could lose and die, and like it's gonna hit the fan if he does. But then Godzilla's on screen, it's like, well, there it goes. Like I still love the movie, don't get me wrong, but like it is definitely one issue I've seen. It isn't entire Legendary's fault. Kodo's have some rules in place to kind of make that happen a little bit. So I was just saying that it is one kind of issue that Monsters has. The stakes are kind of weird because, like I said, if you notice when like Kong's on screen, you can really tell when like if like that he can definitely die there. But like a Godzilla screen, it's like no, he's just gonna pull it through because I'm pretty sure from my understanding when the contract pieces, like when the rules, I think it's not 8 by the way, but one of the rules for it was like Godzilla cannot die unless there's an offspring to come in and take his mantle. And since there's no offspring, they can't really happen. So
I mean, like I feels like those was like some of the things I was taken from the rules things we got from like the COD promo / partnership thing that they did for that event, because if we're saying Godzilla can't really die, sure, but like we've seen Godzilla on the ropes in both 2014 and King of the Monsters, so that's like why
dude was at multiple times at risk of losing his life, especially during the Battle of Boston.
True, it's just
fall from orbit.
Yeah, true. What I kind of also mean is that Godzilla's kind of gone to a state where he's kind of too OP for the verse, to where it just kind of feels like he's got to calm and clean everything up. To where it's Kong, like Kong's so very strong, like he's definitely up there, but he's still like there's still a chance, like he still doesn't feel like he's OP, like Godzilla right now. Kind of does feel like he's kind of too strong for it's kind of his own good.
But I think like the problem or the solution is just introduce stronger monsters that aren't necessarily ancient Hollow Earth rivals. You can do it. And
I think they are going to do that. I mean, Shima's already a good example.
Well, Shima didn't even feel like that much of a threat though.
Yeah,
I'm not like obviously. To be fair, like
Shima was
obviously under enslavement
because he has that threat level. Even if it's not explicitly in his original film, there is the potential threat level for something to match Godzilla.
Fair.
It's just earlier, Zim.
Sorry.
I'm
sorry. I don't want to. I didn't wish to interrupt, but I really got to bounce right now.
Bounce,
yeah, bro.
Okay.
Shameception. Love that.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Monster, if you're leaving, you want to do a quick show before you bounce?
Yeah, sure. I can do that. So this has been your guest, the Sea Monster, and Thanks for letting me on here and joining you folks here after for a while at least. I have a stream coming up on Wednesday evening where I'll be discussing Godzilla against Mechagodzilla and Tokyo SOS, basically the Kiryu duology. So if anyone wants to stop by over there, hope to see you all there. But aside from that, I got some other content on my channel, such as some new videos, what have you, not just that are out, but also in the works. Thanks for having me on, Zim. And
man.
yeah, good night, folks.
Take care.
Night.
Take
Pleasure
care.
to meet you.
I think like Marine
And-
crashed again.
Yeah. What was that?
I think he crashed again. Black.
Yeah,
Rooney.
Black probably crashed it. Good.
Am I saying that right? By the way, I'm
Black
probably-
Rooney? Yeah, you're saying it right.
All right. I think
I'm probably
last
going to leave
thing-
once we finish talking about KaijuCanuck's video or sometime around there.
Oh, well, I was basically done. Yeah, I was basically just done.
What'd you say? Wait, what? Sorry, we both talked at the same time.
Like I'm done with my conversation. Just kind of want to bring that kind of left field thing up real quick.
Okay. But yeah, no, what's it called?
I had one of his members. I specified that. I already said that in the Discord.
Actually, speaking of which, like, you don't have to technically answer this. But like, did you let him know that the stream was happening, or did he just find out on his own? Like, I'm
Okay,
not.
so I don't. So someone kind of brought it up, in like this, in like kind of the Discord server he promotes, which is where we kind of a lot of us reside.
Okay.
Someone like brought it up, and so like that's when I found out about it. Kind of a lot of other people did, and so that's what.
Okay, cool. That's literally. I was just like, because I was doing the promoting for it, and I was like, oh, okay. He actually like looked at it, and then Mike responded too, and I'm like, oh, okay.
I'm not gonna go too deep into it because it is kind of a private channel for members only.
I don't like what's it called. You don't need to. Like,
Yeah, but that's basically all. That's basically all I'm gonna say.
No, it's no problem. All righty, let's get into
Shall we
it.
commence?
Let's commence. Black, DM me on Discord if you're in the back, because obviously I can't see it since I'm on this screen right here. Alrighty. All right, wait, is he texting me? Oh, yeah, he's back in. Okay.
All right, cool.
We'll just do it. We'll
Blackaroonie.
There we
You
go.
live.
I swear to God, if I leave one last
Is a
time,
potato.
True.
if I leave one last time,
Okay.
I swear,
There we go.
I'm gonna
Alright.
start a
All
jihad.
right, let's begin.
Noose.
And this time I will put this. Yeah, it's a 2 speed. Okay.
Oh, this video.
Acceptance speech really made it really sweet.
One sec.
For 7 decades, Godzilla has finally won an Oscar. I hope that on my 70th birthday I could win some kind of award like that. But jokes aside, it was a really momentous occasion in the fandom, and I'm so glad that I was able to witness it in real time. Just everyone collectively celebrating, the director and his team going up on stage and accepting their award. And I think there was this moment in his acceptance speech that really made it really sweet.
Hitachi Yamazaki's acceptance speech is really freaking good.
Yeah, no, it's a really. I like it. Also, there's someone echoing in the back. Who is that?
Might be Blackaroonie because
I don't hear anything.
yeah,
If it's me, my apologies. I am on phone, so I might just pick up random stuff.
it's probably one of you two.
I would say in that case,
I do
just
hear static, not echo.
I was
don't-
hearing an
Wait,
echo that stopped when Black and Sea Monster left.
wait. Black, mute yourself real quick.
All right.
No. Okay.
No. Okay. Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah,
hello.
okay. Yeah,
Okay. I think it's probably just Black's then. Did you unmute yourself, Black?
I just did.
Okay, so it's probably just yours. All right. In that case, mute, and then if you want me to pause, just tell me to unpause, just so there isn't too much of a feedback.
All right.
All right,
Cool.
cool. All right.
response to that. This movie is proof that everyone has a chance. I love that messaging. I love this idea that there's always opportunity to be had, even if that first opportunity is small. That snowballs into something else. Snowballs into something bigger, bigger over time. This movie is something that he's been thinking of making for many years, and he's finally had his opportunity to realize it, and the world was there to notice it. In my line of work, I've hired students for 6 years now. At this point, I've always worked with students, and one of the things I've always tried to tell them is that you would be amazed how much this world rewards bravery. Like, can you be brave for the 60 seconds it takes to send an email to a job recruiter or a potential graduate supervisor? Can you be brave for the 5 minutes it might take to chat up, someone attractive at the bar or wherever you're at, to see if, hey, maybe you can take them out for a date or something? It's a big scary world out there. It's normal to be nervous about things, but your ability to be brave for very small periods of time can make all the world of difference. And I absolutely love what he has to say about everyone. Everyone has the chance. And as happy as I am to see Godzilla get the recognition that he deserves, I am also dreading what might come of this moment in time and the implications that might follow shortly thereafter. So the first thing I'm worried about is
See what I mean? See what I mean? There's like the second guy in a row that has to be like, oh, I'm afraid of what the success of -1 could mean. Again, I don't want to say it's insecurity, but that's what it smells like. I think these people are insecure that the bar has been raised, and now there's competition between -1 and between Toho and the MonsterVerse, because now the MonsterVerse is gonna be forced to improve. And yeah, people are already satisfied with the schlock that they're getting, and they don't want to have to improve on that because they're comfortable with the schlock. And yeah, no, this just reeks of insecurity.
Like, I've already watched this video.
Imagine if something that you enjoyed was consistently lambasted because something quote unquote better just showed the hell up and got public attention.
I would say in that case, like, all that really does, and I think maybe it's a personality type thing, is that if something showed up that was like, hey, it's doing what you're doing but better, what it would do for me is reevaluate, what am I doing, what can I do to improve? And considering that, like, the biggest thing that has been seen across all of the talks about -1, and I'm not talking about what fans are saying, but what like non-fans are saying, it's that they are surprised that they were going into a Godzilla movie really caring about the human characters. And a lot of them also say that like what the MonsterVerse is doing action-wise is fine. And I'm divorcing myself entirely from stuff where it comes to like CGI or VFX things. Like, that's Braden's field, and I'm not as experienced to talk about it. But if that's at least like what people seem to be talking about, then I think that, yeah, the MonsterVerse can probably do with maybe working on its writing more. And if that's the case and they want to focus more on the writing, then hopefully the next film they improve on the writing. And I know Mike's Monsters makes a point of this in his video where he says that they've been listening to what the fans have been saying, which if that's the case and the fans right now are demanding, hey, let's have better written characters, then hopefully that's what we see in the future.
Yeah,
we're seeing continuing course corrections.
If that trend continues, then yes. I think one of the biggest things that I've seen that I haven't really seen talked about with GXK is that because it was released so close, nobody really realized that both of these movies were made at the same time, so they couldn't really have influenced each other in either direct, probably indirect maybe, but not really like in terms of how both are written. I doubt anyone at Legendary had any access to -1 script, and I doubt very few people at Toho who were working on -1 had access to what GXK was doing.
I one thing I was gonna bring up 2 quick old points.
Yeah.
One thing, well, actually more like 3, but from my understanding, Blackaroonies are not like Toe. From my understanding, Toe is not very much against. So, well, actually, Legendary owns the rights to Godzilla, the American. It's just they're small.
Well, they don't own the rights; they own the license.
Yeah, well, basically that's what I mean. But
yeah,
they're just too small. Basically, that's why Warner Brothers has to come in. Is they have to help pay for the costs. But another thing too is that Warner Brothers, from my understanding, doesn't actually like want to compete with the MonsterVerse. Like, from obviously like there's some influence in there with -1 with the whole charge up thing came from 2014. But we already but not even just that. It's just they also like even handle the distributing for GXK themselves. Toho did it themselves. They did it themselves, and a couple other things too. But from my understanding, they're not really like in a competition with each other. They're like very much like each. They very much like each other. Legendary very much supportive for the MonsterVerse.
Oh no, I'm not, I don't mean like I don't mean like competition like in terms of finance and that kind of stuff. I mean like in terms of quality. Like
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
yeah, no, quality, mainly quality, because
As well as actually no, Black. I'll let you finish your point before I say what I was gonna say.
oh yeah, no, that was it. That was just my point.
Well, and then the other thing too is that like Toho's obviously happy that because they do the licensing, they don't have to do as much work while Legendary their end puts the bill for almost everything, produces the product, and then Toho is obviously getting their cut from this. So, like Toho's in a really good relationship with Legendary. Like it's only until like you get like a full on bomb that probably Toho would reconsider what's going on. But at least what can be said is that even though right now the film is making money, hopefully that they still listen to the fans and course correct. Although, because of how well the film's doing, maybe this could be the case that they don't course correct because of how much money they made and we just get more of the same. And then we'll probably see from there.
I know. My bad. I don't mean to interrupt you if you're almost already done. Okay, but I think one thing about Mike's video is that there's been a lot of fans talking about how they want more monster scenes, and so like every move they keep gradually bringing it up more, and so like that's why I kind of noticed like like GX 2014 didn't really have that many scenes, and then like compared to like GXK, it's like basically most of the movie is just about the monsters.
GXK puts the spotlight on the monsters themselves.
Yeah.
Well, it definitely, like I would say that it definitely does do that. Kong more than Godzilla because if you really compare these, I would say that like remove Godzilla, you have a pretty good visual storytelling for the most part with what Kong's doing, and then you have what Godzilla is doing on the side.
I think a good reason as to why I have a few like quick theories as to why Godzilla is kind of a side character. One of my theories is that Toho was like, well, this is coming out like the 7th anniversary, of Godzilla. You kind of want some like 7th anniversary movie, so just throw them in there.
I think the original concept was going to be Son of Kong.
Yeah, that's from my understanding too.
For GXK, I'm pretty sure the original concept was Son of Kong, and they changed and they threw in Godzilla later down the line.
I think the second theory I have is that the reason why Godzilla's a side character, because this movie is kind of very experimental with the heavy visual storytelling aspect of the monsters, has never really been done to that degree before.
Mm-hmm.
So like they're probably just like doing Kong to see like if it goes, and like if it goes, then they're gonna do it more with Godzilla for sure. So I think that's probably why it was Kong more centric, and Godzilla's kind of the side character. Is that Kong was like their testing grounds, and if the test proved to be successful, then yeah, they would do more movies where Godzilla's made to focus some more, and vice versa, obviously.
I think that's the case, but then like we then have to get into like stakes, the writing, plot in general, which I'm not denying that like they did pretty well visually storytelling with Kong, but I think there are also other things that it's ignoring, which I think is a problem.
I would also
I think
say
one thing
that.
is for sure that. Oh, sorry. Black, I didn't interrupt you.
Just a quick point. If the writing of the MonsterVerse was really as good as it is, as people say it is, I don't think people would be defending it the way that they are.
If I may say something as to what Canuck was saying, like I think from my perspective and from what I've seen online and from videos that discuss it, is that like -1, the success of it I think sends the wrong message that like that people take from it is that this is the only way that Godzilla can be written or depicted as. Because I would argue for one that GXK is a well-written example of an action adventure movie, and -1 is a well-written example of a allegorical drama. And I think both directions are valid for the character of Godzilla.
Oh,
And I
Vic,
think
I have
that
a
minus
question for
one
you.
success would hamper one direction.
I have a question for you. Have you seen Journey of the Center of the Earth?
What was that?
Have you seen Journey to the Center of the Earth?
Yes.
And what would you think is the merit of the writing of that movie? What do you think makes the writing of that movie good?
Let's see. I've only remember watching it. Let's see, a while ago. But from what I watched, I thought it was a fun adventure with lots of heart and thrill.
Well, yeah, those are feelings and those are themes. I'm talking about like plot specifically.
From what I remember, I thought the relationship between, I believe, the uncle and nephew was a really well written and well depicted story.
What do you remember, like specifically? Like any specific thing, any plot beats, the chronology of the events, how they led to each other, and how they justified each other.
I remember. I think the plot is that like the nephew's parents, were explorers who were searching for the center of the earth and stuff, and then went missing. And then there's this estranged relationship between the uncle and nephew, and they sort of bond over over the adventure of finding out what happened to them, and I guess in a way vindicating the parents, and coming to terms with their new relationship, just from what I remember from it, because I've only watched it once all the way through a while back ago.
Right.
I would
That's
have to
just
rewatch it.
that's character writing, which is good. It's all right. I will say that. What about the character, the merit of the writing in Godzilla X Kong by comparison?
Well, the stories of that the parallels between Kong and Gia, and Eileen Andrews of finding their place with their found families and finding a sense of belonging, with Gia reuniting with her people and finding her through her purpose and destiny, and then also realizing that what's most important is her found family with her adoptive mother Eileen, and then also Eileen coming to terms with what it means to be a mother and accepting the sacrifices that may not always have to happen in the end, because family is above all what is important.
Okay, so number one, that is not character writing, that is theme present in the characters, which is a different subject. Number two, going off of with Eileen. Eileen did not ask Gia if she wanted to stay in the Hollow Earth. Gia did not give any indication that she wanted to stay in the Hollow Earth. The most we got is her having fun with the people in the Hollow Earth. All we have is Eileen assuming that she wants to stay in the Hollow Earth. So when she says that, oh, if you want to stay in the Hollow Earth, that comes completely out of nowhere, because not once do we have a scene where Gia says, I would want something like, I would want to stay here forever. Now, if we got at the very least a throwaway line telling us that this is what she wants to stay here, then fine. But nobody has to really sacrifice anything, and that moment of tension has been completely fabricated and dropped from the moment it was introduced. Number two, the whole issue with the Iwi even being there, like that was probably the strongest part when it comes to like the writing of Gia and the Iwi. But the problem is, okay, so this is something that we discussed in our previous stream. Um, you have the people of the Iwi tribe in the Hollow Earth. Now, the assumption is that the Iwi from the Hollow Earth have went up to the surface to live in Skull Island. How did they do that without dying? And then you have to wonder, okay, well, maybe the people of the Skull Island went down to the Hollow Earth to live in Hollow Earth. Okay, well, how did they get there? Now, the answer would obviously be Mothra, but how? But there's just no logical way in which Mothra could carry each individual person from the tribe all the way to the surface or the Hollow Earth without being crushed to death. We see Gia somehow surviving, and we don't really get an explanation as to how. Does she have any superpowers that prevent her from being crushed to death by the gravitational waves, or is it just mere plot armor? The only logical explanation is that this is plot armor because not once is it established that she is immune to the gravitational waves of the portals between the Hollow Earth and the regular Earth. So the people of the Iwi being like the Iwi tribe being there makes no sense, logically speaking. Now, that being said, if there were no Iwi in the Skull Island, then that would retroactively break the plot of Skull Island in the first place because we clearly see people of those tribes of that specific tribe present in that movie. And if we want to keep things consistent, the only logical way for things to not be broken in continuity is to have the Iwi not exist in GXK, but then we don't have our theme of belonging anyways. So no matter how you slice it, the plot is going to be negatively affected either in GXK or just the lore of the Monsterverse as a whole.
Yeah, and I think like also thinking about that too, the problem is that because we need to have this theme with Gia and Eileen, because we only see her interacting with these other kids who are a part of like the Monarch Relief stuff. She says she doesn't belong there, but clearly she doesn't really say that she doesn't belong with Eileen. So there wasn't really too much tension as to whether or not she would like leave like her adoptive mother essentially. And again, like Black says, Eileen is just assuming that she is going to want to stay down there, but there's no indication that she didn't want to stop being around Eileen. It was just that in that one instance where she was where she didn't feel like she belonged. And then obviously the whole stuff with the world building of the Iwi has changed so much from them sailing to Skull Island to them instead actually coming up from the Hollow Earth. But then with how the Hollow Earth works now with the portals, we don't really know exactly how they even got back up to the surface, and the logistics behind that is a problem.
Well,
Here, go on. Sorry.
okay. Well, I would say, like world building logistics aside, I would say that for the character of Gia and Eileen, we see from the beginning of the movie that Gia is very distant and isolated and struggling to fit in due to her being on the surface at least the last of her culture, and that Eileen is also struggling trying to help her daughter find her place in the world, and she sees how much distress is causing it's causing her daughter. Also the fact that she's receiving the visions and the signals, and she's saying stuff like, oh, I don't belong, there's something wrong with me. And then
Well,
the closer they get to
that would be something I would say is because we
The
don't
plot
really
needed it to
see
happen.
the plot need. Well, besides that, but we don't really see her interacting in the regular world without like the MacGuffin happening to her, because the reason why she doesn't feel normal is because of the visions that she's having. Had she not had those, more than likely she would still be pretty well adjusted.
Yeah, I'll give an example to that, a counter example. Here's an example how to do it correctly. There was this show, I don't know if anybody have seen it, Max Steel. So
Yes.
Max is the son of I forgot the name of his father, McGrath, Dr. McGrath, and he's already an outsider because people treat him weird by virtue of being the son of such a famous scientist, and he was already an outsider. He was already getting bullied. Then he got his powers, his turbo powers, which made him even more of an outcast because now he had to hide them. So if anybody interacted with Gia in a negative light before she started getting her visions, then fine. But we don't get such things. The first interaction we see between her and people of the outside world is merely just her getting her visions. So there is absolutely nothing with her characterization that is not tied down with the MacGuffin plotline thingy.
Yeah.
Which again, it shouldn't have happened either because
Yeah,
there is absolutely
even
no way
if
she should have got that signal.
even if Gia wasn't an Iwi girl, if someone just started to randomly get visions, they'd probably start to feel out of place. Like it just feels like the whole thing for her character is rushed, and there's not enough there to actually count as like really good character writing. And because obviously she's the chosen one who is like everything's gonna be fine by the end, even though it's the end of the world for the Iwi culture. There's no like stakes there to really ground the story in any like way.
There could have
I
been
think,
like an extra scene too, but the reason why that was probably cut from the movie is mainly because people would have been too bored because we want to get to the monster fights, since that's what Godzilla movies are all about, right? Stupid
I would
argument, by the
disagree
way.
about that point. I think, for one, it could be a matter of just the runtime of the film, but there are scenes where it's described about how Gia is still struggling, and we see that she's not really having much interaction with her friends. We see her for the most part alone, on her way to school and such, and she's pretty much isolated in her room, and still scared when the visions come in.
But yeah, because she's getting visions. Like we have no context for like what was going on with her prior to then, and we don't have enough to actually understand as to why she feels so isolated and why there isn't anything that can be done to
Yeah,
help
the
her.
problem. Yeah,
But
the
no,
problem is that they tell us, they don't show
it's,
us.
so what was, I heard someone was about to say something.
yeah, I was gonna say that. Well, they do like in the beginning scene, like she's at the school and like she's like kind of cleaning up, like the teacher and like Eileen are talking a little bit. They do kind of talk. I don't remember exactly what they said. My memory can be kind of foggy. My bad, but they just kind of say something along the lines of like it is kind of like implied and like kind of someone showed in the line of dialogue that they have these kind of talks before about how the Asians just fitting in and having a hard time multiple times.
The problem is that
Yeah,
they tell us, they don't show us. That's
Yeah,
the
it's
thing.
tell,
That's the
don't
most
show.
important. That's the most important rule in writing. Show, don't tell.
Because like you're telling me to feel a certain way instead of showing me necessarily why this is the case.
And
And then
facial
because
expressions are
of
not enough, by the way. Just showing people being sad about a specific thing is not showing people. Show me events.
and
That's
then
the most
because of the
important
fact
part
that
of the
like her
story.
most isolating incident is a sci-fi concept, we're immediately gonna be like, oh yeah, that makes sense as to why she'd feel this way if this is happening to her, instead of the more grounded aspect, which is the preview to this. But let's keep going.
Yeah.
These YouTube grifters, these tourists that have been
Wait,
fandom just
oh, he said it.
shortly thereafter. So the first thing, I am also dreading what might come of this moment in time and the implications that might follow shortly thereafter. So the first thing I'm worried about is that it gives some of these YouTube grifters, these tourists that have been visiting our fandom just to shit on some of the projects, it adds more fuel to their fire that they're trying to burn about how American Godzilla sucks or there's only 3 Toho movies worth watching. And just for funsies, I decided this morning to look up some of the YouTube videos that were put up. Just
so in this case here, I disagree with his entire framing where he says tourist and grifters, because to infer that someone is grifting implies that what they are saying is something they don't believe. And considering the fact that it's pretty well known how insular the community is, I don't think anyone is really going to be making a whole lot of money by being super, super controversial. In fact, they'd be making a whole lot more money if they were just being fans of both, because then you're not upsetting anyone and all you're getting is good publicity. Plus, you also have to. You have to also. One sec.
You can't really like go after people who like or don't like it. That's
well, you can't go after people who do or don't like it, but the thing is
like
that
you can't be an absolute dick about it.
Yeah, centrism is just.
You should show at least a little bit of, hey, I want to understand why you like it.
Yeah, but most of the projects, even the one he brings up, the guy, I know the person he's going to bring up, very little of what he's saying is a belief that I don't think he wholeheartedly actually believes in. Being a grifter implies you are saying something you don't actually believe.
No, Zim. He's going to bring up Adolf Skipler.
No, he's not. I know he's bringing up
Adolf Skipler.
Yeah, I've seen this one. No, it's not. It's not Skipper. It's not Skipper. That one's late.
I was gonna kind of.
He did 2 different videos on Dr. Skipper, which. Okay, completely fair. When you have a video with this much misinformation, it's not even because he went after the MonsterVerse. It's just blatant misinformation.
Yeah, I don't spread misinformation. I just lie.
Lie, gaslit, everything, or however the boss thing goes. But I heard someone was about to say something.
I was gonna say about the whole I feel like when it comes to grifters, I feel there's quite a few different meanings to the set word from like my understanding of how people use it. It can
Okay.
kind of be like meaning of different things, and
What would those be then?
like I know, like I think one example, it's kind of similar to the last thing, like you were kind of saying, in the sense that grifters are kind of like, I guess they also just be kind of tourists to be honest, but they're kind of like people who will like come into like these fandoms or whatever and like, you know, act like they understand or like have seen the thing or whatever, I guess. In reality, they either haven't or really don't understand it.
Well, then again, in that case, still the person who is making a claim that that person is a tourist or a grifter is inferring that said target believes themselves to be an expert instead of someone giving commentary. Because at least the person he brings up, at least to right after this, because the reason why I'm harping on it is because if he's going to use the word grifter and tourist and then bring up an example of something, then I would consider these points to be analogous. And considering that I know who's talking about, well, actually, we'll just keep going. Why not? So I can make the point.
Hours for Godzilla minus one won the Oscar. And sure enough, Godzilla minus one Oscar winning franchise embarrassing Hollywood once again. And it's like,
Actually,
Zim,
wait.
before you continue, I'm gonna head out I'm gonna head out right now. It's getting late for me, so
Yeah, that's no problem. Do you want to make? How many more minutes do you think you got?
it's very late for me at the moment. So
It's like one where I am. So if you want to leave now, that's completely fine.
I could probably say a few things before I head out.
Yeah, sure. If you want to give a few quick points before you bounce.
So yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm hoping to join later down the line.
Yeah, no problem.
Let me know if you do a stream relating to Gamera, Nemesis, or anyone obscure, because I'd love to talk. Because I'd love to have a talk in that discussion.
If we do any more like kaiju writing stuff, I will I'll obviously have that stuff up in the what's it called on my Discord. So
yeah, I'm part of the Discord obviously, but if say if the Nemesis Saga TV show happens and you guys are discussing that, let me know.
Oh, easily, yeah.
Because I'd love to talk about that. Because
Sure.
I'd love to talk about the Nemesis Saga, as well as yeah. Thanks for having me on. I hope to join a few more later down the line. And yeah, take care,
of
guys.
Course. Happy to have you on, my man.
Yeah. Take care, guys. Peace.
All right. Peace.
Zim, by the way, I have to ask, the next, I have seen this video. I forgot that he didn't mention Skipper, but Skippler. But I have seen this video, and I have to wonder, is the next video, what is he talking about? Because depending on what he talks about, I might stay or I might leave because, I'm kind of running out of time. But
you talking about Mike's video?
The one after this one.
Yeah, it's about Godzilla, whether about Godzilla's tones and stuff.
Godzilla's tone. Okay, well, all right, sure. Maybe we can power through this one then.
If anything, I don't mind going back through these again because I know the next one's 30 minutes. It's gonna be it's a bit of a dense video, so I don't mind doing it for another stream as well.
I think there's this point I wanted to make for the whole grifters, I guess, thing, but I'm just gonna use that word. It makes it a little bit easier to get the kind of picture if I'm trying to say. But I'm a fan of Transformers, and I was gonna bring this up because there's kind of a bit of a similar thing going on. It's not kind of as crazy, but it's basically just Bayverse fans. There's a lot of hate towards the fans of Bayverse. It's more not like everyone, from my understanding, it's more just we're really annoying with some of their points, and also they are asking for stuff that just wouldn't really work and would just kind of make Transformers kind of in a worse state than it kind of already is. It's not a horrible state, but definitely still recovering from the last two Bayverse movies.
I guess, but like the problem I have with the sentiment you shared right there is the fact that, at least from Canucks perspective, is very much like a like what you like kind of stance. And I think that if the base Raiders fans like what they like, and if the guiding philosophy that someone has is simply like what you like, then ultimately any conversation that comes about when the idea of where a franchise goes is concerned, you can't really discuss like what does and doesn't work, because what works for someone else doesn't work for someone like does work for someone else. So therefore all you're doing is just saying, oh, this works, no, this doesn't work, and there isn't too much else, because the further you get into the topic and really breaking down why this doesn't work, a lot of people take that as, well, you're diminishing like my opinion on why I like things like this, and that's where it usually ends up going, where like people feel like they're being invalidated because people go into more details about certain topics, and that's essentially what that sentiment leads to. And I think Canuck shares that sort of sentiment, and that's like a problem I have. So then I have a further issue with him using the term grifter, because of the fact that you can't really then say, well, like what you like, but it's these people, they aren't really fans, because they are saying things that they want to have either views or money or something. Like, I don't think he has enough ground to stand on and make the claim, and that's like the biggest contention I have with this video. And actually, once like going back all the way,
Can I say something?
yeah,
There is a bit of a phenomenon that I have noticed, and this isn't just with Godzilla. This applies to any fandom. So when something goes on, like if something um, becomes mainstream, something that has existed for a long time, that somehow becomes mainstream for some reason, like some piece of media just makes it through the barrier between niche and mainstream. Some people who the people that, let's say, that belong to that fandom, who only know that specific piece of media and only love to consume that specific piece of media and don't think about it critically. This isn't the majority, but it's a vocal minority. Um, these people that consume this specific piece of media will live in an echo chamber of pretty much circle jerking each piece of media that comes out, no matter how good or how bad it is. And then when it reaches the mainstream, it'll inevitably reach someone whose standards are much higher than the people that consume that specific piece of media. And then when they decide to assess the piece of media's quality on an objective standard, the people that like that piece of media will immediately retaliate, because they will feel as if they are being forbidden from liking that piece of media, which is, dear God, it is not the case. That is not the case. Nobody's forbidding anybody from liking anything. They're just assessing the media critically. And so,
yeah, I think like there is a general sentiment without a doubt that when people deconstruct a piece of media, that because someone likes something that's considered bad, there's often many people who will also then use this as an opportunity to shame said person, which I think is pointless. Just because someone likes a piece of media that is bad does not necessarily mean anything about them as a person.
Exactly.
But because there's oftentimes that can happen, that person then becomes hyper defensive. So that anytime the thing is criticized, even if it's not a direct attack against them, it then becomes their response. And because the response is built off the emotion appeal that you're attacking my identity as a fan or attacking something I like, and because of the also bigger sentiment that everything is subjective, then there isn't much that can be done in way of discourse.
Yeah, the
because you can just keep running into
goes.
the everything is subjective. Why do you hate what I like?
You just hate
like
fun.
what you like, etc. Fun phobic, exactly.
Yeah.
Or at least that's what I observe.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to see too, because some people, a lot of the time, it doesn't even come out of hate. Like, I don't criticize Godzilla because I hate Godzilla. I criticize it because I hate what he becomes when the writing just decides to become lazy. I love what Godzilla can be. In fact, I wrote an entire short story up on my Patreon for $1 if you want to check it out. By the way, Zim, I can send you a copy, a PDF copy for free if you want, so you can check it out. But yeah, no, I've been proofreading to make sure that there's no grammatical errors, just to send it to you. But I wrote an entire short story dedicated to Godzilla, to what I would imagine Godzilla could be if written properly. Uh, just expanding on what he already means and just exploring what people already believe about Godzilla.
Mhm.
And it tackles different subjects such as the economy, how people react to it on an individual level, even as far as focusing on like how people believe, like religious systems and how. I mean, it's not like a completely in-depth thing because it would be like a whole book. That's why I made it short, but it does allude to like how would people of different religions react to the arrival of Godzilla and him bringing with him the end of the world. So yeah, those are stuff that I find really really interesting and really really deep. And I kind of want it to be good. I mean, I think I did a pretty good job, but like objectively speaking, I want to know if I did a pretty good job. So which is why I have it up there for those that want to see it. I mean, it's not for free, obviously, but I made it $1 so that it's hyper cheap. Um, and that's why I'm gonna send it to Zim too, because I trust his judgment. But yeah, no,
Hmm.
criticism doesn't necessarily have to come from hate either, because criticism is usually what you would call a quality filter. Because Godzilla movies have been so void of criticism that the quality filter is pretty much non-existent. The quality filter is made of toilet paper, and what determines what a good Godzilla movie is whether there's monster fights or not, and that's just not enough of a quality filter to really determine what is a good Godzilla movie or not. All right, there's more to a Godzilla movie than monster fights. I mean, if you say that there's nothing else to Godzilla but monster fights, then that just devalues who and what Godzilla is.
I think the other thing too is that when you observe how the people will look at a fandom and how they critique the content in a franchise, I think it gives a really unrealistic expectation as to how they may go about working on their own stuff, because essentially if the sentiment is that people will like what they like, a person's probably just going to work on something, not really know whether or not something's good or not, and then get probably a whole lot of criticism because obviously they're not trained to write in a certain way that I think can excel, but then wonder why everyone's giving them all this feedback if it's oh, someone's gonna like it. And I think that being more critical is important. I think that makes not only better viewers but also better writers too.
I have also noticed that when people compare pieces of media like Godzilla X Kong to movies like Lord of the Rings, which is something that Dangerville did, which I will never forgive them for doing, they don't really seem to understand what makes the movies and stories so good. They just look at the surface level things that make them appealing and use that as a point of praise, and then use that to compare it to their shit movies, and somehow, oh, those are good too because they did something similar to that, and that was pretty good. But they never really delve into the deep. They never analyze it deeply, on a thematic and on a plot level, because a lot of the time the plot justifies the theme. So that's the most important part. If the themes are not justified by the plot, then the themes fall apart. That's why movies like The Amazing Spider-Man 2 do not work, because they have really good themes and they're excellent ideas, but the way the plot executes those themes just makes the whole thing fall on its face. The same thing with movies like Man of Steel. Man of Steel had pretty good ideas, but very poor execution. Hell, Superman killed a legion of babies of his own race. How am I supposed to root for someone who is supposedly an underdog trying to do the right thing despite having god powers if this very being killed a bunch of its own kind? He essentially committed genocide.
Quick question for Blackaroon.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, let's say if, in your opinion or belief standards, GXK was a well-written story, but it kept the same, direction, tone, and themes, would you consider it still as a valid, Godzilla kaiju flick, or Godzilla flick in general?
What do you mean by valid?
Like, because I've heard you like speak that like you believe that like keeping Godzilla in like this serious, grounded, well executed take, like connecting him to his allegory and executing upon it well is like would you say that's like the direction you think he should always take in a movie or story?
I mean, okay, just to make it abundantly clear out there, if the story is well written, then it doesn't matter what the tone is. However, the overall identity of Godzilla, because a lot of the time people conflate identity with theme, because thematic elements can vary from movie to movie, but the overall identity is what I think should remain the same. And Godzilla's identity is as a living nuclear holocaust. That's not a theme, that's an identity. That's something that I think, same way Batman's no killing rule is part of his identity, and it's ubiquitous throughout his adaptations, no matter the tone. So as long as it's well written, and as long as Godzilla keeps his identity, and as long as stories can expand on that and build on top of that, then I'm perfectly fine with that.
All right.
Okay. There we go. I also just pulled up the video that Canuck. I was about to say Skipper Canuck references. So there we go.
Always work with students, and one of the things I've always tried to tell them is,
Oh, I went too
you would
far
be amazed
back. My bad.
Job recruiter or a potential graduate for a date or something. It's a big scary world out there. It's normal to be nervous about things, but your ability to be brave for very small periods of time can make all the world of difference. And dreading what might come of this moment in time and the implications that might follow shortly thereafter. So the first thing I'm worried about is that it gives some of these YouTube grifters, these tourists that have been visiting our fandom just to shit on some of the projects, it adds more fuel to their fire that they're trying to burn about how American Godzilla sucks or there's only 3 Toho movies worth watching. And just for funsies, I decided this morning to look up and see if there were any YouTube videos that were put up just mere hours for Godzilla minus one won the Oscar. And sure enough, Godzilla minus one Oscar winning franchise embarrassing Hollywood once again. And it's like, okay, just listen to me. Listen.
And there's a ad right there. So I'm just gonna go over the ad quick. There we go.
And so let me tell you a story. Back in high school, I worked with a partner on a project that was also a competition in the class of which team could design the wheel that would roll down the ramp the fastest. And you might initially think, don't all wheels roll down ramps at basically the same rate? And the answer is no. As it turns out, that if you have a wheel where the center is much, much heavier relative to the outside of the rim, those wheels will roll faster than wheels that have heavier rims and lighter relative centers. I was in a team with one of my very close friends from high school, and we were up against this other team of 2 of the smartest kids in the class. These 2 guys, they could go on to do PhDs if they wanted to, and they would have no problem with that. I was not that person. And every class that we worked on this project, we just had to hear them talking about how they were going to use Teflon on the wheels to reduce the friction and all the things that they were doing to design their wheels to make sure this was the wheel that would beat the rest of the class. So competition day comes, and before me and my friend could even get a chance to put our wheel up against these guys, this other team goes up against this one dude who he wasn't a class clown. He was just kind of goofy. He was smart, not as smart as the 2 guys, but he was smart. He was just kind of a goofball. And this goofball, his wheel consisted of, I shit you not, a copper tube between 2 peanut butter lids. And to make sure that they stayed together, he used painter's tape to connect the lids together. And we all laughed because it was ridiculous. Clearly he waited till the last second, and he came up with this thing that cost him approximately $5 at Home Depot. And sure enough, the team of 2 smart guys.
I already see where he's going with this. He's saying, oh, the 2 cars, but one was built intelligently and the other one was built stupidly, but they both got the job done. He's saying the same. He's trying to compare those 2 cars with Godzilla minus one and Godzilla X Kong, saying that both work. However, these 2 things are not comparable at all because number one, you already established that the guy was smart and goofy. Godzilla X Kong is not smart. It is just goofy.
Well, I think the other thing too is that let's wait till he gets to the end of the point, because I know he makes an allusion to this that's a little bit more clear, but
who paid a bunch of money, over-designed the hell out of their wheel to make sure everything would work well, and they lost to the peanut butter lid copper pipe. That is an embarrassing defeat. This, losing to Godzilla minus one, that is not an embarrassing defeat. You went up against clearly a masterful team that put this movie together. I would not be embarrassed if I put up a movie against Godzilla minus one and lost. It's ridiculous. Now you might say the embarrassing part is that Godzilla minus one was able to do so much with so little. They had a budget of under $15 million US. They had a VFX team of 50 people, maybe even less than that. And you say the embarrassment comes from the fact that they were able to make their movie look so much better than modern Hollywood with so much less money. And I would like to remind you folks that this is their competition. Even Disney's CEO has come forward.
So the point he is making is that it's not an embarrassment that Hollywood lost to Godzilla minus one, because the team behind Godzilla minus one was a very highly a very well done and experienced and talented team. And he's saying also that it's embarrassing because Toho was able to make something so impressive for so little. That's the point that he's making. And we'll go to the other video. We're just going to cross over in a sec to go through it, because I just want everyone to keep that in their mind, that what he's saying is that it's not embarrassing that Godzilla -1 beat Hollywood. It's embarrassing that Toho was able to make a film so good on such a low budget. That's the general point he's making here.
Our recent output has been well below standards, and we're going to focus on quality over quantity. So again, you don't need to say that -1 winning is an embarrassment. I feel like that really degrades the quality of film that -1 is, by saying that it's embarrassing Hollywood by winning. I just remember that Godzilla X Kong, like Godzilla.
Did someone say something? Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to like bring up the whole VFX thing really quick. I know there's some arguments on like how the VFX in -1 are like modern Hollywood, and there's a few different factors as to why maybe the VFX in that looks good, and just all other reasons. One reason is the amount of VFX shots. From my understanding, I think I had around 130 VFX shots, something around that point. Not very, little over 100. And so, and they've been, they've been working on it since supposedly like since April of 2022, I think is when they started working on the VFX. And, like that's obviously why it's going to look better, because obviously it's a lot less and you have more time. So that is one reason too. And it isn't just like, a lot of people will say like, oh, maybe because the VFX artists are just not good, they're soulless, uninspired. When really it's more like that, it's more like that the studios, and like even Japan does this too. Like Japan does this thing too, where like we'll overwork and like not give enough time for the VFX artists to cook. So like, and like let's say like, and then it'll be like and like, obviously if it's a, and has, and like, GXK was what I think that's, like, a movie is gonna take it has a lot more VFX shots, it's probably gonna take more time to do, and when you're not giving them enough time, then like it's gonna kind of hurt the quality of the VFX. I think like the best allegory I can really give is, think like it's like if you were to go to a restaurant, right, and you were to go, and there was like these like maybe like a team of 5-star chefs working out there. Let's say like the CEO also there, and the customer's like, I want, a steak. I don't know, a steak, and like, you basically what I'm trying to say is that if you rest the 5-star chefs, the food's gonna come out like shit. But if you don't, then it's gonna come out really good. And that's basically what I'm trying to say is that a lot of these VFX artists are very good. It's just that they rush them and just kind of abuse them a lot to the point where they can't really cook. And that's kind of one of the reasons as to why -1 did its VFX so well, is because they had a lot of time to cook. And obviously Japan still has a lot of burnt culture. It's just very clear, like to this day, how awful it is. But even then, they still had a lot of time to work on it and had a lot less to do. And so,
Well, then what about the creator then? Because the creator I know had, I think, even more visual effects shots than -1 did, and I'm not sure how long the creator was in for in terms of its time.
That's kind of what I'm saying. Is like, it's kind of like it doesn't matter really how much VFX shots there is. I think we had like over like.
But no, you just said that it did matter because -1 had less shots to do.
Yeah, my bad. I meant like it's gonna maybe be a little bit easier on them. I mean, to do. I kind of meant like that kind of way.
Okay,
so, like,
if you're saying that they had less shots to do, sure. But we also, again, we don't know how long, for example, how long that was in production for. And that was the other film that had essentially the film that other people thought might have won Best VFX next to -1. Even though it had more, we don't know how long that took as well. Plus, like we can go through all the different like complications and minutia of the production of these films, but considering the fact that there is a long track record that Hollywood has for its productions and the quality that comes out of them, plus also their budgets. Considering the fact that -1 was able to, on a lower budget and regardless of time, do what it does, it still does say something, especially with like how much of a juggernaut Marvel is, but also seeing that how much less in terms of profits that they have been starting to make with their films.
So, one thing I was gonna say about the creator part is I should also add this point in too is that Hollywood has this issue and where they use an overabundance of CGI, and like I don't know how much practical. There's probably a good amount of practical effects, but like I'm just saying like there's an overabundance of CGI to a point where it's also kind of overworking them to the point. And if you get what I'm trying to say, like yeah, maybe they kind of contradict my statement about the whole like VFX shot thing, but at the same time, you know, it's just that if it's the overabundance of like I know there's like this Terminator Dark Fate interview with like the director, how there's like a chase scene, and he said like there was so much he said was CGI, it was kind of insane. And the fact that a lot of it could have just been practical effect and like it would really change the difference with the quality of the shot. But for some reason it had to be CGI and it's just kind of pointless bringing time to other actual CGI needed moments.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm kind of saying is like I feel like when it comes to practical effects and CGI, it shouldn't be one or the other. It should be kind of like a yin and yang situation where do practical effects, and when you can't do practical effects, do CGI, and the vice versa. Or like if you can't do CGI, then do practical effects.
Well, the other thing too is that besides just like when to use practical effects and when to use CG, like most of -1 was was mostly VFX like CGI and stuff. Like the buildings are very little of that was practical. Almost all that building construction is all VFX. Stuff on the boat, a lot of it is VFX versus practical. But then the other thing too is that, again, going back to the creator, it's a really good example because the budget for the creator was only 80 million versus I know Napoleon I think was between I think they were like 140 or 130 and 200, and then I think Guardians 3 was in like a similar boat in terms of its budget. Like the problem that people are pointing out with -1 is the fact that it's very clear that Toho and Yamazaki himself, being both the director and the VFX supervisor, was able to have a better grasp of what to do with his budget versus what these major studios are, and the fact that they were able to do that. And it's not like Yamazaki has been a runner-up at the Oscars before. Like he came in with a long-running franchise that people don't necessarily have the highest opinion of outside of fans, do something very impressive, and then win the Oscar that year. It says a lot, but a lot not just about him as a creator and as a VFX supervisor. It also says a lot about the industry, but it also says a lot about the sentiment people have towards things in the industry at the moment. And that's why that's why I'd say it's embarrassing. And I think he goes on to say like what his clause would be as to whether or not the video that he's critiquing has a point. And again, he's not like fully like it's not fully just critiquing the video, but well, let me just keep going.
Yeah.
The new Empire comes out in about 2.5 weeks, and I can already you probably see this too. You already know what the thumbnails are going to be if the relative financial success of that movie is not anywhere close to -1, right? Like you see the YouTube title, it's like how Western Godzilla failed Toho Godzilla or whatever. There's gonna be those assholes saying like they made Godzilla pink because he's being feminized. I'm very excited for the new Empire because I feel like it's going to be a 2-hour shut your brain off, eat some popcorn, and enjoy the movie type of experience. I am not looking forward to the weeks that follow that movie and the discourse that will be online, because the discourse in the weeks leading up to that film are already driving me crazy, and I just hope to see as little mention of -1 in the reviews of the new Empire as possible. Before I get to the second point that I'm worried about, I just wanted to sort of give myself a little bit of a shout out and say I put up a video with my wife and my best friend.
Okay, so one sec. I just want to go back because I think I already went over it. So,
like Godzilla X Kong, the new Empire comes out in about 2, and this one is. So again, you don't need to say that our recent output has been well below standard. We're focused on quality over quantity. So again, you don't need to say that -1 winning is an embarrassment. I feel like that really degrades the quality of film that -1 is by saying that it's embarrassing Hollywood by winning. I just remembered that Godzilla X Kong.
Yeah, so essentially the point he was making about that video is the fact that it's not an embarrassment to lose to -1, but it's embarrassing that Yamazaki was able to do so much with so little. So I just want to go specifically to the video here that he's talking about, so there can be full context given. Yeah,
I was gonna say one more thing because like I might head out like just a minute here.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought I'd just kind of get out my last couple thoughts here.
Yeah, sure.
Before I head out. I think so funnily enough that he says about like the critic reviews and that is that from what I saw, the critic reviews did have that to an extent. It wasn't a lot, but it was still there. It was kind of like the Book of Minority type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Where like there were still a lot of people comparing them like to -1, you know. And you know, obviously the movie made is like $500 million so far the box office. So that's one funny thing I point out. And then I think to finish with the VFX artist part. Another thing too is that like I said, the whole overworking thing is did you hear about like Marvel controversy, VFX controversy about like a year ago? So like that's like one really good example as to why maybe CGI and that in like Hollywood maybe doesn't look that good because stuff like that where like they're like I think it's like what did they ever say? I'm pretty sure they said like it's like one team, I mean like the entire MCU, and so they're having to work so much and not really have enough time to do each project to where it's just really hindering the quality of it because there's so much coming out. And also like just the poor work conditions and like that's very clear, you know, like the VFX suffered because of Marvel's, you know. But so yeah, and then
but like then it's still embarrassing. That would still be an embarrassment towards Hollywood because it really says something where if the industry is not able to actually properly compensate its workers or get enough jobs into a space that clearly needs it, then it's still embarrassing for Yamazaki to do what he did because there's clearly something that's working more in Japan. Although there's things that Japan does that are very bad that I wouldn't want to see in Hollywood. But I just want to go through what at least Mr. H says in his video because he literally does what Canuck says would be fair of a criticism towards the Godzilla winning the Oscars. So
one has won. Oh yes. Took home the Oscar for Best VFX. Absolutely fantastic. What a win and what an embarrassment to Hollywood. Made on a budget of $12 million. Absolutely just slam dunked, rolled its way to profit far and above what a lot of the Hollywood productions have managed to do last year. A lot of them could barely break even, quite frankly. So this is fantastic news. And what a great speech that it was from Takashi Yamazaki as well. It was really heartfelt, quite sincere. And I even made sure we had little Godzilla here for this video. So we're going to go through the wins, basically. A lot of people didn't even know this was on last night, obviously, because no one cares. And the only thing gaining some form of relevance within a lot of people was Godzilla -1. Oppenheimer, a lot of people are like, well, Oppenheimer's done well. Yeah, but that's a typical Oscar film anyway. Barbie is not a typical Oscar film. That did well because of identity politics and not because it's a typical Oscar film. Oppenheimer is a typical Oscar film. That was always going to do well. But Godzilla -1, no, that wasn't always going to do well. Now, I'm surprised it did well. I think it deserved it, quite frankly. I am surprised because, hey, it's the Oscars. Suicide Squad won an Oscar, if you can believe that. So let's dive into this today. Hit subscribe if you're new, folks. Turn the notifications on and follow me over on Twitter at Mistakes Reviews. And we're back. Anyway, right, so Best Picture. Nominations were American Fiction, Anatomy of a Fall, which they actually brought a dog to the Oscars, and that was another reason why plenty of people were interested in watching the Oscars, because there was a dog there. Barbie, The Holdovers, Killers of the Flower Moon, Maestro, Oppenheimer obviously won, Past Lives, Poor Things, and The Zone of Interest. Now, Oppenheimer won that. I'll leave it to you. Do you think it deserved Best Picture? Or do you think something else on that list deserved it? Or do you feel a movie which wasn't nominated deserved Best Picture? Now, Best Director. We've got Anatomy of a Fall, Killers of the Flower Moon, Oppenheimer, Poor Things, The Zone of Interest. Oppenheimer won that, so it's Christopher Nolan winning the Best Director, of course, but the movies are what you recognise on that list. Do you think they deserved it? Do you think another movie?
Whatever you do,
there's an ad.
Do it for less.
But oh wait, what did you say?
No. I just said there was an ad there, so I was waiting for the ads to pass by.
All right, but
let me know down below.
Were you gonna bounce out or?
I guess it was I'm pretty much about to head out, but I think the kind of like my last point. I'll just forget about the Transformers thing. I think it's kind of setting down what we were basically saying, but I think I do agree that in some aspect, -1 did embarrass Hollywood in the sense of its working conditions. Like it's obviously Japan is just as bad, if not worse, working conditions. Like it's very clear. And from my understanding, it wouldn't be surprising if it did, but from my understanding, there wasn't that thing going on with overworking and harsh
As
conditions.
in, like, you mean that, like, -1 did not have harsh conditions?
Yeah,
I think there was an interview that Yamazaki did talking about, like, the working conditions, at least, like, what he was doing with his working conditions, and I think, like, they overhauled there's either the studio or the office building they were working on for the Godzilla movie. So, like, at least in the case of -1 on its own merits, they did a lot to make it the best like working conditions they could, so it could be the best that they could make it. So
Yeah, and
yeah.
So, that's obviously one thing, and it's just, I guess like my last 2 points here is one thing also I kind of want to compare the whole VFX hate to kind of like game devs hate, where a lot of people will hate on them when a lot of it really isn't their fault for VFX looking bad. Maybe say like, oh, they're soulless, or they just don't care, or other like really non-true reasons. And a lot of the time, it's just the studios screwing them up to where it does happen. And the same thing for game devs, where like, like games like like Diablo 4 and that, where there are definitely some passionate devs, and there definitely are some good devs. Obviously, there is going to be times where, yeah, it's just the VFX or dev artist's fault, but a lot of the time, it really isn't. It's just the studios, the higher ups, the directors, all that stuff. It's just putting them in a place where they do screw up.
But I also think too that like when you're in a position that you're in, like there is gonna be a work culture that you're gonna be working in, and again, that's still a knock against Hollywood, where if there's problems in your work culture, then that's a problem with Hollywood in and of itself, and it's embarrassing that Toho on its own was able to pump out something as a big studio itself and do something really good. So
yeah, I think the last point about the whole VFX thing before I head out is I almost just forgot about it, but I wanted to say that I did hear some rumors in that from like an ex-animator, I guess. Like I don't know him, but like I've seen some videos he talked about it, where there is a chance where also another thing too with the VFX artists is that they don't really have a union, and like a lot of the bigger unions don't really put them in because they're like one. And so like I heard there could be a chance that if this continues any longer, this whole like VFX, and not even just VFX artists, like set designers, costume designers, all that stuff, more behind the scenes work culture, like behind the scenes people, like this like stuff just keeps happening with abuse and that we could very much have a second in a row year of a strike for Hollywood. And like it just kind of also just shows that how awful and how unwilling to change they are to fix a lot of these issues. And this could easily never happen again. They could easily just not lose more money if they just literally just put in like 2% of their effort into just making a bearable working condition place. Just halfway good, like you gave them, there's places to work at. But that's all I gotta say. I'm gonna head out though. It was nice talking.
No, I definitely think that like a big problem is definitely the work culture, and I think that is still an aspect of Hollywood that Toho embarrassed them on, especially because there's still a lot of problems with Japanese working conditions as well.
I will see you guys later.
Peace. What's it called? If you want to join for any of those streams, obviously since you're in the Discord, feel free to pop on if you see the link.
Yeah. But hope you all have a good night, morning, whatever. And
thank you.
I'll see you guys if I ever do come back. Depends.
All right.
Soon, I guess. So bye.
Peace.
Peace out.
Bye.
But let me keep going.
Best actor, Cillian Murphy. It's in Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer won a lot, obviously. It was Bradley Cooper for The Maestro, Colin Domingo of Rustin, Paul Giamatti, The Holdovers, Cillian Murphy, Oppenheimer, Jeffrey Wright, American Fiction, and Cillian Murphy won an Oscar. Do you guys think he deserved it? Let me know, or someone else. So Best Actress, a lot of people were pretty annoyed about this because a lot of people were hoping that Lily Gladstone for Killers of the Flower Moon was going to win. I could see that trending all over Twitter. But it was Emma Stone for Poor Things, which I've seen. I never bothered to review it because it's one of those films that's really difficult to review. Very difficult to review, in fact. Does she deserve it? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Best Supporting Actor. Robert Downey Jr. won for Oppenheimer, and it's Sterling K. Brown of American Fiction, also nominated. Robert De Niro of Killers of the Flower Moon, Ryan Gosling, Barbie, Mark Ruffalo, Poor Things. I think Robert Downey Jr. probably did deserve that out of all of them, but do you think someone else should have been nominated? Let me know down below. Best Supporting Actress. Emily Blunt, Oppenheimer, Danielle Brooks, Colour Purple, America Ferrera, Barbie, Jodie Foster, Niad, Davine Joy ran down for The Holdovers. I'm glad America Ferrera did not win that. She did not deserve that, but I think a lot of people thought she was going to. Original screenplay was Anatomy of the Fall. The nominations for that I don't think were actually that good though, because it was announced before the holdovers Maestro, May, December, Past Lives. I don't think they're that good nominations. Adapted screenplay, American Fiction won that. But again, I'm looking at them and I'm like, okay, so we've got Barbie, Oppenheimer, Poor Things, Zone of Interest. I think there was some other stuff that should have been up there. Best animated feature, Japan once again just beating Hollywood down. It was The Boy and the Heron. So Elemental, Mona, Robot Dreams, no, Spider-Man Across Spider-Verse, no, Boy and the Heron. Do I think it deserved it? I do actually. I do. I think based on the criteria, the best of the animated features, that was probably the better. But I think that'll annoy a few people. I think a lot of people were vying for Spider-Man to win. But it was surprising. Best international feature. Now this annoys me because I think genuinely Godzilla should have been on there. You got, Perfect Days, Society of the Snow. Now, Perfect Days was Japan's nomination. I feel they let themselves down by not nominating Godzilla. I think it released before the nominations were able to go there or something along those lines. But it's a zone of interest that won that. I don't care about best documentaries. We're going to scooch on over them all the way down to some of these things. So the winner for best score was Oppenheimer, Ludwig Göransson. We also had the best original song. So some of them were, obviously a lot of them were from Barbie, two of them were from Barbie, sorry. And it was one that was from Barbie, so that was Billie Eilish and Phineas O'Connell. Best sound, Zone of Interest won it, which is interesting. Don't know why, but okay. Production design was Poor Things. Now, as production design goes, I think production design on Poor Things was pretty good. It was pretty unique, pretty out there, pretty interesting. I don't know whether it deserved that, but it did pretty well. Best cinematography, Oppenheimer. Best makeup and hairstyling, Poor Things. Costume designer, Poor Things. So Poor Things did a lot as well. Best film editing, Oppenheimer. And there we have it. Best VFX. Godzilla -1. It beat out Guardians of the Galaxy, The Creator, Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning Part 1, Napoleon. Now, I think it deserves to beat Napoleon. I think it deserved to beat Dead Reckoning Part 1. I think it deserved to beat Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. I think for VFX, though, I think it's, if you're going to factor in budget, I mean, The Creator had great VFX. And I don't know, I would say probably Godzilla -1 beats it because the total desolation that they managed to recreate in various elements as well, I think it deserved it. I think some people would say The Creator, but I do think Godzilla -1 deserved that. I think they had uniformly the most well-rounded VFX out of everyone. Guardians of the Galaxy did not deserve that at all. I'm surprised it got nominated, quite frankly. But there you go, absolutely beating it. Now Godzilla, not that this adds any legitimacy to the franchise because it doesn't need it, but it is an Oscar-winning franchise. Toho would be mad not to get Takashi Yamazaki back, absolutely mad. And I will say this as well, other people in Hollywood would be mad not to get Japanese working on their productions because what they managed to create for very little money is staggering, absolutely staggering. So there you go, movie history made Godzilla now an Oscar-winning franchise.
Yeah, so like the general point that he's making is that there were definitely films that should not have been nominated, films that Godzilla -1 definitely should have beat, and that it was up against tough competition, which was The Creator, and it won. And because it was able to do so much with so little, like you said, that's why it's an embarrassment to Hollywood, which is exactly what Canuck said would be fair to consider an embarrassment. I'll see if I can go back to find that point that he makes exactly.
And you say the embarrassment comes from the fact that they were able to make their movie look so much better than modern Hollywood with so much less money. And I would like to remind you folks.
That's literally the point that Mr. Rich makes when he talks about Godzilla -1. So saying, like, prefacing him talking about H's video about grifters and tourists, and then make this point here almost feels like he didn't watch the video and just went based off of the title of the video, and then obviously do his script, do his editing, all of that afterwards, which is like the biggest hubbub I have with his video here.
This is their
I'm
competition.
not sure if either you, Black, or Vic have any thoughts on that.
Nah, I don't really have anything to say about that, to be honest.
Okay. Vic?
I think it's fair to say that Canuck might have jumped the gun a little bit on what Mr. H reviews was like, sort of implying with his thumbnail and stuff, since I guess it was a little bit more clickbaity than what was actually in the video and what he was trying to say about it.
I mean, like, again, he does say that it embarrassed Hollywood, and he gave reasons why. So you could, like, I guess you could say that it's clickbait because he was expecting more of a, oh my gosh, Godzilla -1 was amazing, and it like destroyed, obliterated, and like I don't know what he thought the video was based on the thumbnail. Whereas, given what the thumbnail says and given what was said in the video, there isn't too much of a disparity, and it's not like he outright lied on the thumbnail. So I don't really see how he could have made this leap and then also made the script and felt like that came off good. But
I think the general language of the title sort of becomes amalgamated with like some of the other more egregious examples of, you know, people trying to misrepresent like how the franchise and its history was.
Yeah, but then
stuff.
like he could have done so much better than that video there. Because he does say literally that all he did was that after Godzilla -1 won the Oscar, he just looked up Godzilla -1 Oscar and just found the first thing he saw. And that was his example, when he could have probably made his point with a more substantive video than the one that he came up with, because it doesn't really serve the point that he's making, and if not, it makes it look even worse. But
the CEO has come forward saying, yeah, our recent output has been well below standards, and we're gonna focus on quality over quantity. So again, you don't need to say that -1 winning is an embarrassment. I feel like that really degrades the quality of film that -1 is by saying that it's embarrassing Hollywood by winning. I just remember that Godzilla X Kong, Godzilla X Kong, The New Empire comes out in about 2.5 weeks, and I can already, you probably see this too. You already know what the thumbnails are going to be if the relative financial success of that movie is not anywhere close to -1, right? Like you see that the YouTube title, it's like how Western Godzilla failed Toho Godzilla or whatever. There's gonna be those assholes saying like they made Godzilla pink because he's being feminized. I'm very excited for The New Empire because I feel like it's going to be a 2-hour shut your brain off, eat some popcorn, and enjoy the movie type of experience. I am not looking forward to the weeks that follow that movie and the discourse that will be online, because the discourse in the weeks leading up to that film are already driving me crazy. And I just hope to see as little mention of -1 in the reviews of The New Empire as possible. Before I get to the second point that I'm worried about, I just wanted to sort of give myself a little bit of a shout out and say, I thought the video
Pause.
eating.
yeah,
For the third time, insecurity. That's all I wanted to say. I mean, there's all there. As soon as somebody says, don't mention Godzilla -1 in my Godzilla X Kong review, as if they're not even comparable, which, I mean, they are. When people say comparing apples to oranges, I never really understood why they couldn't be compared. I mean, by virtue of saying how they're different, you're essentially comparing them. And I guess the right word would be contrasting them, but like pointing out contrasting elements in two different mediums, two different things that are part of the same family. Whereas, like, an apple and an orange are both fruits. You can compare and contrast how they differ and their similarities. Same way you could do a movie, Godzilla X Kong, Godzilla -1. Just because they're different tones doesn't mean they can be compared. They cannot be compared. I mean, they absolutely can be compared.
I believe that too, but I would say it's also a case in that I think both sides of the arguments can misconstrue what that means exactly, and both degrade the film that they either try to defend or critique.
Of course, that depends on the type of person that is critiquing the film. If you're looking at it from an angle of, oh, -1 destroyed, feminized Godzilla. Like, Godzilla isn't pink because he's feminized. Godzilla's pink because of the Millennium Era. But also, Godzilla looking pink is not bad because it looks feminized. Godzilla looking pink is bad in the movie because, number one, it only exists to sell toys, and number two, the CGI is ugly as sin. So they don't attack. A lot of these, criticisms are very politically motivated, and people, rage sells. Rage is very popular. It's very profitable. So that's why these people do these things, whether it be disingenuous or not. Like, they will continue to do it. When people criticize -1 and Godzilla X Kong this way, it becomes disingenuous. It's kind of like that Wojak meme where there's someone saying actual truth, and then the FBI is like, oh no, these people are going to find out. Quick, throw in a flat earther. And then the flat earther starts to say crazy things, and then people assume that the people screaming out the truth is somehow in league with the flat earthers, and they assume that their theories are fake, and then nobody believes them because of the flat earthers sent by the FBI. That's kind of like what's happening here, where people are saying truths about the quality of -1 and the quality of Godzilla X Kong, and then these people who are saying, oh, -1 destroyed woke Hollywood, and then they're gonna elope us with those with those people making those videos, and then people like Dr. Adolf Skipler, making that video. I don't think he's necessarily doing it intentionally. I think he just doesn't know what he's doing, and I wouldn't critique his character because of it. However, I think he should have done a lot more research than what he did. I mean, that is a very surface level analysis of Godzilla that he made, and it ended up being wrong in a lot of aspects. However, the overall sentiment of the video is technically correct, which is something that I've upheld, that Toho knows what they're doing, and the MonsterVerse does not, because at least Toho has been planning this world of Godzilla, as they call it, ever since that collaboration between Shin Godzilla and Evangelion.
Well, I think like the world of Godzilla is not the same as the Shin Japan Heroes universe, and I also think the world of Godzilla thing was also like, it was either a mistranslation or something, and I think the only thing World of Godzilla was, in all actuality, was just like a harder focus on like the content that they were doing with Godzilla that wasn't legendary focused. But I think the other problem too I have is that like because Canuck is a kaiju fan and that him making points like, oh, there's gonna be some asshole saying that they're gonna make a video about Godzilla being pink because it's feminized. And I think that he was banking on the possibility that if the movie bombed, that's what videos you'd see. But like there hasn't really been anyone talking about that, and the only reason why people have been bringing up Godzilla's pink design is not because it like looks feminized. It's just the fact that it looks like a bad looking design, or because the fact that it's essentially a MacGuffin in the film, and it's the culmination of Godzilla's side story, which isn't really that good or well fleshed out. And even if we're gonna say it's a shut your brain off and eat popcorn movie like he says it is, so much of Godzilla's fights are either off screen because we don't even see him kill Tiamat off screen. Most of the fight isn't shown, and we only see the end of the Scylla fight, and that fight also isn't really long either. So there's that. Well, the Godzilla. Well, let's keep going.
Godzilla flavored hot sauces and trying to map out which character belonged to which sauce. Because I put out that video earlier this week, and the YouTube algorithm absolutely devastated it. So if you haven't checked it out, I'm going to put the link in the description. If you can check it out, that would really make me feel better, because it was a lot of fun and a lot of work to edit, and I don't know why it flatlined. Thank you so much to those who decided to check it out. But anyway, the second thing that I'm really concerned...
Again, not a knock against him, but it's kind of funny that he talked about like grifters and tourists. And grifter usually implies someone's doing something because it's for money, and then talks about the algorithm not really catching up on one of these videos. It's not a big knock and it's not super bad, but I just kind of find it funny that that's what we're talking about, and that's what he also does in this video. It just doesn't feel like it was very cohesive in terms of like points being made.
Concerned about as we celebrate the success of -1. I am really worried about sequelitis. I feel as though there is this pressure from companies, from industries, that when something does well, when it sells well, when it makes a lot of money, that there needs to be a follow-up. There needs to be a second thing to capitalize on that hype and on that success. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't work, and it might even dilute the reputation of the thing that came before that actually did work well. Just for funsies, I decided to look at this list of like the greatest movies to have really terrible sequels, and some of these like I was very familiar with, right? Like there was The Matrix, Speed, I was aware of, Miss Congeniality, like okay, I've heard of Miss Congeniality 2 here and there, but then we got to number 6, Mulan. I never knew that Mulan had a sequel. American Psycho, never knew that it had a sequel. Blues Brothers, don't really know what that movie is. The Exorcist, again, Interview with a Vampire. I didn't know that most of these movies had sequels. I'm very familiar with the reputation of these films, even if I haven't seen them, but I had no idea that they had sequels. Now, maybe that is to say that if Godzilla -2 comes out, that if it does fail to live up to the hype of the first one, that perhaps the legacy of the first one will not be tarnished. But you might also run into a situation like Pacific Rim Uprising, where you kill off characters from the first movie who were completely fine riding off into the sunset, and overall, you might not damage the general audience's perspective of that film. The fan base, as volatile of a fan base Godzilla fans can be, they will never forget that. Now, the director does seem to be relatively optimistic about a sequel and what he would plan to do with it, and so that does have me hopeful that it's not something where Toho would drag him back into the director's seat. He seems very open to the challenge, and he's talked about how he doesn't think that, and I think he's correct, that Godzilla movies that feature multiple monsters in combat with one another, they don't do the best job of conveying the human story and the human emotion through it, and that he's up to the challenge. I don't know if he's going to be able to crack the code, but what I do know is that if anybody was going to do it, I would trust this man. So if Toho does decide to push for a Godzilla -2, my hope is that they give this man a blank check and they leave him the fuck alone so he can decide and pursue his vision of what that movie should be. So what do you hope to see in a Godzilla -2?
I think the other problem I have with this kind of ending sentiment here is that he does the thing about like looking at a bunch of famous movies that got sequels that were bad. We have a pretty good example of that in the Godzilla franchise already, and that's Raids Again. And it's also all made by Toho, so it's not really like Toho's looking at other companies that have done stuff related to Godzilla. As much as I like Raids Again, because of how rushed that is as a sequel, it doesn't have as much time to be the best that it could be as a film. And I think that Toho probably is learning from the fact that when they give good directors time to work on these films, they're going to produce good material. And considering how much time there was between -1 and Shin Godzilla, more than likely they understand that, yeah, Godzilla movies that were sequels to another that were pushed out very quickly did not perform as well because of how rushed they are. So it's very clear, I'd say, that with the direction they've been going, that if Yamazaki is going to do a sequel, that he will be given the time that he needs, and there will be a very receptive fan base, but also a general audience who is looking forward to this next film. And if it delivers, which I think it probably would, if Yamazaki is given as much creative freedom as he was with -1, that we could see not just one but two Godzilla films that are sequels to one another be very, very successful, and that could possibly mean we get another one, and therefore we keep raising the bar and keep being really good Godzilla movies. But, let's finish off the last few bits here.
If you wanted to borrow a chapter from Shin Godzilla and have Nora go become a Godzilla herself and start a rampage, which kaiju would you have see fight Godzilla? Let me know in the comment section down below. Thank you to all the Category 3 channel members for their continued support, as well as everyone else that watches, comments, and likes on these videos. All of your support is so immensely appreciated. Twitter and Discord links are down below. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll talk to you again soon.
Has his Discord? Oh, wait, no, that's... Oh, yeah, he does have a Discord that's public. Or at least it looks like there's members only stuff that is in the Discord, because at least that's what, what was his name? Oh, wow, I am forgetting my guest names because I'm so tired. Why am I so tired? Why did I forget his name? I'm so sorry.
What was it? I think it was Pridge or something like that.
I could just go back and
his name was Paul Atreides.
He was the true Lee Sin guy. No, it was Plague. Sorry. My goodness. Yeah, it was Plague who had mentioned that there was some like members only stuff in the Discord, but it looks like the Discord's public. But yeah, I wonder what's gonna happen if I just pop in the Discord tomorrow or something.
Raid.
Yeah, raid the Discord. Do not
illegal immigrant detected. Speaking of immigrants, happy Cinco de Mayo.
Happy Cinco de Mayo. Well, it's not. Yeah.
For me, it still is.
But let's keep it going, everyone. We're on the final stretch. It's another half an hour. It's totally gonna be a half an hour, guys.
How long can I stretch this out?
But
it's been a whirlwind time as a Godzilla fan, with more media hitting us in the last 90 days of 2023 and into 2024 than we've ever seen in Godzilla's entire 70-year history. We may never have a moment with this much happening ever again. 2023 delivered an awesome Godzilla day. -1 was released and blew the world away, and has now won the Oscar for Best Visual Effects, an incredible achievement for the franchise. And it was delivered by Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito, something I never knew I needed in my life.
Godzilla.
Monarch: Legacy of Monsters had a strong start and an incredible and emotional finale. And now Godzilla Kong: The New Empire's marketing campaign has been unleashed in full force, with that movie's release just days away at the time of uploading this video. It's a moment worth celebrating in this big guy's long-running franchise. There have been discussions within the fan base and among general audiences and on YouTube that has often had me raising an eyebrow.
Yeah, what's it called? I remember.
I have seen this video. I have seen it. I know what he's talking about.
So
if you want to look at the thumbnails of the videos, you can always adjust that.
Yeah, we're gonna go back.
Fan base among
frame
general
by frame.
audiences and on.
So yeah, actually, yeah, it still goes by quickly. I actually did watch all of them a while back when I first saw this video, so we're gonna do it slow. No, that's slow. Not that slow.
Fan base among general audiences and
so again, pretty good
that
video.
It's actually not that bad. It's just that
there's
the
nothing
thumbnail is
wrong with it. And it does not mention Hollywood like too much. Like it's not like women bad, men good. So
I mean, he would be correct in saying that, but yeah.
Jeez.
Fan base among general audiences
and there we go. Again, most of this one is also the fact that this film was very well done for a Godzilla film, and the fact that it was able to like do so much with so little. That's been the entire point of this video too, as well.
I don't trust film speak whenever he says anything. I just, even when he's being positive, I just do not. When he's being positive with things that are actually good, I don't even trust him when he's doing that, because he's just doing so many badly made videos.
I don't even think that he's the best reviewer, but like his video is still super inoffensive.
And Movie Cynic's video is great.
Yeah, his video is not too bad. This one
Yellow
has very
Flash.
little to do with Godzilla. I think that's Yellow Flash's. I thought it was someone else's for a second.
Yellow Flash is a political guy.
Well, he's mostly just like a general like media channel that does some stuff for politics. Again, this is another search video that's not like too bad either. And again, talked very little about -1. It feels like it's the same thing that Canuck was doing, where it's just going off of what the thumbnails are, not actually looking at what points are being made in the videos. So
A lot of these are very clickbaity too.
I mean, like, if you can't really criticize it for being clickbait, especially if, like, when you actually listen to the videos, they don't lie to you based on, like, what the thumbnails say.
Yeah.
What the subtle stable volume? Okay.
That has often had me raising an eyebrow in confusion. Today, we delve into the important and extremely serious question: is Godzilla allowed to be silly, or can he only work when the film depicts the character with a serious, grounded tone? All while examining the current fanbase along the way. Just like Batman's campy capers and James Bond's goofy gadgets, Godzilla has had its share of lighthearted adventures. Take, for instance, probably the easiest example, Godzilla vs. Megalon, where the king of the monsters teams up with Jet Jaguar to take on Megalon and Gigan in a spectacle of pure camp and unadulterated.
Okay, but what about the writing? Can you talk about the writing, please?
Out of sense of humor. Movies like this were the entry point to so many fans in the late 70s, 80s, and early 90s. All of the Showa Godzilla movies had been released around the world years prior, but they were not widely available to view in a home setting for many years. But if it weren't for Godzilla vs. Megalon, the franchise may not be as widely known as it is today.
Maybe,
Okay,
but
like, can you talk about the writing of those movies, please? Can you tell me what makes the writing of that good beyond the themes? Because the themes don't make a movie good.
well, he's not even talking about the themes. He's just talking about the fact that the film's silly, and like considering the fact that like even fans within like Godzilla fans say that because of the latest show films being so accessible, it did create a pretty impenetrable perception for general audiences. So,
And I would call that detrimental.
yeah. Not to mention, like, also, it's not even like Toho was intending to just make these silly movies because we wanted to make silly movies. They were cashing in on trends themselves. And then once those trends died, so Godzilla was put on hiatus until we got 84.
The character became more popular after it was broadcast to families across America and the United States in March of 1977. That silly tone is how many people viewed Godzilla for many years, and probably some still view him that way. The first Godzilla VHSs only started appearing around 1983, a time when TV reruns or theater showings were the only way to revisit these iconic movies. Obtaining access to Godzilla films wasn't easy until the early 2000s and beyond. Even today, in some countries, free physical media remains a challenge without really breaking the bank. But now we have more access to Godzilla media across multiple formats.
That really doesn't mean that Godzilla being silly was a good thing. All it means is that silly Godzilla was just very accessible.
I have
Like-
I have to go.
You have to go?
But because I've seen this video, I'm going to debunk the entirety of it to my memory. So if I recall correctly, this video is mainly just explaining, oh, Godzilla can be both silly and goofy, and I'm gonna put this to bed once and for all. As after that, I'm gonna put myself to bed. So I have said this many a time, but I will say it again, and I will continue to say it until people get it, until it's get through people, until that this idea gets through people's heads, no matter how dense they may be. So the tone isn't the problem. However, there is something to be said about the tone influencing the quality of the movies. That being said, that you can make a Godzilla movie out of any tone, whether it be serious or not serious, fun. Well, not fun, but exciting, because you can have fun with serious stories. That's something I've noticed. People have been conflating excitement with fun because John Wick is serious, but it's also fun. So that just means that the action is exciting and enticing. So I think people mean exciting as opposed to fun. They are intertwined, but they're not the same. So you can have a serious Godzilla story, or you could have just a wacky, exciting Godzilla story. Both of them can be done. However, the writing will benefit a lot more from a tone that takes itself a lot more seriously. Now, as for Godzilla's identity should be rooted in what he already meant from the very beginning, and you must expand on that because we have been getting very little to no expansion on what we've already seen before. The most we got was GMK and Singular Point and Shin Godzilla and the Planet of the Monsters trilogy, all of which vary in writing quality. And because they vary in writing quality, we should try again, this time with consistently good writing quality. Another important thing is that the writing of these movies must be well written, otherwise it doesn't matter the tone that you're trying to go with or the themes you're trying to explore. The movie will inevitably fall apart. One thing that I refused to change from my first Godzilla video, the Every Godzilla Movie Sucks video, which, I should have been a lot more specific with that one, but whatever, I'm gonna remake it soon. is that again, like you don't need necessarily to focus on just one specific tone. If the MonsterVerse wants to go on a like a wacky sort of cartoonish type entertainment route, then at the very least keep it well written. Meanwhile, Toho is going to also be well written, and no tone and like just because you're on a specific tone doesn't guarantee any sort of quality whatsoever. One needs to hire writers that are both passionate about writing itself and passionate about the thing that they are writing about in order to create a good piece of media. Look at Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill is a fan of The Witcher, and whenever he was heavily involved with The Witcher, the story was well written and it was accurate to the source material. Look at Warhammer right now, the tussle with the female Adeptus Custodes. The whole reason why Henry, there's this whole kerfuffle with that is because Amazon Prime wanted there to be female custodians. However, Henry Cavill is fighting to make sure that doesn't happen and to maintain everything as consistent with the lore as humanly possible. And if Henry Cavill and Games Workshops wins, because this was Game Workshop's decision, if they win and Amazon Prime bends the knee, as they should, then we will probably get one of the greatest pieces of fiction of all time. At least, one of the greatest adaptations besides, The Witcher. And so Warhammer has a ton of potential, especially with Henry Cavill at the helm, because not only is he someone that cares about the very idea of writing, he also cares about the lore of the thing that he's writing about. And I think that's incredibly important, and it's something that's been incredibly lacking. Good thing we have the good thing we have Takashi Yamazaki for that, and thank God, Zilla for Takashi Yamazaki because he understands this better than anyone. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I just wanted to put that to bed.
I think like one thing is that the Warhammer thing. That's another thing because it wasn't just Amazon. It seems like that was something that a lot of the writers at GW were wanting to do from the beginning, and that was something that already broke with lore, and that's another conversation of itself. But you're definitely right where it doesn't have a lot to do with tone, or it's mostly having to do with writing.
Yeah, and I would urge Godzilla fans to learn about writing and how to write stories first before you try and defend the MonsterVerse. I have, if you want, and this is like my 2 cents, if any of you want, I have a playlist dedicated to writing. I do not expect any of you to watch every single video in that playlist because number one, it is ever expanding, and number two, it's a lot, all right? It's a lot of information because writing is as much of an art as it is a skill. And like any skill, one needs to learn how to harness their skills to create their best piece of work. I'm friends with an author. He wrote a book, a trilogy of books. Um, and so he was actually on King of Candor's podcast. He's a regular there. You should check him out. Um, he taught me that before you write a good story, you have to have written at least 50. I think that's the number he said, 50 stories, and chances are they're going to be bad. And this is something King of Candor has said to me too. Like when you're writing a story, you have to write 50 of them before you start writing a good story, and that stuck with me because writing stories is a lot of the time it's trial and error because you have to learn the ropes of what you did wrong. And King of Candor also recommended that I watch a lot more bad movies so I can understand everything that could go wrong in terms of writing, so I can learn to avoid that when writing. This is why I take a long time when I'm writing a script or writing a story. Writing my Godzilla story, Zonthanos Thanatos, that's the name of it. It took me about like a month, 2 months and a half to write that story because I wanted to make sure that everything about it made sense. Everything about it was interesting. The characters were well written, and the world was engaging enough for people to uh, read. I'm currently working on my own personal story called The World Breakers, and I'm setting up a lore Bible to make sure that the lore of the world is perfectly consistent, and I don't so that I have a lore Bible established so that I don't deviate from anything in case I want to, introduce certain elements into the story. So this is, like I said, writing is a skill, and if you want to learn how writing works, you have to understand what makes it tick and why we have it that way. Like why we have it the way we do. Why we assess media the way we do. It's very important, and I think Godzilla is capable of excellently told stories. Could you imagine a Godzilla movie that looked as good as a Matt Alsop concept art and had the same level of writing quality as Lord of the Rings? I keep harkening back to that movie, but that's because it's just like one of the greatest pieces of fiction of all time. Like, could you imagine the level of hype, the scale, and how good it could look and how good it could sound? Could you imagine a Godzilla movie like that, like getting a bunch of Oscars, winning, the respect of multiple people, of multiple like high quality directors, bringing back cinema, just revitalizing the genre, revitalizing the idea of going to watch movies, being a blockbuster. Because again, like this is something Little Platoon said. Just because something is a blockbuster doesn't mean it's bad. Jaws was a blockbuster. Star Wars was a blockbuster. Okay, just because they're blockbusters does not mean they have to be bad. And yeah, like, could you imagine how happy everyone will be, both Godzilla fans and non-fans alike, that a movie like that existed? Wouldn't it be amazing? Like, and again, like, I have seen this argument, like, oh, movies don't have to be Shakespeare. Why not? What is the inherent value of having a bad movie? Like, the only value a bad movie has is teaching people to not follow its example. Like, from a practical sense, that's its only purpose. The only purpose a Madam Web movie has is to teach people how not to make a movie. There is nothing wrong with having a good movie and having a series of good movies consistently. And like I've said before, if you can't find a way to make things interesting and still be good, then that shows a lack of imagination and the lack of taste.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's my piece, and with that, we have hit the 5 hour mark, and with that, we have hit the. It is 2:34 a.m. I have to wake up in 3 hours from now. I bid you all a farewell.
Farewell, Black.
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci. And then there were two. Now the Zim and Vic show begins.
Mm-hmm.
And now we can go on for 6 more hours.
Who's gonna do the next monologue?
I don't know. I have no need for a monologue yet. So unless you want to do a monologue.
Well, I guess for the most part, I do typically agree with a lot of what Black said. I think it's very true that we shouldn't really have to be, accept mediocrity in these like but made bad on purpose movies, because that genre or subgenre of film definitely exists, and oftentimes comes off more as an excuse for like sloppy film writing. But I think sometimes people may not give enough credit to where they themselves lump in films that they may see like that into those types of films, because like there isn't one, in my opinion, there isn't one way to have a blockbuster movie. Like you can have your Jaws and you can have your the Meg movies. I think they both have merit in their genre of action, thriller, adventure movies. And like I think sometimes we set a standard for a movie and we keep it high on a pedestal, and if it doesn't align with what that standard is, it's disregarded, you know, because I am very much a genuine fan of films that are more, you know, lighthearted adventure films that, although they may not reach as high a standards in the writing or the themes or the tone of, you know, the most consensusly highly regarded films like, you know, the Jaws, the Minus Ones, you know, those classic films. I can appreciate films that, you know, don't reach those heights, but still aren't the bottom of the barrel schlop, you know? Like lumping in an Asylum movie and GXK, I think, is a very, you know, wrong thing to do, you know?
I think that generally, like, we could argue that the standard is wider than some people give it credit for, but then, like, excluding the Asylum, which has a far lower budget than even Minus One, then, like, compare Minus One to other high budget, like, films is fair because it's a high budget film for its country versus, like, saying like, oh, what about American mockbusters versus like Japanese mockbusters or any other countries mockbusters, I think is a more fair comparison. The F29 says making 50 stories to tell a good one sounds interesting. 50 doesn't sound right to me. I don't think necessarily it needs to be exactly 50. The sentiment is, however, that you need to make many stories. You need to write a lot so that you understand where your strengths and where your weaknesses are. And only by doing a lot of stories, looking at them being like, this doesn't work, rewriting, keep trying again, do you actually get good stories. Like I could say from my own experience, as I was writing Paradigm Shifts, even though like I submitted it to an anthology and it didn't make it in, looking back at even the version I submitted, there was a lot of things I could have changed. And I was changing them on the fly as I was doing the re-recordings, because as I actually heard myself read what I was saying out loud, I realized this doesn't make sense. Okay, that doesn't make sense. So that I change it, print out a new copy, have that new story there, and keep going. So I think the setup is very true that like you're not gonna get a perfect story on the first try. And like even as I've been working on like my Godzilla short story that I'm gonna be doing for a video as well, that's a similar audio drama style, like it definitely takes more effort. And I think that like it's very clear that at least studios get the advantage because you're dealing with marketable characters that people like already, so they're gonna tolerate more things. Exactly, yeah. Well, let's keep going.
Forms and mediums. Let's shift gears to the somber tones that have elevated Godzilla to cinematic greatness. Enter Shin Godzilla, a movie that really digs into societal issues in Japan. Godzilla isn't just a monster, but a walking path that affects mankind's struggles as they fight to find a solution to stop the beast. The gravity of these serious narratives elevates Godzilla beyond mere creature feature, establishing a profound connection with general audiences. Godzilla's origins trace back to post-World War II Japan, where the monster first emerged as a symbolic representation of the devastating power of nuclear weapons. As witnessed in films like Shin Godzilla, the creature's destructive force mirrors real-world catastrophes, serving as a poignant reminder of the potential consequences of a government who fails to move in times of crisis, leaving the civilians to suffer. And recently with Godzilla Minus One, covering post-war PTSD, how war is horrible, and to rebuild after loss with the choice to live, and that the government does not care for its people. Yet Godzilla is not merely a harbinger of doom. He becomes a manifestation of the Earth's inherent stability, a force of nature that can be switched between a wrathful titan and a guardian ensuring balance. There is a different Godzilla for everyone. To illustrate the power of tone diversity, let's turn to Batman: The Dark Knight of Gotham. From the campy charm of the 1960s series and movie to the gritty realism of Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy or Matt Reeves' The Batman, the character has embraced both ends of the tonal spectrum. The colorful and dark coexist, showcasing the versatility that keeps Batman eternally captivated. But the world of Batman is not confined to the live-action realm alone. We can look at the animated iterations of The Dark Knight, where the character's adventures have thrived in yet another visual medium. From the atmospheric noir of Batman the Animated Series to the delightful escapades of Batman Brave and the Bold.
I think like even outside of this series here, which I haven't watched at all, the thing about Batman the Brave and the Bold is that although it is far more campier, it doesn't make fun of itself and it takes itself seriously. And Batman as a character isn't making light of the situations he's in. He takes himself very seriously, and therefore through Batman as the main character, you ground yourself in the Brave and the Bold, and you're able to indulge in the more Silver Age kind of goofiness because it genuinely is taking you in. Plus, it also has very solid writing behind it. So I would say that like Batman Brave and the Bold, just because it is more silly, does not necessarily mean that therefore it means Batman can always be silly, or Batman should remain just silly and also be like super referential, make fun of itself, like in this series here, which I don't think is as good because I've only seen a little bit of it. It just does not vibe well.
Or even recently,
Then I would also say that that isn't really the argument being made. It's more so that diversity in the tones or directions can exist, and that not one should be the set standard.
I guess, but then like looking at the history of these characters, what has elevated these things to greatness has been the serious and like the impactful. And even like we're not saying like obviously it doesn't all need to be the same tone, but it does say something that at least the most acclaimed Batman stuff are the ones that take itself seriously and are more serious in general.
But I think that would say something more to the effects of something like a back to basics or back to your main roots type of stories, where if you have enough diversity, going back to something or to the beginning has a lot of impact on it, and that's where it comes from.
That's also oftentimes because they've been going in so many directions and there needs to be a grounding again, which oftentimes is the case. Like there's a reason why Batman B was so impactful when he went back to being a gothic noir detective, because the Comics Code Authority finally allowed Batman to be what he used to be back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Spans the entire tonal spectrum. But even the series known for the more serious and dark tones can get a little silly if the story needs it to. In Gotham's animated streets, we witness the juxtaposition of heart-wrenching narratives with moments of lighthearted banter, proving that even in animated form, Batman's...
But that's... Well, what he says right here is...
In Gotham's animated streets, we witness the juxtaposition of heart-wrenching narratives with moments of lighthearted banter, proving that...
Even though he's saying that, like, when Batman's animated, you can go between these two... these two extremes here. It's not like Batman the Animated Series is switching tones within the same episode to do this. Like, there is a general understanding that you need to remain consistent with your tones. But even the Lego Batman movie, the reason why it works is because it's a Lego story. Which, is it possible to make a dark Lego story? I guess. But, like, because you are already in the world of Lego, you can buy into the fact that, I will take all these silly shenanigans more seriously and be more endeared to them because I am been primed to accept them as such.
Do you think it wouldn't work as a live action or a different animated medium?
I don't think it would. I think it could still work as an animated medium, but as a live action medium where like it is supposed to like drift between these tones, it would be a comedy. But then it's sort of like,
but it's I think either way it is still a comedy because
it's like a family movie,
genre.
I guess.
Yeah, because it's like genre versus the medium is like what is the thing. Because like I would think a live action version of the Batman movie would be like something similar to like the live action Scott Pilgrim movie.
I guess, but like with the Lego Scott Pilgrim movie, that thing was entirely dependent on emulating the style of the comics because the characters already lived in the video game world. So just transferring that all over to the live action format is what allowed it to work so well. But even then, like they already reverted back and they did Scott Pilgrim animated based on the style from the comics.
Mm-hmm.
Even in animated form, Batman's versatility knows no bounds. But in both cases, it should be acknowledged that audiences don't always enjoy the turn to camp. Take the Burton to Schumacher transition. Films like Batman Forever and Batman and Robin were not as well received as the darker Burton films because of the tonal shift at almost a breakneck speed. When viewed next to the Nolan and Reeves films, even the Burton films look quite campy though. At one point, they were seen as the serious Batman movies after the world had grown accustomed to the Adam West interpretation. You could even say that Batman and Robin is an homage to the older Adam West style camp. I can't help but point out even the serious Nolan trilogy has aged poorly in some spots. That may be even seen as silly or campy now. The Batman voice and Bane's voice.
Well, I mean, like when he's saying that, like something that could be silly, or what's it called, something that is supposed to be serious could be seen as silly, but that's not because it's inherently silly. It's because of either execution or something, which is, I guess, fair, but that doesn't diminish the fact that like if something's serious, you have to buy into it and you have to do a lot more effort to actually make something serious worthwhile.
Mm-hmm.
so the easiest to acknowledge, but there is an audience for both tones. During my late teens and early 20s, I exclusively preferred a more serious portrayal of Batman. However, with age, I found myself revisiting the lighter, more whimsical side of the character while maintaining a deep appreciation for the love of the Batman universe and so on with Nolan films. Though I may not resonate with the Snyderverse Batman or what the Flash did with the character, these interpretations haven't dampened my love for the character though either. A couple of less appealing entries or a series that didn't quite resonate with me hasn't had a detrimental impact on my enduring affection for Batman. Were you?
Well, I mean, like, would that be because you're just already invested in the character as a whole? So therefore, because you're invested in something you like and you're having fun because you like something that it's not really going to affect your enjoyment regardless. I mean, like, generally, when it comes to a serious topic made silly, you kind of have to ignore the serious things that are attributed to that original interpretation to actually invest yourself in the more sillier aspects. Like, you kind of have to ignore the fact that Bruce Wayne's parents were murdered to buy into the fact that, like, a guy is having really goofy shenanigans dressed up as a bat, instead of, like, the reason why he became Batman was to cope with a tragedy like that.
Do you think that's a negative thing that can affect the stories wanting to be told?
I guess, like, well, I would say the thing with at least Adam West is that, like, you aren't reminded of that, so therefore it does become an issue. But, like, when you're trying to connect everything all together, you sort of have to gloss over these aspects to kind of make it work without having some kind of disconnects in your mind.
Would you say it's similar to like a case we were talking about how like say like a more silly or heroic Godzilla would have to ignore that Godzilla was born from like the nuclear bomb and stuff?
I would say yeah, but like the other thing too is that at least in the case with Godzilla, you can still pull off a heroic Godzilla without turning Godzilla silly. It's just that with the idea of Godzilla becoming a hero to people also comes with the idea of trying to anthropomorphize Godzilla into also being silly, is just something that seems to be the case. Because you could have someone marked by tragedy be heroic. I mean, that's literally Batman's character. So, like, I do feel that if something starts off serious and then you have it go really, really silly, you have to actively ignore the serious or more touchy subject matter in order for there to be that easy connect to the silly.
Aware there were plans for a Batman vs. Godzilla movie back in the day? It was intended to be a sequel to the 1966 Batman movie and series and the 1962 King Kong vs. Godzilla film, featuring Adam West facing off against the King of the Monsters. I'm considering making a video about this amazing canceled project, and I'd love to know if it's something you'd be interested in. It would have been one of my favorite Godzilla movies right off the bat because I have a huge love for Godzilla and Batman was actually my first word. So automatic, from the world's greatest detective to the world's most famous.
I'm actually really happy that that Batman movie was never made, because, like, if I'm being honest, if I want to see Batman and Godzilla interact, I really wouldn't have wanted it to be the Adam West Batman interacting with Godzilla, because, like, I think that, like, Batman as he is and Godzilla as he is something that could really easily work, and you could make an interesting, compelling story around it. But I just don't think, like, I think there's an inherent problem with the Adam West Batman, and the fact that the show got canceled kind of speaks to that, in my opinion.
I'd say the door is open now since the Monsterverse
Justice League,
crossed
yeah.
over with Justice League.
It would be interesting though if Warner Brothers decides to do an animated thing where they just adapt the Godzilla versus Justice League thing, since of course Warner Brothers owns the Monsterverse.
Well, it doesn't own it, right? They
are the distributors of. They are distributors of the Monsterverse. They own the Monsterverse, but they don't own Godzilla as a character. They own the license to Godzilla. Yeah.
And the Monsterverse is still under Warner Brothers, right?
What was that?
Like the Monsterverse is still like partnered with Warner Brothers, even though Legendary separated from Warner Brothers.
Yeah, I think there's still a partnership going on, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Have you all heard about Godzilla versus Anchoron? No, I have not. The shark repellent was to cope for his parents' death, of course.
Godzilla and Batman was actually my first work, so automatic. From the world's greatest detective to the world's most famous secret agent, James Bond, the suave spy with a license to thrill, has also danced between tones. The Roger Moore era brought us a playful and flamboyant Bond, while the Daniel Craig era offered a more of a brooding, intense betrayal. Both styles have left an indelible mark on the franchise, proving that Bond's allure lies in his ability to adapt to the changing cinematic landscapes. Like Batman, there was a point where everyone wanted a serious Bond, and that's Pierce Brosnan version of the character with GoldenEye in the 90s. The films that followed quickly rose in camp, but even GoldenEye had its silly moments along with the serious. And yet again, Bond reinvents himself with Daniel Craig in Casino Royale and onward, a more interconnected series of films known for their gritty, darker, more serious tones. But with villains like Silva in Skyfall, there may be some moments that after some time has passed look a little silly, but it works because it's in line with what the franchise has delivered before. Eccentric and crazy villains are a staple for the Bond films, and if Silva just had been another guy, he wouldn't have been as memorable, and the movie probably wouldn't be as good. Bond can execute both campy and serious, and his movies definitely should. Let's blast away from Bond and into the monsters.
Well, I think like also thinking about with Bond too, I think the Craig portrayal is I think more accurate to how the books are. So really, if anything, it's like GoldenEye. I think the entire point he's making is that, oh well, we thought GoldenEye was serious, but there were silly moments in GoldenEye, so why can't there be silly moments in Godzilla? When if we're looking at -1, there were silly points or points of levity in that film, but that didn't detract from the overall tone of the film. So I don't get it.
Are the James Bonds different continuities?
Yeah. So like all the new Bonds, every new Bond that appeared was part of their own continuity, but they were adapting different stories that all shared continuity, I believe.
Yeah, I was confused about that for a while.
Oh yeah. No, that's not a problem.
As good. Bond can execute both campy and serious, and his movies definitely should. Let's blast away from Bond and into the Monsterverse. While some may have cherished the serious tone of the 2014 Godzilla film, it's crucial to recognize that the Monsterverse exhibited early signs of embracing the fantastical and silly in Kong Skull Island. The Monsterverse didn't shy away from the unreal, immediately introducing a dash of camp and silliness. Everything here is so unserious and
Camp, unreal, and unsilliness are not the same thing, though.
extremely campy. The dramatic look at the camera is so cheesy, but I love it. Fast forward to today, with the Godzilla Kong: The New Empire, and the elements of craziness and silliness seem to be elevated.
Like I would say, looking at the camera and then breaking your universe's rules or just insane plot holes in GXK, I don't think are comparable. Where like Godzilla just having really short fights which don't have really any weight to them, and then just getting new powers out of the blue that don't really have any impact on the story or a dramatic way that they would when we've seen Godzilla get power-ups before that actually had like gravitas to them, is like a really faulty and weird comparison to make to be like, oh well, we saw someone look at the camera in Skull Island, but
I don't know. I feel like that's two different things, you know?
well, we can go back to what he just said, because
They have cherished the serious tone of the 2014 Godzilla film. It's crucial to recognize that the Monsterverse exhibited early signs of embracing the fantastical and silly in Kong Skull Island. The Monsterverse didn't shy away from the unreal, immediately introducing a dash of camp and silliness. Everything here is so unserious and extremely campy. The dramatic look at the camera is so cheesy, but I love it. Fast forward to today.
because that's the point he's making, is that he's showing this exact example here, being like, oh well, this was in Kong Skull Island, so therefore we should accept what we see in GXK.
I would say it's more not entirely a depiction of like the events on screen or how they're shown, but more so like the tone overall and like the campiness of it.
I guess, sure, but then like you see it go from Kong Skull Island having like those few moments to the few moments we see in King of the Monsters, and then it ramps it up in GVK. It feels like it feels less like, oh well, there was always gonna be that gradual ramp up of silliness to it was here in Kong Skull Island, therefore the slippery slope isn't a slippery slope because it was fine there, and if you thought it was fine there, it's not a problem in GXK.
I always took it as it's an example that the tone grew more campy as the films went on, starting with Kong Skull Island, which is something that I've always been a supporter in the idea that the Monsterverse films, as they went on, sort of embraced the more fantastical elements that are a part of monster movies.
Real quick, what do you mean by fantasy and fantastical?
I guess just like because it's the thing, because like I'm partly confused on like what to call it, because there's a thing where like, oh, is Star Wars sci-fi or a fantasy?
It's pulp sci-fi.
Pulp sci-fi. And what does that mean?
Well, pulp sci-fi meaning that generally it takes its influence from the stories of that era, which did not focus as much on scientific invention or humanity's place in the universe. It was more focused on the setting, which was alien planets and like cultures, fun battles, things of that sort. It was mostly like an aesthetics rather than a philosophy type of thing, I guess, is like what I would say. It's like what
Then
I
I
would call
would
Star Wars.
say, then I would say like maybe pulpy is the right word to describe
Yeah,
it, considering
but
you're
like
dealing with monsters and um you know fan fantastical worlds like the Hollow Earth
yeah, but then like
and stuff like
also
that.
if we're talking about the Hollow Earth, like I at the like all the Pellucidar books, which are from that pulp era, were still like they took themselves seriously. They did not try to like be like, oh, isn't this really fun and wacky and goofy, guys? Like it seems like GXK is far more aware of the fact that it's goofy and is trying to lead into the fact that it's goofy rather than trying to have interesting elements that may be seen as goofy but not really trying to care too much.
I would disagree to an extent with that because I don't think these movies are. I definitely don't agree that they are self-aware in a way that they are self-deprecating and
Well, no, I
just.
never said self-deprecating. I'm just saying they're self-aware that they know that they're goofy. Because like even Adam Wingard said that this is like sort of like you're in a toy store. This is like an 80s metal album where like it was like a metal like a album cover in the sense where he understands that like what is being shown on screen is absurd, but he wants you to revel in the absurdity of it. When the problem with that is that to buy into that, I need to ignore everything else that has occurred. And because I need to ignore everything else that has occurred, you're essentially asking me to buy into something that you haven't earned.
What's one example of something you have to ignore?
I would say first off, how the Hollow Earth has functioned from Kong Skull Island into King of the Monsters into GVK has changed to resemble what we get now in GXK. And because of that, we then have to understand how those mechanics work. And since the whole portal to surface, portals down, balance, all of that is a key plot point of GXK, because we don't really have much to like any investment in the Hollow Earth because none of it's really been mapped. Only like 5% of it is. You can essentially do whatever because there's nothing established there. So it has carte blanche to do with it once, but then it ignores things like if Scar King left after coming out of the Hollow Earth, for some reason he does it, that just take his army, conquer the Hollow Earth like he's been intending to do this entire time, and instead just attacks an outpost, goes back down and quote unquote scouts instead of doing what he could have done earlier, which means he would catch Kong unawares. Kong dies. Godzilla's on his own. Godzilla doesn't have his power up by then. More destruction ensues. Like, logistically, you have to account for more. But because Adam Wingard doesn't really seem to care too much about those logistics, like we see to a degree in King of the Monsters and in 2014, and even Skull Island, that's why I feel like it's not earned. Because you can do everything here with like a subterranean empire in a subterranean environment, a new evolved Godzilla form, bringing back Mothra. All those can be done. It's just that how they came together is just not. It's just not good.
With the Godzilla Kong the New Empire, and the elements of craziness and silliness seem to be elevated even higher, especially with this shot that seemed to cause quite a bit of an uproar. Some might find it surprising, but the injection of a fantastical tone in the monsterverse aligns with its ever-evolving nature. However, those yearning for a more grounded and serious tone that was delivered like in 2014 were given a taste of that again recently. Silliness seemed to be elevated even higher, especially with this shot that seemed to cause quite a bit of an uproar.
That's
Some might find
weird.
it surprising, but the injection of a fantastical tone in the monsterverse aligns with its ever-evolving nature. However, those yearning for a more grounded...
Well, just because it keeps happening, that doesn't mean it aligns with the evolving tone. It just means that because no one's called it out and it's gotten this bad, that it's therefore a good thing. It just sort of feels like the argument's like, oh no, it wasn't happening. If it's happening, it's a good. If it's not happening, if it is happening, it's a good thing. That's like what it feels like the argument being made is.
But what's
at
not
least.
happening?
Well, at least at first, if someone during 2014, or at least in Cox Island, was saying, "Oh, the tone feels like it's shifting away from what 2014 is," someone could say, "Oh, no, it's not doing that. It's just for this one movie." They don't really have an argument at that point because we only have 2014 Kong Skull Island, so we can't really say there is a tonal shift happening. I would say that 2014 and Cottom still are closer to tone than Cottom and GXK or GVK are. So there's just a gradual shift towards things, and it's only now that because it's so blatant in everyone's face that people are making a fuss about it, that the argument that, oh, well, it was just always going to evolve feels really hollow and feels like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way.
My argument would have been that shows like Monarch show that you can still have a variety of tones and directions that can either go into a more grounded route or into a fantastical, pulpy.
Well, that's the problem
direction.
with Monarch too, is that like outside of it retconning established media that was there for no reason other than it wanted to use certain characters, it introduces whole new elements that probably will never be touched on in media outside of Monarch, because even though GVK and GXK take place after Monarch, there's no mention of those characters post Monarch, and the area that they enter, Access Mundi, has never been touched on or even mentioned as like a reference, because the show wanted a self-contained, interesting plot point to have. And I think like another reason why they had Access Mundi act the way it was is that so they could keep Keiko Randa around as a character. But then also like it serves as a way to where, oh, if we want to keep a character around, but because of time, they're not going to be able to interact with these characters, why don't you just have a story where they end up at Access Mundi so that now they're in this time period and able to interact with these characters? Like, it seems very convenient, at least world building wise.
I would say to some degree, I might say it's a pretty good one, since the explanation of it being like a world in between the worlds that be, if they want to keep it self-contained to that, is a pretty cool idea that the show.
Yeah, but like, unless you have a character pop out into Access Mundi in the movies, it feels super self-contained, and it feels like the only times you end up in Access Mundi is because the plot demands you end up in Access Mundi, because we never heard about a world between worlds until Monarch. And then of course the Hollow Earth had changed from like Kong Skull Island to GXK, and then Monarch adds a new element to it. And since we still know so very little about the actual Hollow Earth, adding a whole new side Hollow Earth feels like a waste of time, because what you could be doing is explaining the Hollow Earth where most of what goes on takes place, and we can have a better context as to what goes on there.
I think another thing would also be it would have to explain how, I guess with the whole time skip and everything, and how like there are scenes where it explains that because it's so unexplainable that people don't want to believe it. Because like by the time you reach GVK, the Hollow Earth is still very much like a taboo mystery that people don't believe in it, or it's very like unexplored.
I guess, but then like the other thing too is that they do the job of giving a pretty good reason as to why people wouldn't be able to investigate the Hollow Earth, but then that raises so many other problems as to like people, like cultures from the Hollow Earth ending back up on the surface, if the way to get there is through these portals that you need special machines to use, or like you have to like the logistics of having Titans transport these people out of the Hollow Earth. There's so many little things that aren't considered when all these things are added, and when they keep mounting up and you keep having these questions, and the answers from other people is, well, don't think about it, just have fun. Then what would be the point of a viewer just being like actually just having any investment at all? Because ultimately the plot can be changed on the whim of the writers, because well, we want this to happen, so therefore we will cause a MacGuffin to occur so that we can get the situation we want. Plus, I don't think it really helps writers evolve as writers either, because if what the big Hollywood shows and creators are doing is kicking the can down the line with their reasoning, and a unexperienced, uncredited writer tries to do something the same because it seems like other successful projects are able to do this and they get a lot of pushback for it, they're not going to know how to necessarily respond or improve accordingly because of at least what they're being exposed to. Well, what are we talking now? We're on the last video, which is on Mike's Monsters video on Godzilla being silly.
And serious tone that was delivered like in 2014. We're given a taste of that again recently. Monarch: Legacy of Monsters, which recently aired its first season on Apple TV, is a series that weekly revisited the tone reminiscent of the 2014 Godzilla film while building upon the universe the MonsterVerse has created over the last 4 films, even connecting and tying up loose threads between the movies, making it an even more cohesive series of films.
But even like he says,
Legacy of Monsters, which recently aired its first season on Apple TV, is a series that weekly revisited the tone reminiscent of the...
He just said it weekly revisits the tone, so therefore you're not really even getting the tone that 2014's had. So in a lot of ways, it's almost like a pity or a pittance reward, because you're not really getting what you invested your time into from 2014.
2014 Godzilla film while building upon the universe the MonsterVerse has created over the last 4 films, even connecting and tying up loose threads between the movies, making it an even more cohesive series of films. But even Legacy of Monsters found a way to tap into the fantastical, especially with its final few episodes. The world of the dimension-bending portals and land between with the Axis Mundi the Titans used to get around between the surface world and the Hollow Earth. While that part of the show was way more out of this world, the human character and drama brought it to a level of greatness. I don't know about any of you, but that finale had me constantly sobbing in moments between the characters. But so did this too. What the MonsterVerse needs, and it's been said time and time again, is good human characters. Great human characters elevate the exciting monster brawls. We care what happens to them and hope they don't get hurt or something bad happens to them. Monarch did a great job of creating compelling characters for the most part. While not all were standouts, the characters that did had me more excited to come back each and every week, along with the positive of seeing more new Godzilla, because more new Godzilla is always an exciting thing. The desire to return to the serious tone of 2014 is understandable, but it's essential to recognize that the Godzilla franchise has been diverse in its tones from its inception. As early as the 3rd entry in the 70-year-old franchise, with King Kong vs. Godzilla, campy moments became ingrained into Godzilla's cinematic DNA. The beauty of the franchise lies in its ability to balance the serious with the fantastical, offering fans a dynamic and ever...
Like, I don't get what he means by the word fantastical. Like, at all. I think that
like the fantasy of it's a giant monster and it's a world where these things exist.
Yeah, but you can have that and still not be silly, though.
Sure, but you can also have that and be more embracing of...
Yeah, but then, like, that's not really a good word to use then. I think, like, instead of saying, like, the silly and fantastical, just say the silly. Because,
well, I would argue, don't say the silly, say fantastical.
Well, would you say Berserk is fantastical?
Yeah.
Would you say Berserk's silly?
No.
So then, how would you say fantastical is synonymous with silly when it's silly?
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying fantastical is... What's fantastical about Berserk is the fact that there are demons and stuff. And dragons and, you know, all that stuff.
Yeah, but what he's saying is that the fantastical and the silly is that none, like, there is not really any logic because we're embracing more sillier aspects to it.
I would say he's wrong then.
I mean, I could be wrong as to what he's saying, but like, I just don't understand what he means by the word silly. And Tokabuck, you think Berserk is silly?
Well, yeah, I think.
But it got silly in Miura's final years because they were on like a peaceful island, so like it makes sense that they would be more lighthearted because they're not in a situation where they're in danger. But like, lighthearted does not necessarily mean silly.
Evolving cinematic experience. Godzilla fans often call out the Heisei era of films as the most serious, but in reality, ever since Biollante, we saw some silly moments of dialogue.
Kiss you guys.
Ryan, big night, dinosaur.
The time has come, finally, to put our technology to the final test.
That's not
campy moments in the battles.
That wasn't even bad. That wasn't even that wasn't even a silly line. That's like the other one's sure, but that one's not bad.
I think it's more
good job.
What's the word? Bad direction.
Yeah, like are we saying
bad delivery?
Yeah, like are we saying that it's a are we saying that because the delivery isn't really actually good that therefore other instances of it are fine? Because like it's fine saying that these weren't the best, but like are we really gonna say like, oh, the one silly line here or one silly line there is therefore making the entire film a cheesy camp fest, or is it because of other like major issues with the plot and the writing, which is what brings down a film?
I love M11. This right here doesn't look very serious to me.
Yeah, like tonally it's serious, but it's a matter of execution.
Yeah, I also think like basically what we saw there, we saw like the modern day equivalent in GVK. So
Yeah,
that
but the issue is that with GVK,
I would say
you
the only
don't
thing that
have the
make,
limitations of suits.
and that's why I would say GVK's action in there could be perceived as more grounded due to the, I guess, the medium or the effects used. Like it may appear more silly physics wise because it's people in suits versus CGI where you can have more quote unquote grounded physics.
Yeah, like I would say that like at least with GVK's fight, it's not like an overly silly fight, although I would say however GXK goes far more silly because you have like the Godzilla suplex, which is clearly supposed to be a suplex. Whereas with with men fighting in suits, there's gonna be a matter like a level of limitation you're gonna have to deal with, unfortunately. But I think
Yeah.
because there's limitations and those limitations are brushed up against, does not then excuse limitless limitations with CGI, where you are not limited to by actual physics in the real world. You are generating all of this and you are choosing to do this.
Yeah. But I think also actions, the direction of the actions, because like something like one thing I said is like it would be less goofy for Godzilla to do the drop kick in the anti-gravity field than it would be if he were to do it and say like just in the city.
Yeah, that's fair.
If it was depicted in the same way as Megalon, you know?
Mm-hmm. Or like I would say in a void, Godzilla, like Kong throwing Scar King into Godzilla and Godzilla smacking with his tail. Like the only thing someone I could say besides like maybe how it's direct, like the animation stuff looking silly, could see it as silly, would be like someone saying, "Oh, two monsters team up to do something. Oh, that's silly because it is inherently so." Then at that point, there's really no way to invest you in something outside of it being as serious as possible. And even if you can't invest yourself into that, then there's nothing I can do, and there's nothing really anyone can do to help ground any fantastical concept for you. You should might as well read literary fiction and not waste your time.
As we delve deeper into the MonsterVerse and its ever-expanding canvas, it's only fair to acknowledge that even personally I have some reservations. The technological leaps between the films and the early introduction of the formidable adversaries like Ghidorah might feel like the franchise has moved at breakneck speed, and perhaps Ghidorah, the destructive three-headed titan, should have been saved for a later threat, allowing a gradual build-up and tension towards the character. The technical landscapes have evolved rapidly, raising questions about the narrative timeline. Monarch has done a pretty good job of filling in those gaps a bit, but before that show existed, it was a little up in the air for me at times. I too love the tone of 2014. I think though, if we stuck to one constant tone, it probably would get old pretty quickly. I personally find King of the Monsters to be my favorite entry in the MonsterVerse, and I feel like the tone is right in the middle of the serious fantastical, but with a little bit of camp in there too. Just a little bit better characters would have maybe made that film a heck of a lot better. I understand why.
Again, I don't get the point where multiple tones is just going to be boring when we really haven't seen that. And again, the only example I can give of like having a franchise or an era with pretty consistent tone has been the Reiwa era, and should a -1 speak for themselves in terms of the awards that they've gotten.
Yeah, I would say like it would just depend a matter of, are we talking about a set line continuity or an anthology series, like something like the Millennium? Like it's, I would say it's safe to say that that era had some different tones and different directions.
I would say like they had levels of tones. I would say they were all
Yeah.
rather serious, and some of them had sillier moments to them. But like, because the thing is, like, the thing I wonder is that if there was a consistent tone, at least that means that like you're gonna have probably more consistent characterization, and therefore you're not gonna have characters doing things that seem really out of left field because you want to try a different tone.
Yeah, but I think that's the difference between like a continuity versus an anthology. And what I mean by that is like the Millennium films are all different continuities within themselves, versus something like the Showa series that is supposed to be like one mainline continuity. And while I think it's capable for a continuity to differ in tone as it goes on, I just think the execution needs to be handled well. I would say the MonsterVerse is doing okay with it personally, since again, like I said, I think it's gradually building up to stuff, while also still having things like Monarch and such, where it can go in between or back into different tones.
Yeah.
And so even with the movies, I think it's possible for them to have a differing tones. Like I think if it wanted to go back into a serious route, it would have to be a film similar in vein to like Underwater or something like that, where it would be serious with some small minimal elements of camp. Because Underwater had characters who were campy and lighthearted, but it still had like this dark atmosphere to it.
I think I think it's probably impossible for the MonsterVerse to really get back to that dark or even like far more serious tone, because we've already elevated to such a lighthearted tone that seeing it kind of swing back in this direction, it feels artificial and it feels like they'd be course correct because people are saying this. And like I would have to ignore so much as what has happened previously in the universe to really buy into what it is they're telling me now. Whereas, like you said, with an anthology, there's none of that baggage of previous entries. But even then, there still would be some, but to a lesser degree, I suppose.
I think Monarch handled that transition back pretty well. And I think if it kept working its way up and staying consistent with it, it could be that example of it coming back.
I think the thing with Monarch is that like there was a lot of things that like I knew where things were going, so then there was a problem investing in where they were and like where they went, because there was so little you could do based on the episode length and like the topics they were focusing on. Because with the fact that you knew Randa was gonna die in the Vietnam era, the Monarchs, like the pre stuff happening before that was in the 50s, so there's not too much time you could spend there versus the time you spent in the present with the plot about the dad and Kate and Lee there. Like there's so much that they were doing that I don't think they were able to actually focus in on as much as I think they thought they wanted to. And yeah, things like Keiko falling into the hole, I knew she was probably going to be fine. And with Lee, I think like where he's going is kind of up in the air, but like I didn't really think Kate was like obviously ever gonna die. Same thing with her friend. It just seemed a lot of it seemed like pretty predictable. You and Joey's takes on Monarch are like Mahler and Drinker's takes on Fallout series. Yeah, like I've been watching a little bit of Mahler's Fallout video. I have not finished it, but I'll probably finish it tomorrow. And I don't know what Drinker's takes on the Fallout show are, because I just haven't kept up. Honestly, I'm sorry.
I really like the Fallout show. I do not have any knowledge of any Fallout lore or the video games. I really like the show.
But that's the thing, is that like if you don't have any context for something, then like something happening, you have like no context for as to why that like is going to be a problem. But yeah, let's keep going.
Folks don't like it as much, but we have had great characters in the MonsterVerse as well, many so far. However, amid the critiques, there's an undeniable appreciation for what the MonsterVerse has offered. The dynamic and visually stunning clashes between Godzilla, Kong, and their adversaries have provided fans with an exhilarating cinematic experience. Sometimes it's essential to step back and recognize the sheer spectacle that these films deliver, even if the pacing might feel like a whirlwind at times. One thing I feel like most are leaving out in their critiques and reviews are that the monsters are characters too. Their names are in the titles, and we pay to see them. The MonsterVerse representations of these characters have been stellar, with each entry adding more and more personality to each of the titans. It's said we're gonna get the most amount of monster screen time in Godzilla Kong than we've ever had in any of the previous entries, and that sounds insanely cool to me. That's something that many have been asking for in professional critiques and fan critiques with every entry. Every review.
You can have the monsters be characters without it being super silly. like characterizing a monster without it being like, oh, haha, these monsters, you know, like they're kind of like us. They got like their own little things. Like that can be done.
Well, and again, I would argue that it's not so much silly as it is.
Well,
I just don't think
let's go
so
back
is
to
the
what he
right.
says.
Posts are leaving out in their critiques and reviews are that the monsters are characters too. Their names are in the titles, and we pay to see them. The MonsterVerse representations of these characters have been stellar, with each entry adding more and more personality to each of the Titans. It's said we're gonna get the most amount of monster screen time in Godzilla.
Like what he's saying is that like the more monster screen time we're getting, the more the monsters are being characters. But like the reason why people are having issues with the MonsterVerse is with its writing, as well as like what they are doing to a degree with the monsters. But I wouldn't say that's as much of a critique. So it's sort of like okay, I guess. But
Have you heard much people say writing wise for the monster?
I would say like writing wise for the monsters, it's like less. I would say the biggest one, the thing people have the biggest problem with is with Godzilla, because Godzilla goes from animal wanting to protect balance to actually a god to kind of grumpy like a-hole, and still a grumpy a-hole in GVK and GXK, which clashes with his character portrayals in other films. And then when we see his actions performed in GVK and GXK, it brings like his older characterizations into questions and shows up a bunch of contradictions. So that would be like what I'd say.
I would say perhaps it leans more into the fact that we didn't see a lot of Godzilla at the start of the MonsterVerse. We only saw the moments in which he would like either emerge or engage with the monsters.
But
and even then, from the start, he still was that like headstrong. Didn't care much about the collateral damage. He was just there to do.
But not as
business.
much, because like Godzilla came ashore in Hawaii, and it's only like he didn't intentionally rise up and to create a tsunami. It's just him rising is what is a tsunami is just the result of him rising. And the only reason why Godzilla rose out near the Golden Gate Bridge is because of the blockade. And once he gets hit, he just decides to plow straight through so that he can keep getting to the Mutos. And then once he's done his job is when he leaves and goes back into the ocean. So like his actions throughout the film are what characterizes him in 2014. And same goes for King of the Monsters, with how everything he's doing is to warn about Ghidorah's return, and Godzilla very consistently does what he can to stop him. But in GVK, the ancient rivalry that they set up between Godzilla and Kong has Godzilla like rising out of the water, directly smashing a bridge, and then shooting a hole through the middle of like a major populated city of people that he technically is supposed to be bringing balance to and protecting because of the grudge he's having with Kong. Because like it's weird that Godzilla stopped what he was doing when he was in China, because he was lured there by Mechagodzilla activating instead of just continuing to go to where he last saw the signal, unless we want to infer that Godzilla, once the signal went off, he had no clue where in the city it was. But
yeah,
when he like that was also another problem, was that in the Pensacola attack, it says the Godzilla attacked Pensacola, but really in reality, all he did was attack the Apex facility instead of all of Pensacola. Which, and then like the other problem too is that you go from this, and that to then in GXK to where Godzilla is sucking the nuclear power plant in France, causing all the destruction there, and then being so hot the helicopters can't get closer, but wading through a city to get into the ocean to go after Tiamat. Like when you have a monster that cannot speak, all you're doing is characterizing them through their actions. But if there's so many of these smaller inconsistencies through their actions, then therefore it can be argued that their character has a lot of inconsistencies because of that.
I think that's a fair point. But I think it's still that like, because I think when it comes to like 2014, like I think either way he was gonna go through the bridge, because like it was something that was in his way, and there's no way for him to go directly under it. Like he could have gone under the blockade if he wanted to, but I think because when you see him go through the bridge, like the water is at like his like at his calves or something too, where he can't just.
Well, I would say
swim
too.
under it.
That's like that's another thing too, where I think that like, and like 2014 does have to break its own rules so that it can have that scene and that tension, because Godzilla is in actuality nowhere near large enough to actually get all the way up to the Golden Gate Bridge. But I understand the sentiment that they're going for, and I think that like out of all of the sort of human on monster interactions we have, 2014 handles it the best, but it still has like those issues, and it still kind of has to pull those magic tricks for it to work. But I think that like, even though that's the case, things should be learned from 2014 and then improved upon, instead of doing even worse and just being more blatant about it.
Mm-hmm.
Kong than we've ever had in any of the previous entries, and that sounds insanely cool to me. That's something that many have been asking for in professional critiques and fan critiques with every entry. Every review says they just want to see more monsters doing their thing, and it sounds like we're finally getting it. I know that if I could go back in time and show my 1998 self the tiny sample of the Monsterverse, I don't think he would believe that this was going to be coming. As a fan since 1988, I know what it's like when there is no new Godzilla content, or what it was like to even try to find a new Godzilla media back in the day. We have been eating so good as Godzilla fans today. I don't want to sound like a boomer, but the younger generation of fans probably doesn't understand the appreciation some of us have for the franchise because of these times of drought we experienced, where media, toys, and content were scarce, very long periods of nothing new. Consider personally, in your own life, experiencing a decade, 10 years or more, of no new Godzilla content. Maybe very little, no movies, no nothing, only for it to finally make a comeback. Fans who weather these dark times tend to be more appreciative of the accessibility we enjoy today and are consequently less critical, especially concerning the aspects of CGI. There's a difference between blindly accepting everything.
I mean, sure, but I think accessibility and then quality are two very different things.
This is something that like I personally never really understood, just because it's for a personal thing. Because like I hear stories all the time about how like, oh, there's this like Godzilla drought, like in between like the 90s or the 2000s, to where there's like no Godzilla content or very little accessible Godzilla content. And like I never really grew up that way thinking that, because by the time I was born, like pretty much all the movies were out, and you had like some collections of Godzilla movies that I grew up watching. And then I was always a Godzilla fan, but like it was never really like the main part of my thing until 2014 came around, and I got like re-hooked on Godzilla again. And then from then on, we had like Shin, Reiwa, everything leading up to today.
I think it also just comes down to the fact that like in the 80s and 90s, the internet was not as ubiquitous, and then into the 90s and 2000s, it became more ubiquitous, and that's when you started seeing like the fan forums and the like start to grow. And because of that growth in those early years, that's why there was such a already built up community in the 2000s when that drought around that era took place. So even though there wasn't new Godzilla content, there was still people talking about it, so it felt less like a total drought that probably the 80s and 90s felt when the Heisei films were coming out, but everything was just far less accessible.
Yeah.
And appreciating what we have. For many, the franchise serves as a source of escapism. All this accessibility to so much media is incredible. And that is why right now, in a time where we are getting more new content than ever, is a time we're calling this the best point in Godzilla's history. The individuals who express the loudest and sometimes most harsh opinions on these matters often appear incapable of receiving criticism themselves. Their tendency to exaggerate reactions, labeling others as seething or freaking out, is accompanied by an evident insecurity. Interestingly enough, when questioned about their own complaints, they ought to react defensively, displaying anger rather than engaging in constructive dialogue. Usually, it comes from the younger audiences who hadn't experienced those dark times of Godzilla media drought. Mature adults typically refrain from using such mean and derogatory language. This unproductive behavior fails to contribute any meaningful discussions and understanding within the fan community. I know what it's like to be a younger fan who wanted the best for the franchise. I was there at one point in my life, and I still am, but I promise you, we don't have to talk to each other like we're villains and we're enemies, or like someone violently kicked a door out right in front of you. I even find these echoes come from the fans who are the harshest about SH Monster Arts, but that's a video for another day, another discussion, and let me know if you want to hear about that.
And obviously, just to clarify, this is just a blanket statement. I'm not saying every single one of you younger fans is this way. I'm just saying that we see a lot of it coming from the younger generation. We do see often a lot coming from the adults too, and they're acting just as childish too. We need more maturity in this fan base.
There's an irony to criticizing a Godzilla movie for its CGI when considering the franchise has often been looked down upon with the tokusatsu filmmaking as an inferior product to Hollywood, when fans of tokusatsu think otherwise and have a deeper understanding and appreciation for the art and craft of that style of filmmaking. We are well aware of the incredibly hard work that the crews put into those movies just for our entertainment. Now we have this incredible CGI, often photoreal at times, being ripped apart because it looks bad, with no actual criticism as to how or why it looks bad. When asking folks about the specific shot on Twitter,
I think that like there's a lot that's snuck in there because
too. They're acting just as childish too. We need more maturity in this fan base.
There's an irony to criticizing a Godzilla movie for its CGI when considering the franchise has often been looked down upon with the tokusatsu filmmaking as an inferior product to Hollywood, when fans
just because there's bad shots in tokusatsu and there's bad shots in CGI doesn't mean that's ironic. It just means that like both Godzilla eras and Toho stuff and the legendary stuff has bad shots. That okay.
Fans of tokusatsu think otherwise and have a deeper understanding and appreciation for the art and craft of that style of filmmaking. We are well aware of the incredibly hard work that the crews put into those movies, just for our entertainment. Now we have this incredible CGI, often photoreal at times, being ripped apart because it looks bad, with no actual criticism as to how or why it looks bad. When asking folks about the specific shot on Twitter, I couldn't get an answer that I found valid.
It's like, wait, I hate bootleg kaiju Murahara Law. I remember he comments, hey y'all, and we're telling him to make a video on y'all. What? Okay.
Most arguments that came through fell apart quickly for multiple reasons, and it feels like those critiquing the CGI so heavily have no clue of what they're actually talking about. None of this is to say it's about criticism, but saying it looks bad. This photo came up and everyone was complaining, and all I can think about was that scene in The Office where HR wants you to point out the difference between these two photos, and they're the same. I even think 2014 has some what people would consider dodgy effects. I can't see the difference between what people are pointing out and this shot, but it doesn't take me out of the movie. It kind of reminds me of the Incredibles teacher who had to slow down the tape to find him like going real fast, but couldn't really prove it, and everybody looked at him like he was crazy. You see? Well, you don't see. It's always gonna be obvious that CGI was.
I mean, it's kind of funny when he was right. It's just the fact that Dash had super speed, so even though no one saw it, the only reason why he got away with it was his super speed, so the teacher was right in the end anyway. But again, I'm not the biggest on CGI shots and the like. I think that like generally they're not the best. They could be better, but like they're not absolutely awful. But
with a giant Godzilla-sized monster on the screen. Many will argue that -1 had better CGI with a lower budget, and some scenes definitely had some of the most photoreal CGI that I've ever seen. I'm beyond happy that the -1 team won the Oscar. It is one of the biggest and best things that could probably ever happen to this franchise right now. I can only imagine at this very moment Toho is hard at work brainstorming about what is coming next into the Godzilla franchise. Congratulations to Takashi Yamazaki, the Godzilla -1 team, and Japan for this incredible achievement. But there's a huge difference between -1 and the MonsterVerse. It's Takashi Yamazaki, who is both a director and a visual effects director. Much like Gareth Edwards, they both know how to direct a special effects movie better than most do. They really know how to work with a small budget. They are experts in their craft and can apply their knowledge to a production much differently than someone like Adam Wingard, Jordan Vogt Roberts, or Michael Dougherty do their productions. And that's not to say these directors can't work with smaller budgets in any way. Each director is a master at their craft with their own individual voices and visions. But that's the beautiful thing about art, is we're all lucky to have these different points of view in the franchises, and that's how push the visuals of everything forward. And we should have more directors like them come through and bring in more new voices. We don't have to have the same people make them all the time. That's what helps bring a wide variety of tones and ideas to this long-running franchise. However, it's crucial to dispel the notion that the CGI itself is inherently bad, and the real issue lies within the underpayment and overworking of the CGI artists in Hollywood. It is a known issue that the special effects artists who bring these larger-than-life characters to the big screen put so much time and energy into these projects on the shortest of deadlines. Deadlines that I feel like would crush the common complainer. A number of the films in the Godzilla franchise were produced within incredibly tight time frames. Take Godzilla vs. Megalon. That was filmed in approximately 3 weeks. I challenge you to create a movie in such a brief period. Hyperfixating on CGI issues without considering the challenges faced by these artists is just counterproductive. Focus your critiques on the reason why they may be overworked and underpaid. That might lead to a higher production quality. Nitpicking and focusing on issues that are only visible in slow motion playback or when pausing the film doesn't make for a valid argument. Do you want photorealism? Then go to a classic tokusatsu Godzilla movie. One can look back at those movies that utilize the man in the suit technique where the real light interacted with a tangible object, a complexity that is really considerably challenging and hard to replicate in CGI. Puppets, man in suits, practical sets, light, make paid. That on CGI issues without considering the challenges faced by these artists is just counterproductive. Focus your critiques on the reason why they may be overworked and underpaid. That might.
They could both be bad shots and the person could still be underpaid. Those aren't mutually exclusive either still.
Lead to a higher production quality. Nitpicking and focusing on issues that are only visible in slow motion playback or when pausing the film.
I think this part specifically might. I think this part specifically might be what he was trying to mean by that clip with Dash, where like, yeah, even though a small error may be there, it's as a whole, it's not really something too significant to dwell on or critique as heavily.
Yeah, no, I guess that's fair, but that's still like, well, the error is there, and there, especially if with how Hollywood is right now, we're saying that Hollywood conditions are bad. If we keep, there is that sentiment that other people have, where if we keep excusing errors like this, then those errors will become more and more apparent as a result of being more lenient. So, like, there is that, but like, I don't mind like as much if like the CGI isn't super photorealistic, if it means there's like less small errors, in my opinion. But
doesn't make for a valid argument. Do you want photorealism? Then go to a classic tokusatsu Godzilla movie. One can look back at those movies that utilize the man in the suit technique where the real light interacted with a tangible object, a complexity that is really considerably challenging and hard to replicate in CGI. Puppets, men in suits, practical sets are really there, making it often feel more real and tactile. It is essential for Godzilla fans to move beyond the simple declaration of it looks bad, and instead learn the skill of constructive criticism. This involves appreciating the incredible strides made in special effects and acknowledging the fusion of technology and creativity that defines the MonsterVerse films. Back in the 90s, I used to catch serious teasing for my love of Godzilla movies, and at the same time, Power Rangers was at the height of its popularity, by arguably having worse special effects. Then comes the cinematic juggernaut known as Jurassic Park, and suddenly everybody is enamored with the groundbreaking visuals. It's amusing to think that those who are excessively critical of the CGI in the MonsterVerse films today might have been teased as similarly like I was back in the day. It's like criticizing the CGI in Jurassic Park, which you would probably get kicked in the dirt for. This is bad CGI. Japanese audiences tend to be more forgiving of CGI compared to Western viewers. The cultural difference emphasizes a greater focus on storytelling and thematic elements over scrutinizing visual effects, while Western audiences may have a demand.
Well, but then yeah, the stories still aren't good then. So if the story isn't good and the visual effects aren't good, then I guess where do you go from there then? But any thoughts on that, Vic?
I would say it's part of a larger problem where like you might try to make excuses for it rather than making a better argument for it. Because like the only thing I would say is that when it comes to effects, a lot more goes into it than some people might think about. Because it's a genuine thing to be like, oh, something might have happened with the staff. Maybe they were overworked. Because it is something that happens, and there is like stuff to show for it with something like the Marvel movies that are. There's always these stories about how like they're all made in like such a small time frame, like 3 movies, 1 team, and they have to do all this work for it, and it shows in the results. Where you have something like -1, where you have a small team, but they're all working together and are directed under this one guy who does have experience in it and knows the tricks to make not only a good product, but one with, relatively less room for errors and stuff.
Maybe. But then the question becomes, should there only be certain people working on these projects if only certain people can actually like successfully execute things? But
I think the effort should always be made to try and do the best job with open-mindedness towards having people with the expertise help out or give them the full direction, Like Honda would always give the special effects stuff over to Subaraya and stuff like that.
But I think that was also just something natural for those projects where there was the drama team and then the SFX team.
For realism, Japanese viewers prioritize the overall cinematic experience, valuing narrative and emotional impact. The Showa-era Godzilla movies frequently showcase visually stunning sets, reminiscent of styles that might even excite directors such as Wes Anderson and similar creatives today. The captivating set designs added another layer of excellence to these films, proving that there's so much more to appreciate beyond the thrilling monster brawls of these Godzilla movies. Adding to that, it's a common misconception that Godzilla movies are solely made for children, which is far from the truth. While some of these films in the franchise are tailored towards younger audiences, even these more child-friendly entries convey deeper messages or themes within their stories. For example, the original Gojira explores the trauma of nuclear destruction. King Kong vs. Godzilla serves as a comedic parody on consumerism. Mothra vs. Godzilla advocates for respect for nature, emphasizing that it should not be commodified. Godzilla vs. Hedorah delivers a powerful message urging to stop pollution, while Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla says don't pollute space, and Godzilla against Mothra don't pollute the earth. Godzilla Planet Eater in the anime trilogy explores the themes about technology not being our savior and finding contentment with the present. It's not just toys smashing together. I think Western commentators are...
Again, outside of the probably Godzilla one, which I did a critique, this one's not too bad. This one barely has anything to do with Godzilla. This one's just, again, mostly talking about the budget. Same thing this one with how like refreshing it is to see a film that is doing so, has so little doing so much, and other one's just highlighting the fact that again, this one's just highlighting the fact that we're seeing just male characters doing some, men. It's highlighting men, but again, just male characters essentially just fulfilling pretty standard archetypes without like too much subversion. And again, it just feels like these were brought up because Herder clickbait, Herder grifters, because he does use the G word here. So
are missing the nuance from Japanese cinema and storytelling. It's crucial to also remember that the debates surrounding the franchise's direction aren't anything new. In 2004, when Final Wars was released, similar discussions echoed across the fan base online. Final Wars is a divisive film to this day, but it also has its fans. The movie was meant to be a throwback to the Showa-era films with a modern twist. Who's to say Godzilla Kong can't do something similar with a throwback to the Showa films, but with today's modern twist? The director Adam Wingard has clearly stated that he has a love for the Showa-era films, with how they have such fantastical and wild ideas. And this new entry could be just a modern-day love letter with today's amazing special effects and sound. He says he wants to make what it's like to be in a toy island as a kid from the 80s. I can't deny that just sounds fun to me, and these movies are allowed to just be that fun. We don't have to have a serious, depressing entry every single time. Sometimes I watch a Godzilla movie just to have a fun time. Each of us.
I mean, you can have a fun time with a logical story. There's no one stopping you from doing that. Or having interesting, fantastical elements and cohesive world building. There's nothing stopping you from doing that.
have our own personal tastes, and that's the best thing about being an individual. We don't all have to be the same, because that would be incredibly boring. The beauty of the character of Godzilla lies in its ability to adapt and endure. Younger fans may not recall the debates of 2004, but the echoes of concern were just as loud as they are now. If not for the more diverse approaches taken over the years, Godzilla might not be the enduring icon it is today. Many fans do not realize that Godzilla was not a cool or popular thing to like at one point, not too long ago. As fans, we hold the power to shape the future of the franchise. Constructive criticism fuels the evolution while supporting the movies and ensures a continued legacy. They are listening, especially if their money is not coming in. These movies have been successful though in many talks. There will always be a new Godzilla to support, with each incarnation offering something new and unique. It's important to remember that Toho holds the reins when it comes to the decision involving Godzilla and other Toho kaiju in the monsterverse. Each move made by Legendary requires Toho's approval if it's got Godzilla involving it, showcasing the collaborative nature of their partnership. Contrary to some fans' skepticism, Toho has expressed serious satisfaction for the monsterverse's direction. This is speaking from first-hand experiences of working at Bandai, where I witnessed the passion and dedication behind the scenes. It was very clear to me that Toho is extremely pleased with how Legendary is treating their iconic characters right now. Art is inherently subjective, not objective. Your preferences for something is a matter of personal taste, but not an absolute judgment. Some Godzilla YouTubers and online commentators, they argue otherwise. The most important opinion is your own. Everyone has a distinct reason for their likes and dislikes. Your life dictates why you like something. My life dictates why I like something. My life experiences do that. Yours do too. You and I have different lives. That's why we like different things. It's not that hard to figure out. However, forming an opinion.
But then you've invalidated the entire video that you're making, because if everyone has different experiences and therefore we are shaped by these experiences, then either all of the different experiences have values, and therefore there's no reason that there should be a specific way we talk to each other, or any like comments about maturity, because we're all informed by our experiences, so therefore how we talk is an expression of that. Or if nothing really matters because everyone's got their own opinion, then again you come back to the same points.
Opinion requires first-hand experience. Currently, there seems to be a surge in online discussions stemming from individuals who may not be as well versed in the Godzilla franchise. The fandom appears to have attracted temporary enthusiasts, or as I like to call them, tourists, driven by financial gains or seeking engagement, posting leaks, lies, misinformation. So,
outside of the fact that like Dr. Skipper, sure,
just to have attracted temporary enthusiasts, or as I like to call them, tourists.
Again, also fair with the Samurai Godzilla. Mr. H has been doing Godzilla videos for a long time.
Driven by financial gains or seeking engagement, posting leaks, lies.
And this one had nothing to do with leaks. There was really not any misinformation. And I think, if I recall correctly, he did mention something about the budget, but that was at a time where like no one was sure about the budget. So again, not exactly the best four. At least two of them were kind of fine, but
lies, misinformation, just to get your clicks and engagement. Resist giving them attention. By interacting with them, you're only amplifying them in the algorithm so that they get shown to more people. Just don't interact. Just hard stop. They will fade out of our existences if we just do not interact with them. Don't like them. Don't hate share them. Screenshot it if you want to talk about it, but that also promotes people to go to it because they want to hear it themselves. Just don't even.
So essentially ignore it, but still talk about it because you're talking about it here, but then not providing any proper context to it. That seems duplicitous to me.
Do that. Just ignore. Maybe tweet that you saw some bad take. You don't even have to link to it. I promise you. The drama, the discourse, we don't need it at all times. There are a lot of grifters around right now, and they do not care about the franchise.
Is that the G word?
They are only here for you to pay their bills, and you pay their bills by giving them the views. They've all now come into the picture thinking they know what Godzilla is supposed to and should be. And here's a very important fact: we wouldn't have -1, the one that everybody is praising and saying.
I don't think. Well, actually, also I'll tell you this much. At least with the problem with Godzilla, and even with Dr. Skipper's video, men never claimed to be an expert on Godzilla, and most people don't claim to be experts on Godzilla, although they are definitely giving their opinion and giving reasons as to why. No, those might be informed, but they are not. I don't think any of these people have claimed to be experts on the franchise.
Should be the standard.
But I think the problem there lies in that they do state things as facts about the franchise, which are wrong. And I think that if you don't know for sure, either do the research or don't mention that.
Well, no, because like what he says here is
franchise, no matter what they say, they are only here for you to pay their bills, and you pay their bills by giving them the views. They've all now come into the picture thinking they know what Godzilla is supposed to and should be. And here's a very important fact:
what he says is that they come into the picture thinking they know what Godzilla should be, where they aren't saying what Godzilla should be, but they're expressing what their opinion is. So again, you're coming back to the thing that, oh, if everyone's got an opinion, then therefore what they're saying is just as much value as everyone else's, unless we want to say that facts or personal experience does matter. So either it's one or the other.
We wouldn't have -1, the one that everybody is praising and saying should be the standard, if it weren't for the Monsterverse. I think people are learning the wrong lessons from -1. Because of the success and hype that is still going for Godzilla -1, I expect that Godzilla hype to run into Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire, and I can see it doing quite well at the box office. I can see and hope that the Monsterverse will continue on a strong path for a long time. As long as audiences continue to run to theaters and buy the Monsterverse toys or Godzilla toys, the future of the franchise will continue to shine bright. Legendary and Warner Brothers are closely monitoring these indicators, particularly the sales numbers, and any decline would cause a close to the Monsterverse. However, the current trend is that there's no such signs. Each installment of the Monsterverse has been a response to fan feedback, illustrating the studio's keen awareness of the audience's sentiments. For instance, the transition from Godzilla 2014 to Kong Skull Island addressed concerns that there was inefficient on-screen monster presence by offering a wide and chaotic display of creatures. Godzilla Godzilla King of the Monsters then elevated the Titan's prominence and personalities, responding to the prior critiques from before. And then there were complaints about the monsters being obscured by weather in King of the Monsters. Notably, those were addressed with the clear and vibrant daytime and nighttime neon battles in Godzilla vs. Kong. Feedback regarding poorly written human characters spurred the creation of Monarch: Legacy of Monsters on Apple TV+. This responsiveness serves as clear evidence that the studios are attuned to the audience's opinion.
I would say that I would say at least with the 2014 to Kong Skull Island or Cottom point that at least makes sense. Although I do not think that they did necessarily the best job in Monarch Legacy of Monsters, but I'll leave that for another time.
Demonstrating a commitment to refining the MonsterVerse experience based on viewer input. Godzilla, with its wide range of variations, caters to diverse preferences. Each version is valid, whether it's the controversial Godzilla 1998 or the revered GMK. The significance lies in its personal connections. For someone, Godzilla 98 might be their introduction to the franchise. While it might not be my favorite or yours, similar sentiments applied for me to
my
Godzilla
favorite.
Final Wars. I don't like those designs, but I do love the homage to 1999 with the new Godzilla Evolved design. He's got the pink, he's even got the little thin waist. That's something that came from 1999 and I love it. Hell, speaking of 98, I wanted the sequel.
Godzilla 2000 has a thin waist. I definitely wouldn't say that as a connoisseur of that design, but okay. But yeah, then if it's all just personal, then the videos that he's talking about that are bad that we shouldn't be paying attention to don't really matter then, because it's all personal, it's all subjective.
That was supposed to come, even though I didn't love the movie. Yes, sure, we got the animated series, but I was excited for the potential from a new Godzilla series in Hollywood. As a 10-year-old little dude in 1998, that was the coolest thing. Who knows where we'd be today if we got that? Acknowledging that all these iterations are valid interpretations of the iconic monster, even if not personal favorites, underscores the beauty of the character's versatility. We all like different things, and it's essential to recognize that some fans genuinely love Godzilla 98, even though it's not universally embraced. Moreover, the animated series that spawned from 98 has a big fan base, and it wouldn't exist if it weren't for that movie. This diversity of appreciation highlights how Godzilla can be a captivating and inclusive character, accommodating.
Ooh, these new Little Caesars crazy pop.
Oh wait, true to Little Caesars.
Within its expansive fan community. So as we navigate the ever-evolving world of Godzilla, let's celebrate the diversity, appreciate the spectacle, and continue to offer constructive feedback. In doing so, we can ensure that the King of the Monsters wars for more generations to come. There has been too much negativity in the fan base lately, from content creators who make analog horror for fun, being bullied for their storytelling ideas, or designers of the creatures in these MonsterVerse films being sent horrible threats from some people over the new design of Godzilla that they personally didn't like. What? This is not okay. This is not constructive. This makes us all look bad. Don't be this kind of person. We should be lifting each other up, as we all love this franchise in our own unique ways. Each person is brought together by this one gigantic icon, and that's awesome. I love my serious Godzilla film. They're my favorite, but I also grew up with the Showa films, and I know so many others who did as well. Both tones possibly can exist within the same movie too, depending on who is creating the project. There has never been a time like this. It is just amazing. Both can exist at the same time. One of the best things about the MonsterVerse and Toho making things at the same time is that we're getting a little bit of everything that makes Godzilla great all at once. There are multiple flavors of Godzilla, and that's what's so great about it. It's like having a 5-course meal with your favorite kind of dessert immediately after. It's delicious. I've got to admit, I have not had a lot of fun in the fan base lately, and that sucks. This is all supposed to be fun, but the constant discourse and fighting between everybody, it just doesn't make it entertaining to log in and talk about this stuff. I'm making this video as an opinion piece. None of this is actual fact. This is all just how I feel about it. And I believe I'm not alone in these sentiments. Maybe some self-reflection is necessary. If you're constantly arguing or fighting with someone online about unimportant details in this Godzilla franchise that's supposed to be fun or serious, depending on the entry, maybe it's time for you to log off for a while and put your energy towards more productive things. Don't just go fight with people. The arguing doesn't add anything constructive. We just got a discussion between Takashi Yamazaki and Adam Wingard, director of -1 and Godzilla Kong: The New Empire. Both of them praising each other's work, saying that you understand the franchise and the wide variety of tones that this character can live in. So when I asked the question earlier, can Godzilla be silly, or does he only work when he's portrayed as a serious, dark role? If Takashi Yamazaki, the director of the darkest Godzilla movie, says that Godzilla can be silly, I think we should listen to him. Just remember, it's perfectly fine to have different opinions. We don't have to fight about it all. Let's keep discussions respectful. Tell me what you think about the current state of the Godzilla fandom and where the franchise is going from here. Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching this long discussion that I've been kind of working on for a little while now. I was trying to get this out in December 2023 when the first Godzilla Kong trailer came out. This just started happening.
Any final thoughts on that, Vic?
I think there's a lot of holes that could be poked in some of the arguments. I think part of that comes from, I guess, maybe like the insecurities of how people might question the tastes of individuals.
Yeah.
And what they like. Because I definitely see this thing where like people will say, oh, you know, the movies are supposed to be bad, or it doesn't matter because, you know,
it's a giant lizard.
Yeah, which is not. It's an argument that.
Or it's a movie made for children.
Yeah, that kind of thing, like the Patrick Willems.
The Willems fallacy.
Yeah, the Willems fallacy, and I think it's a really poor way to defend something you like or something that you want to argue that is of quality. Because I think that, you know, if you believe something is of quality, you should be able to defend your points and argue to the best of your ability. And I think you shouldn't really try to degrade that by saying, oh, it's supposed to be this or it is this. I always try to come at things with a, to the best of my ability, a logical point to why I think something is good, or at the very least why I may like subjectively certain things that others perceive as, you know, not as well made or up to the quality of other things.
Yeah, like I think like the main problem I have, and it's probably because I'm too tired. I'd probably have more to say, but if the general sentiment is that it's all subjective, we all have our opinions, we all have our tastes, then there's really no reason to be constructive, because if you are constructive with your opinions, then your opinions will affect, if they are listening, change away from what someone else likes into something you may like. And unless that person also likes what you like, then they will on some inherent level be deprived of what it is they like, and therefore if they demand something to be reverted back to how it was, those people, like vice versa. So they're not going to be able to please everyone. And I guess it's cool that Godzilla has more like stuff going on now that is diverse in its tone, which means more people are able to enjoy things that they like, but that's not exactly all equal and the same. Like, although we do have the Godzilla days with the tokusatsu stuff for people who like the men in suits, those aren't full-on movies that you're getting. You are mostly just getting a small fight and only a snippet of it, versus as a fan of like watching the tokusatsu suit element of it, you have fans who like CGI getting full-on movies. And if you're getting a fan who likes both -1 and GXK, and you're as a guy who likes Godzilla as a man in a suit, you're definitely not getting an equal amount of enjoyment out of the franchise. Which then the argument, I guess, comes down to, well, if like you can't really enjoy it, then maybe the problem is you. Which at least I think people should be more honest about it and be like, well, maybe the problem is you, and just stay outright instead of dancing around the problem, or be like, oh, everything's opinion. So then ultimately nothing matters. Or if everything's an opinion, then at least admit that yes, if people's opinions do affect change in the franchise, then yes, not everyone's going to get pleased in the exact same way. And there are people who will fundamentally maybe get left out because their opinions aren't being heard, and they probably won't get heard. So, like, I think that at least being more honest about that is, I would say, appreciated, because it comes off as a little tone deaf, especially when all the criticism seems to be levied at the exact same people, or like because you're looking at just the titles or the thumbnails and not actually directly pulling quotes from these people, that it comes off as just hollow criticism of boogeymen for the community instead of actual constructive feedback as to the quote unquote grifters and people like that. But that's it. That's the stream. We made it to 6 hours and 23 minutes. I want to thank the Noble Five who stuck around, and I appreciate everyone else who came in to at least say something. So like those last few being Joe, Schmo, Javara, Cianimus, who came in on the end right there. Toku Punk, obviously. Anyone else who's looking, Aces, F29, Gore, all you guys. And then, of course, big thank you to Dunkin' Donuts for giving me not one, but two $5 Dunkin' gift cards. I'll be sure to use those tomorrow when I wake up and go to my Dunkin' Donuts. It means a lot that someone would do 2 super chats for me. And yeah, and even just Cianimus just said right there, all the way at the bottom, good stream, might inspire me to do some responses. Always happy to help and inspire people in certain ways. I think maybe depending on what Mike and Canuck, I'm so tired I forgot the other guy's name. Depending on what they say in responses, if they do responses at all, I may do a follow-up, and in those cases just dedicate it to their responses and not be half asleep. But tis the burden of the long man. And with that, I bid you all adieu. I'm Zimzilla, and you know where to find me. And Vic, where can people find you?
You can find me on most handles by JaCrispyVic or on Twitter as I forgot my own name, Vic Monstrous. Vic Monstrous on Twitter. I have commissions open. I'm planning an upcoming raffle, and just overall follow me on YouTube for some kaiju videos, 98 behind the scenes looks, and more to come.
All right, awesome. And yep, I'm also going to be working on stuff too with the Kaiju Flash Fiction contest that's still going on. I'm just working out all of the people I might want to do for judges and things of that nature. So I will keep you all posted on that. Thank you all for joining me, and just have a great rest of the night or a great morning, wherever it is you are in the world. I'm Zimcast, and I will see you guys next time.